Chapter 1675. In the evening, Sabonis and Rashid finally saw Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, it's the building in front. It wasn't a suburb, but there was a rather run-down building here. Even if there was an unfinished building in this area, the city government probably wouldn't tolerate it. Either he would find someone to take over, or he would tear down the unfinished building and sell the land. Is everyone inside? Chun Zhao looked in the direction of the building from 1,000 meters away. Yes, they only move at night. They have a lot of people. Sabonis glanced at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, you came alone? Rashid also looked worried. Before Chun Zhao came, they'd already explained the situation in as much detail as possible. They hoped that Chun Zhao could be taken seriously. But Chun Zhao still came alone. They didn't think that Chun Zhao could do anything alone. Does he think he could defeat so many Satanists by himself? Those crazy and cruel evil spiritualists. Don't worry, Chun Zhao said calmly. I'm going in. Mr. Chun, you're really going alone? Sabonis called. He really didn't want Chun Zhao to die. Chun Zhao stopped and turned to look at the two. You two accompany me? Mr. Chun, don't joke around. I think it's still early. How about we wait until it's dark? What a joke. If you're going to die, we're not going to die with you. No need. I'm in a hurry. Chun Zhao shrugged and walked into the building alone. Sabonis, are we still going to wait here? Rashid asked hesitantly. What else? I'm afraid that when the Satanists come out and see us, we'll be in trouble. Rashid's face was filled with fear. Wait a little longer. If that person doesn't come out in an hour, we'll leave. Maybe he's already dead inside. Rashid wasn't gloating. He also hoped that Chun Zhao wouldn't die inside. That way, they could continue to sell information and earn money. They even regretted giving the information to Chun Zhao so early. But even if they want to stay out of it, things might not go their way. A woman appeared behind them. She ambushed them without any warning. Rashid was attacked from behind and fell to the ground. His back was a bloody mess. Sabonis, be careful. Fortunately, Sabonis reacted quickly and released a spell in an instant. The woman quickly retreated. The woman's palms had sharp claws like those of a lizard, and the back of her hands was covered with a layer of scales. Rashid, how are you? Don't get scratched by her claws. Her claws are poisonous, Rashid said painfully. Miss, is there a misunderstanding between us? Sabonis looked at the woman warily. The woman licked the blood on her claws and looked at them coldly. Since you're here, it means that you know where this is. There's no misunderstanding between us. The woman was gradually transforming into a lizard man. His skin was covered with scales. A green tail grew out of her back. Rashid and Sabonis groaned in their hearts. They had long heard that the Satanists had some kind of magic that allowed them to transform into lizard men. Now, they had finally confirmed the authenticity of this rumor. Debilitating poison mist. Sabonis immediately released a spell at the woman. The woman was agile and fast. With a push of her legs, she jumped several meters and climbed onto the wall of the building behind her. Like a gecko, she stuck to the wall. To her, there was no difference between being on the wall and the ground. Sabonis did not want to fight with the female lizard. Once the Satanists found out about their battle, they would never be able to leave. Right now, Sabonis and Rashid only hoped that Chun Zhao could last longer. The female lizard did not attack immediately. She was waiting for the sky to turn dark. Nighttime was her home ground. The sun had already set. It won't be long before it gets dark, so she was not in a hurry. She only had to watch the two and not let them escape. Sabonis wanted to escape, but Rashid was heavily injured. Unless Sabonis left Rashid behind. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to leave. Suddenly, the female lizard stuck her tongue out at Rashid from a few meters away. Sabonis and Rashid did not expect the female lizard to shoot her tongue so far. Her tongue immediately curled around Rashid's calf. Rashid felt a great power. The female lizard was very strong. She was even stronger than enhancer spiritualists. Although Rashid was seriously injured at the moment, but it did not mean that he could not fight back at all. Rashid immediately turned himself into an Iceman. The female lizard immediately retracted her tongue. Her tongue could not withstand such a low temperature either. She was not a real lizard. but she had turned herself from a mammal to a cold-blooded animal. The temperature affected her greatly. She realized that she might not be able to defeat Rashid and Sabonis alone. She had been calling for her companions, but humans could not hear it. It was a low-frequency sound. But after waiting for a long time, her companions did not come out. Damn it! What were they doing? Why were they not coming out? Or rather, they were already nearby, but they did not come out on purpose. Were they watching him embarrass himself? Sabonis did not dare to act rashly. He was not confident that he could defeat the female lizard. Rashid could only barely protect himself now. At this time, the sky had turned completely dark, and there were no street lights in this area. The female lizard suddenly disappeared from the wall. Sabonis and Rashid cursed inwardly. Although it was not completely dark now, the light had a great impact on their vision. Sabonis suddenly felt his feet being pulled heavily, and he lost his balance. The female lizard had wrapped her tongue around Sabonis' calf and quickly pulled him in front of her. Under such a pull, Sabonis could not release magic even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Sabonis felt the tongue on his calf loosening. Hearing the female lizard's cry, Sabonis finally saw where she was. Her claws gripped the ground tightly, as if something was pulling her from behind. Finally, her claws scratched the ground and her body began to be pulled backward. Her claws drew sparks on the ground. Sabonis clearly saw where the female lizard was being pulled. What happened? 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1676. Just as Sabonis and Rashid were dumbfounded, they saw a figure walk over from the front. When they saw clearly that it was Chun Zhao, they were both confused. Chun Zhao must have dragged the female lizard into the darkness, right? Mr. Chun, luckily you didn't act rashly. I think we should plan this carefully. Mr. Chun, it's a good thing you didn't act rashly. I think we should discuss this further. Sabonis secretly rejoiced that Chun Zhao had chosen to retreat. He had also come out to save his life. Otherwise, he and Rashid would have to pay the price here. Do me a favor and spread the news of what's going on in the spiritual world of New Orleans. What's going on inside? Rashid and Sabonis were both confused. You can go in and take a look. When Chun Zhao walked past the two of them, the two covered their noses and took a step back. The stench on Chun Zhao was too strong. It was as if he had just soaked in a vat of fresh blood. The two couldn't help but exchange glances. They looked at the building before them. The building was silent, but it gave off an unsettling aura. Chun Zhao left, but the two were still hesitant. They couldn't go in, but they couldn't stay either. Should we go in and take a look? But it's a gathering place for Satanists. But what that person said, impossible. How long has it been? At least half an hour? There are more than 20 Satanists inside, but there's still no movement inside. Do you want to go in and take a look? The two discussed for a while and finally decided to go in and take a look. The first thing they saw was the corpse of the female lizard from before. Her head had been crushed. Her claws had left a scorch mark on the ground. The two didn't linger before the corpse and continued walking inside. When they reached the entrance, they saw another headless corpse. It wasn't that the man hadn't come in. It was already over. When the two entered the building, the entire place was filled with a strong stench of blood. Broken walls were everywhere, and broken limbs were everywhere. Did that man kill all the Satanists here? The two of them walked up and down in a circle. They were finally sure that no one was left alive. There was a line of bright red words on the wall in front of the entrance. Revenge. Revenge? Could this man be from the White Spear Association? That's not right. He even asked me about the White Spear Association. Or perhaps he had an old grudge against Satanism. Originally, he came to New Orleans to cooperate with the White Spear Association. In the end, it was said that the White Spear Association was destroyed. So he decided to act alone? If that was the case, it made sense. However, this man was too scary. He single-handedly slaughtered so many Satanists. Fortunately, they didn't have any further conflict with Chun Zhao yesterday. What Chun Zhao was doing now was waiting for the hare to come to him. The Satanists did not know where their leader was. But the good news was that with Sabonis and Rashid's help, they had no way to escape. Word had spread that he was hunting down Satanists. Now, everyone in the supernatural world in New Orleans knew about this. Furthermore, the two of them provided a few more gathering points for the Satanists. Chun Zhao killed another dozen Satanists in a random manner. But the downside was that this matter had also caused quite a stir among ordinary people. After all, the police chief had been killed first. Then, more people were brutally murdered. Chun Zhao didn't hide the scene, so the entire city was in a state of panic. Even the local gangs kept a low profile. They didn't want to be implicated. After all the police in the city were going crazy. They were searching for clues like crazy. Sabonis and Rashid had a good time these 2 days. They didn't have to take any risks. At least, they didn't have to face the Satanists. The only thing they had to do was find out where the Satanists were and tell Chun Zhao. They didn't have to worry about anything else. Mr. Qian-san, is our boat ready? Feline asked. Yes, we can leave tomorrow night. Qian-san nodded. All transportation methods had been blocked by the Satanists. This meant that Feline and Kajar could only leave by water. Even if the Satanists wanted to block the sea, they couldn't. After all, there were many yacht ports here. Hundreds of yachts entered and left every day. No matter how powerful the Satanists were, they couldn't search every ship. Kajar sat at the side with a cold expression. She ignored Feline and Qian-san's conversation. Ms. Kajar, you don't have to be like that. Speaking of which, something happened outside these 2 days. Maybe you'll be happy. What? Kajar asked, looking up. She really couldn't think of anything that could make her happy. Someone's been hunting the Satanists in New Orleans these 2 days. Feline and Kajar both looked at Qian Sr. What happened? I don't know the details. Qian-san shook his head. There's a rumor in the circle that it might be the White Spear Society's retaliation and revenge. Anyway, at least 40 Satanists were killed in these 2 days. The scene was bloody. All of them left one line, revenge. Feline looked at Kajar in shock. The White Spear Society still has people left? Kajar fell silent. She knew the White Spear Society very well. After all, she'd grown up in the White Spear Society. How many people did the White Spear Society have? How much power did they have? She could guess 80 to 90% of it. Perhaps the White Spear Society hadn't all died, but it was no different from being destroyed. Even if there were only 2 or 3 kittens left, most of them would be hiding like he was doing now. How could they have the strength to fight back against the Satanists? Qian-san, you're not lying to me, are you? Is there a need for me to? The entire spiritual world in New Orleans is frightened now. The culprit is extremely cruel. It's obvious that he has a deep grudge against the Satanists. I'm not leaving, Kajar suddenly said resolutely. I'm staying. Since someone has the courage to fight back against the Satanists, I won't be a coward. I'll take revenge on the Satanists too. Kajar, you're crazy. I'm not crazy, Kajar said firmly. If I continue to run away like this, it will drive me crazy, Kajel said resolutely. Kajar looked at Feline. Feline, go. I don't need you to care about me. I know what I'm doing. How do you want me to form a team? Feline sighed. Are you willing to stay and help me? Do I have any other choice? Feline felt that if he stayed, he could at least help Kajar at a critical moment. Feline looked at Kajar. But you have to promise me that you can't be impulsive. Chapter 1677. It was 300 kilometers west of New Orleans. It used to be a busy town. It had a population of thousands. But this town had been destroyed by a plague 30 years ago. None of the thousands of people survived. Not only that, the town had been completely sealed. No one could enter this town anymore. At least no one could enter through normal means. But now, this town had become the headquarters of the Satanists. In the center of the town was originally the town government. Now, it had become the Satanist demon church. Roy wore a black silk dress and knelt in front of a ferocious-looking demon statue, praying. In comparison, Aimsha didn't have any respect for the demon statue. She didn't believe in Satan either. She didn't betray her white spear because of her sisterly relationship with Roy. All they did was make a deal. After a while, Roy finished praying. She stood up and turned to look at Aimsha. Aimsha, are there any strong people in the White Spear Society? Strong people? Aimsha was stunned. No. To facilitate your plan, I gathered all the spiritualists who could pose a threat to you. Even if a few escaped, they're just rats. Today, I heard from my subordinates that someone has slaughtered my followers in New Orleans, and the culprit is very strong. Nearly 50 of the followers deployed in New Orleans have returned to Master's arms. The culprit's purpose is very clear: revenge. That's the word left near every sacrificed follower. That's impossible. Even if all the remaining rats come together, they won't be able to kill 50 of your subordinates. But that's the truth. Many of my children are dead or injured. Are you suspecting that I'm hiding the strength of the White Spear Society? That's a baseless suspicion. I have no reason to do so. It won't do me any good. That's why I'm curious too. Roy stared at her sister. Roy had always been wary of Aimshaw, because in her eyes, her sister Aimshaw was the true evil. She was a person with no faith. Whether it was in the past or now, she only pursued one thing. That was great power. She could betray the entire world for her own benefit without hesitation. Like this betrayal of the White Spear Society. She was the one who established the White Spear Society. And she didn't establish the White Spear Society to protect justice. It was just to create trouble for him. Roy believed that if someone offered her enough benefits, Aimshaw would betray him without hesitation. That was why Royer was suspicious. His men were attacked in New Orleans. Could it be Immerse's trick? You still doubt me. Shouldn't I doubt you? Fine, I think I need to prove myself. Aimshaw shrugged. Give me the information you have, and I will solve the problem. By the way, if possible, bring them back alive, Roy said. All right, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything. You can use my people as you please. Roy paused for a moment before continuing. Even if you can't bring them back alive, at least bring back their corpses. Even if he died, Roy had a way to make him speak. When the time came, he would know who he was dealing with, and whether it was a conspiracy of Aimshaw. Aimshaw knew that his sister was suspicious of him, but no matter how suspicious she was, in the end, she could not leave him. Aimshaw was also curious. Who were the people causing trouble in New Orleans? Were they really from the White Spear Society? There didn't seem to be such people in the White Spear Society anymore. The corpses of his former subordinates were all sent here. He had identified them too. Aimshaw had a pretty good idea of who was left. If it was someone who could pose a threat to her, Aimshaw would definitely not let them go. Boss, when are we going back to Los Angeles? Not sure. Chun Zhao replied nonchalantly. Why? Is there something urgent? Boss, didn't you see the news? Recently, a murderer appeared in New Orleans. He's killing people everywhere. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. You definitely don't know that the murderer is right in front of you. As long as you don't leave the hotel casually, Chun Zhao said calmly. The murderer won't come to the hotel to kill people. Not necessarily. He's definitely a lunatic. Since he's a lunatic, who knows if he'll come to the hotel to kill people? How do you know it's a madman? I saw it on the news. Every murder scene has the word revenge written on it. This means that the other party didn't kill people randomly, but took revenge with a purpose. It might be a gang dispute. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Why do you care so much? Portia did not think so. Gang vendetta? After all, she had grown up in New Orleans. She knew what the local gangs were like. Even the most arrogant gang would not dare to kill people so recklessly. It was like they were challenging the police or even the government. Only a crazy person would dare to do such a thing. Anyway, she did not want to stay here. A few days ago, there was an earth-shattering explosion on the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. The man-made island on Lake Pontchartrain had become history. When she had money, she would bring her family to Los Angeles. She definitely could not stay in this chaotic city. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Portia immediately went over and picked it up. Hello, I'm Mr. Chen's assistant. May I know who you are? I'm looking for Mr. Chun. Boss, it's for you. Chen took the phone. Who is it? Mr. Chun, it's me, Sabonis. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Chun, there's news that a motorcade entered New Orleans. Someone recognized one of them as Aimshaw, the former leader of the White Spear Gang. Chun covered the phone and said to Portia, Go out first. Remember to close the door. After Portia left the room, Chun asked, Didn't you say that the White Spear Gang was destroyed? The president of White Spear Society is still alive? I don't know the situation. Do you know where they're staying? They're staying in the French district. There's a lot of them, around 100. Got it. Send me their exact location. Soon, Chun Zhao received the address from Sabonis. Chun called Portia in. Portia, transfer 1 million to the account from yesterday. Okay, boss. For the past 2 days, Portia had been transferring money to the account Chun provided intermittently. Sometimes it was tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands. Chapter 1678. Kajar and Feline stopped in front of a manor. Just as Kajar was about to rush in, Feline pulled her back. Kajar, you're too rash. Feline, let go. You haven't recovered from your injuries, and we've received news that there are quite a few Satanists here, Feline advised. I know what I'm doing, Kajar said coldly. Kajar. Feline didn't let go. But at that moment, Kajar suddenly pushed Feline. Feline felt a terrifying force hit him in the face. Feline's entire body was sent flying. Although Feline flew a few meters away, he wasn't injured. However, his face was filled with disbelief. Kajar, what's going on? Where did you get such powerful magic? I told you, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Kajar's body suddenly turned into a black fog and disappeared into the manor in front of them. At the periphery of the manor, Kajar saw a lizard monster. The black fog that Kajar had turned into was especially well hidden in the darkness. Even when the black fog spread to the back of the lizard monster, he didn't notice it. Kajar suddenly stretched out her hand from the black fog and heavily slapped the lizard monster's back. The lizard monster didn't even have time to make a sound before its body instantly exploded. Kajar. Kajar turned around and saw that Feline had followed her in. What are you doing here? I'm worried, Feline said. I can handle it myself. I don't need you. Kajar had an unapproachable expression on her face. Shoo! Feline suddenly pulled Kajar down. There are a few hidden sentries here. If you go out, you'll be discovered, Feline said in a low voice. Kajar froze for a moment before carefully observing. Detection wasn't her strong point, but Feline could switch magic systems. So, Kajar still believed Feline's words. I'll use Vanish to help you hide. Vanish was a type of concealment magic. It could be considered a type of support magic. Its effect was to completely conceal a person. Of course, concealment was a magic concealment. In fact, it could still be seen with the naked eye. It was similar to modern stealth fighters. The stealth fighter was just shielding itself from radar scanning. It could still be seen with the naked eye. This concealment spell worked the same way. It could block the perception of magic, but it could be seen by the naked eye. Although it looked weak, it was actually very powerful. This was because many spiritualists were used to using magic to sense things. Especially now that it was still nighttime, whether it was the enemy or themselves, their vision was affected to a certain extent. The lizard men also had night vision and thermal sensing, which was also included in the category of magic perception. Therefore, Feline's concealment spell could come in handy here. Feline also cast a concealment spell on himself. Just then, a truck horn sounded from outside the manor. Papa! That voice was very loud and clear. Then, Feline and Kajol saw an oil truck rush into the manor's gate. The iron gate was sent flying by the oil truck. Both Kajar and Feline were astonished. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Just like that, the oil truck swaggered in. Along the way, two Satanists with human appearances were directly crushed by the tanker. However, at this time, more Satanists rushed out of the mansion. The truck didn't care about anything else and ran over the Satanists. The Satanists were prepared and quickly dodged. This time, the crushing didn't work. They immediately turned into lizard men. Then, they jumped onto the front of the truck, wanting to attack the driver. The truck crashed into the front gate of the mansion. Boom! Just then, the oil tank pulled by the truck suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lizard men were engulfed in flames. Kajol's eyes lit up as she watched. This was a really good move. Why didn't she think of this? Right now, the manor was in chaos. The impact of the explosion caused half of the mansion to collapse. Feline furrowed his brows. To be honest, if she was involved in that kind of explosion, she probably wouldn't be able to escape either. Just then, a person walked out of the blazing flames. Chun Zhao walked out of the flames. A lizard man completely ignited by oil pounced at Chun Zhao crazily. Then, Chun Zhao kicked it away. Chun Zhao was quite satisfied with this ambush. The oil truck killed a large number of lizard men. Just then, the shadow eye on Chun Zhao's arm opened. Strangely, Chun Zhao didn't realize that someone was watching him. Just then, a large number of lizard men charged out of the mansion. Feline saw the person clearly. It's him. Feline, do you know him? He stayed at Hilda Hotel before too. He asked me about the White Spear Society. Who is he? I don't know. I only know that he's an enhancer. He has pretty good defense and strength. Feline had a deep impression of Chun Zhao's punch. He can ignore that explosion. His defense isn't just strong, Kajol said. Let's go help. Wait, let's see. Feline felt that they should be more cautious. What are we waiting for? Since he's an enemy of the Satanists, he's our comrade, Kajol said as she charged out. As soon as Kajol appeared, 2 lizard men charged at her. Explode, Kajol growled. A shockwave erupted from Kajol's body, instantly killing the 2 lizard monsters. Chun Zhao turned to look at Kajol. What a powerful magic power. This kind of magic power is almost comparable to Halley's enormous. Who are you? Chun Zhao asked, confused. You're an enemy of the Satanists? Sort of, Chun Zhao said. Then we're friends, Kajol said. Kajol, my little baby, are you okay? Aimsha walked out of the mansion. Even though the entire mansion had turned into a sea of fire, Aimsha was still calm. Chun Zhao also looked at Aimsha. The woman's magic was also very powerful. It was even larger than Kajol's. She probably wasn't a regular Satanist. With such powerful magic, could she be the leader of the Satanists? Aimsha looked at Kajol in astonishment. Little darling, you actually sacrifice your life in exchange for powerful magic power. I'm going to kill you. When Aimsha appeared in front of Kajol, Kajol instantly lost control and charged at Aimsha like a madwoman. Aimsha pointed at Kajol with her right hand and drew a strange rune in the air with 2 fingers. Freeze. Chapter 1679. Kajar's body stopped moving. It was as if the scene had been frozen. Chun Zhao was shocked. This spell was similar to West's slow field. At least the effect was similar. Traitor, let go of me. If you have any dignity left, fight me fairly. Kajol roared furiously. Fair fight. I'm not interested. Aimsha said disapprovingly. Besides, I'm your adoptive mother. Don't you think it's a little disrespectful to talk to me like that? I'd rather die in an orphanage than be adopted by a demon like you. Kajar roared. Guys, did you forget about me? Chun Zhao interrupted their argument. Can you tell me who you are? Aimsha looked at Chun Zhao. Fine, sir. Who are you? Are you from the Satanists? Chun Zhao asked. Looks like you have a grudge against them. Aimsha said coolly. Aimsha didn't waste any time. She cast the same spell at Chun Zhao. Freeze. Chun Zhao didn't move. He just stood there. This woman's spell was the same as West's slow field. If one's magical power or energy was too much, they wouldn't be able to affect the other. Chun Zhao had tried West's slow field. It was this feeling. There was a moment of pause. Then he directly broke through this pause. You're the one who caused trouble in the city and killed many Satanists, right? Would you believe me if I said no? Chun Zhao chuckled. Just then, the lizard monsters surrounded them. They scratched Chun Zhao's body. But Chun Zhao wasn't hurt at all. Lady, my clothes are branded. They're very expensive. Are you an enhancer? Aimsha looked at Chun Zhao. The lizard monster's claws didn't hurt him at all. Obviously. Do you think I can't do anything to you? You can try. Chun Zhao chuckled. A white spear condensed in Amesha's hand, and she threw it at Chun Zhao. But the moment the spear stabbed into Chun Zhao's chest, it shattered like glass. Very strong defense. No wonder you can kill so many Satanists. Aimsha waved her hand. Tie him up. The lizard monster took out a chain and tied Chun Zhao up. Where do you want to take me? To reclaim the sea? You'll know soon enough. Aimsha didn't want to talk to Chun Zhao anymore. She turned to Kajol. Baby, I actually love you. Do you believe me? The more affectionate Aimsha was, the angrier Kajol became. However, Aimsha didn't seem to notice Kajol's angry gaze. Her fingertips caressed Kajol's youthful cheeks. What a pity, this young body. Aim Shah sighed. After that, Aim Shah ordered the lizard monster to tie Kajar up. I've seen some old witches before, Chen Zhao said, watching from the side. They're just like you. Aim Shah wasn't angry at his words. She glanced at him casually. You'll die faster if you talk too much. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. I'll try to speak less in the future. Huh. I hope you still have a future. With a wave of her hand, Aim Shah carried Chen Zhao and Cargill into the cargo compartment of a large truck. Aim Shah also entered the truck and closed the door. The entire truck fell into darkness. Madam, where are you sending us? You'll know soon enough, Aim Shah said coolly, hiding in the darkness. Can't you tell me in advance? That way, I can be prepared. The headquarters of the Satanism, Aim Shah said. Really? Then I can see the leader of the Satanism, right? Puffed. Aren't you scared? What do you think will happen if you go to the Satanism now? At worst, I'll just be a living sacrifice, Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. Aren't you scared at all? For normal people, death was the most terrifying thing. But for spiritualists, death wasn't the end. What truly made people feel despair was a living sacrifice. Sacrificing flesh and soul to some creature. Everything would become someone else's fun. Bien. Some are even worse than bien. Some are worse than bien. Erasing some traces of existence. This was the result that spiritualists fear the most. Chen Zhao yawned. I'm a bit sleepy. Wake me up when we get there. Both Kajar and Aim Shah were dumbfounded by Chen Zhao's attitude. They couldn't feel any fear from Chen Zhao at all. Not all. Just then, there was a thud at the top of the truck. It sounded like something had landed on the top of the truck. Chen Zhao opened his eyes. He didn't expect it to be Feline. Why was she here? A while later, the truck was opened. Feline was here to save Kajar. Feline, go. It's a trap. Kajar yelled. What? Feline couldn't react in time. Aim Shah had already moved. Freeze. Feline was also frozen. Feline, I didn't expect you to come to New Orleans. Did Kajar call you here? Aim Shah knew Feline too. Puffed. You're so weak and you're trying to save people. Chen Zhao said sarcastically. Kajar and Feline both glared at Chen Zhao. By the way, Feline, where have you been these days? Why did you leave without saying anything? Portia's been sad for a long time. Feline didn't want to hear Chen Zhao's voice. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao clearly didn't have that awareness. If I knew you had a grudge against Satanism, we should have worked together. Feline didn't have a grudge against Satanism. Oh, I'm hungry. Ms. Aim Shah, do you have food? No. Aim Shah replied indifferently. Do you know that a hungry offering will affect the taste of the summoned or contracted target? It'll affect the target's mood and even the success of the sacrifice? Do you want to add some pepper and salt? Aim Shah sneered. That depends on what the contracted target likes, but most of them prefer lighter flavors. The three people in the container were all speechless. Do you think that you'll be fine even if you're caught because of your amazing defense? Huh, you guessed it. I do think so. Idiot. Feline snorted coldly. After driving for a few hours, the truck finally stopped. Are we at our stop? The container was opened, and a strong aura of hell rushed out. Welcome to hell. Aim Shah walked out of the truck first. The three were brought out of the truck. It was snowing. It was snowing black here. The entire town was shrouded in darkness. There were Satanists in the form of lizard monsters everywhere. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 1680. Just then, an honor guard came over. For lizard men carried a metal palanquin. Roy was sitting on it. There were also people raising flags in front and behind them. The patterns on those flags were cryptic and strange. When they reached the crowd, the metal palanquin was lowered. With the help of the lizard men, Roy stood up in a charming manner and strolled over. Crack! Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard something crack. He turned to look at Kajar. The chains on her were shattering. Very powerful. Kajar's magic increased again. Right now, she was above Amesh's magic. She had broken the restraining spell Aim Shah had put on her. 2 streaks of bloody tears appeared on Kajar's face. Aim Shah raised an eyebrow, also surprised. But she didn't attack. Instead, she took a step back. Kajar spread her arms and completely broke free. Kajar's hatred for Aim Shah and Roy was greater than anything else. Right now, Kajar's hair was fluttering. A cyclone surrounded her, and her clothes whistled. Feline stared at Kajar in disbelief. Where did she get such a powerful magic power? Kajar raised her arm and aimed her palm at Roy. A terrifying force shot out from her palm. Roy didn't move at all. A magic rune appeared before her. Bang! The force from Kajar's palm shattered the magic rune before Roy. Roy's gaze was indifferent. There were still dozens of magic runes surrounding her. Feline's face was full of disbelief. Was this the leader of the Satanism? She was so powerful. Kajar had released such a terrifying magic attack, but she wasn't affected at all. Roy raised his finger and pointed at Kajal. 2 magic runes flew towards her. The runes landed on Kajar's body and immediately turned into black chains, wrapping around her. Kajal bellowed and snarled. The black chains on her body creaked. Still not enough? Roy was surprised. Another magic rune flew towards Kajal. This time, however, the rune took the form of a looming demon. The demon hugged Kajar from behind, and then its figure gradually faded. Kajar's struggles became much weaker. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from this restraint. Fu Lin was already dumbfounded by what he saw. Was this the strength of a top-notch spiritualist? Roy walked in front of Kajal and placed his palm on her forehead. Lost child, I will now give you a chance to return to the right path. Pledge your loyalty to my Lord, and my Lord will erase your hatred and grant you peace. The ruthlessness and madness on Kajal's body gradually subsided, and her gaze became peaceful. What a powerful hypnosis. Come, give me one too. Chen Zhao suddenly called out. Kajal perked up and woke up from her daze again. Roy frowned and turned to look at Chen Zhao. Who are you? You're not a member of the White Spear Association. I'm from Los Angeles. Do you want peace? Roy walked up to him. Yes, I want to. Chen Zhao nodded. Roy raised his hand and pressed it against Chen Zhao's forehead. Those who are lost, suddenly. Chen Zhao raised his head and bit Roy's palm. Roy screamed. Let go. Crack. Chen Zhao tore off a piece of flesh from Roy's palm. Everyone was astonished. Roy hugged his right palm and retreated a few steps, pain on his face. Chen Zhao spat out the flesh. Puffed. It's really sour. Imsha also revealed a look of surprise. Just then, Chen Zhao broke free from the chains on him. Finally, I don't have to pretend anymore. Leader of Satanism, do you know that I've been looking for you for a long time? Chen Zhao moved his limbs. Imsha, Roy yelled. Imsha didn't want to attack, but she had to do it now. Holy Spear, Imsha spread her arms, and a white magic circle appeared behind her. A white spear appeared in the center of each array. The white spears seemed to be real and emitted a white metallic texture. Freeze! Imsha used the same trick and froze Chen Zhao. The spell was instantly broken, but Chen Zhao didn't dodge. He tilted his head and looked at Imsha. Is this the Chinese freeze spell? Chen Zhao hadn't come into contact with it before, but in the Chinese sex records, there were some special features of the spell. So, Chen Zhao naturally thought of it. Go! Imsha didn't answer his question. Dozens of white spears shot at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed a white spear, allowing the others to land on him. These scattered attacks were useless against him. If Imsha could gather all her magic, she could give him the power to attack. Only then could she break his defense. The white spears that landed on Chen Zhao all dissipated the moment they touched him. The constitution of no attribute worked again. If it was a pure physical attack, it was more likely to hurt Chen Zhao. But magic attacks couldn't reach the threshold of the constitution of no attribute. To Chen Zhao, it was like a breeze. Chen Zhao squeezed the white spear in his hand lightly, and it disintegrated. Holy light bind. Dozens of white chains extended from the darkness. Each chain wrapped around Chen Zhao's body. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up like a dumpling. Chen Zhao was confused. The white chains were also made of magic. But why didn't they dissipate? Was it because the spell wasn't offensive? Chen Zhao raised his arms, and the countless white chains were shattered into pieces. Feline stared at Chen Zhao in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this guy be so strong? Last time, he'd observed his magic. It was only the size of a finger, not even 1/10 of his size. How could he be so strong? Remember what I said just now? You can't even hurt me. How can you kill me? Feline and Kajar both thought that Chun Zhao was too arrogant. This was the headquarters of the Church of Satan. Was it really okay to be so arrogant here? As expected, what they were most worried about finally happened. Large numbers of lizard monsters appeared in all directions. They were so dense that not even a drop of water could pass through. Among the lizard monsters, there are also a few huge lizard-like monsters. These lizard monsters were all more than 10 meters long. If a person with trypophobia was in that situation, they would definitely pass out from fear. Feline and Kajar felt their scalps go numb. How could they fight? They couldn't win at all. Chapter 1681. No matter how crazy Kajar was, facing the thousands of soldiers and horses in front of them, they also felt a sense of suffocation. Feline was even more shocked. She was also stunned by the dense horde of monsters. Just how many lizards and giant lizards were there? 1,000? 10,000? This number probably wasn't enough to explain the number of monsters. There was no hope. This was simply an unfair war. Madam, you don't think you can escape by hiding behind these trash, right? Roy looked at Chun Zhao across the hundreds of lizards. Talk after you get past them. Fine. Maybe you need me to help you see reality. The war erupted instantly. Chun Zhao had already charged into the encirclement of the lizards. In an instant, a rain of blood and a foul wind blew. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zhao tore 3 or 4 lizards apart. Feline's eyes widened. Only now did she realize that Chun Zhao was stronger than she'd imagined. However, even though Feline's impression of Chun Zhao had changed, it still wouldn't change her worries. To her, no matter how strong Chun Zhao was, he couldn't change the current situation. How many could he kill? 10? 100? 1,000? It was meaningless. There were simply too many enemies. When the numbers reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative change. Chun Zhao didn't use mass destruction tactics. If he used Imperial 1,000 swords, no matter how many lizards there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. These lizards were probably all the Satanists had. If he killed them all, the Satanists would probably feel heartache too. Anyway, the Satanist leader was right under his nose. She couldn't escape, but Chun Zhao was curious about the black snow. Where did this black snow come from? Also, who caused the black snow? Roy had been observing Chun Zhao from behind the lizards. Seeing an opportunity, Roy attacked. 10 magic runes around her suddenly shot out, heading straight for Chun Zhao. The moment the magic runes reached Chun Zhao, they suddenly turned into 10 indistinct demons. The 10 demons hugged Chun Zhao, just like how they dealt with Kajar earlier. However, Kajar had only been one. Now, there were 10. Chun Zhao felt his body freeze, but the next moment, his power exploded. Clang, clang. A clear cracking sound came from Chun Zhao's body. Roy's head hurt, and he almost lost his balance. What is wrong with this guy? 10 Devil's Embrace were instantly destroyed by him. Roy hesitated for a moment. The pain from the hole in her palm kept reminding her. Roy looked at the 20 magic runes hovering around him. After a slight hesitation, Roy finally made up his mind. More than 20 magic runes gathered together, forming a terrifying claw that swiped at Chun Zhao. Satan's Claw. When Kajar and Feline saw the giant claw that appeared out of thin air, they couldn't help but gasp. That terrifying giant claw brought them a great sense of oppression. Just then, Chun Zhao swung his fist upward. A fist shadow broke through the air and collided head-on with Satan's Claw. Bang! The shockwave spread in all directions. Hundreds of lizard monsters nearby were knocked down. Satan's Claw and Chun Zhao's fist disappeared at the same time. Feline and Kajel were dumbfounded. How terrifying! Whether it was Royer or Chun Zhao, all of this had given them a huge shock. The lizard monsters around Chun Zhao all collapsed. But soon enough, more lizard monsters surrounded them. A giant lizard broke through the crowd and charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao held the lizard's mouth with both arms and tore. The lizard's upper and lower jaws were torn open. Feline and Kajel couldn't help but exclaim. The scene was too shocking. Even Kajel didn't dare to say that she could kill such a giant lizard instantly. Chun Zhao pulled off a broken claw from his shoulder and tossed it away. A strong smell of blood permeated the air. Just then, the lizard monsters suddenly retreated. What? You admit defeat? I haven't had enough yet. To the others, Chun Zhao's words sounded too arrogant. How many lizard monsters did you kill? Do you really think you've won? Just then, 10 giants appeared from back. They were more than 10 meters tall. They moved slowly, taking a few seconds with each step. Their eyes were dull, as if they had no consciousness. Each of the giants was dragging a giant sword that was even larger than their bodies. Suddenly, one of the giants sped up. It reached Chun Zhao in an instant and swung the huge sword down. Chun Zhao dodged a slash, but the giant froze again as if it was frozen. It didn't move at all. Just then, another giant charged over. It was also as fast as lightning when it attacked. After the attack, it froze on the spot while maintaining its posture. Chun Zhao was just about to attack the frozen giant when the first giant moved again. This attack was out of Chun Zhao's expectations. He couldn't defend in time. The huge sword landed on Chun Zhao's body. It didn't break his defense, but it sent him flying in the air. Feline and Kajel's hearts tightened. Chun Zhao wouldn't die, right? Chun Zhao just lay there. Just then, another giant leaped high into the air and stabbed its sword down at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao put his palms together and blocked the huge sword. Chun Zhao increased his strength again, turning the tables and snatching the sword from the giant's hand. The giant was also flung away by Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao stood up again. Just then, another giant charged over. Chun Zhao had more or less figured out what was going on with these giants. They were probably some kind of puppet. They weren't alive. Before they attacked, they would either slow down or just stop. But once they attacked, they were extremely sharp. Chun Zhao held the huge sword with both arms and swung it horizontally. The giant and the sword were cut in half. The giant's body crashed down. Feline and Kajel were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Feline felt that his provocation toward Chun Zhao that day was so laughable. Chun Zhao looked at the huge sword in his hand and stabbed it into the hilt. This way, he didn't need to hold the sword with both arms. Chun Zhao tried swinging the sword. Not bad. Apart from being a bit lighter, it didn't feel bad. Chun Zhao looked at the other 8 giants. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's eyes widened. He and his sword had disappeared. In less than a second, the 8 giants were split open at the same time. Everything happened in an instant. Everything ended in an instant. Both Feline and Kajel were shocked. Was that guy even human? Very good. I grant you the right to submit to me, a sudden voice said. God Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1682. Chun Zhao looked up and realized that it was a girl. The girl's hair was so long that it dragged on the ground. She was barefoot and half of her face was a bloody mess. The other half was very beautiful. Roy stood behind the girl, as if she was his master. The girl's skin was as clear as snow. She was wrapped in a thin white gauze, but her eyes were green. She wasn't tall, but she gave off a suffocating aura. However, his body was emitting a suffocating aura. The air seemed to freeze. Then let's see if you have the right to make me submit. Chun Zhao raised his huge sword and slashed at the girl. Chun Zhao wouldn't believe her just because of her appearance. The girl was just a vessel. Her soul was that of a demon lord. She wasn't a demon lord like Beelzebub who ruled over a small village. Whether in the human world or hell, she was a powerful demon. Wrong answer. The girl pointed at Chun Zhao with a slender finger. A beam of red light shot through the air. The blade of Chun Zhao's huge sword was instantly pierced. Then his chest was pierced too. The girl tilted her head and looked at him. You're not dead. With that, she waved her hand. Instantly, a terrifying chasm was left on the ground. The chasm was hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide. The rocks in the chasm had almost melted. Smoke rose from both sides. Feline and Kajar were both shocked. Who was this girl? They'd thought that Chun Zhao was already strong enough. But before this girl, Chun Zhao couldn't even block one attack. He couldn't even block one attack. He'd been evaporated by the girl. Supreme Lucifer, your greatness is as dazzling as the morning star. Roy knelt beside the girl sincerely. The girl looked at Roy and tapped his forehead lightly with her finger. Instantly, Roy felt that his injuries had completely healed. The mana he'd used was also completely recovered. He was even 10 times stronger than before. The magic runes he'd used earlier appeared again. There were now more than 60 magic runes circling around his body. Feline and Kajar stared at the girl in disbelief. Lucifer? Could this girl be the legendary Great Demon King? Huh, Lucifer? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked for the source of the voice. Chun Zhao walked out of the darkness. He didn't die. Feline was surprised. Kajel was equally shocked. Avatar 10,000 techniques returned to one. Dark assimilation, mighty miracle god. Chun Zhao turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. You didn't die? The girl was also puzzled. Was there anyone in the world who could block his attack? You're not bad. I can give you another chance now. Serve me, the young lady said. Chun Zhao grinned. I'll say the same thing. Let me see if you have the right to make me submit. The girl pointed at him. Wrong answer. But Chun Zhao stepped forward and held the girl's hand. Ka-cha! The girl's palm and arm were instantly crushed. The girl's expression changed. She pulled out her deformed arm and retreated. Chun Zhao looked at the rotten flesh on his palm. Your body is really fragile. Chun Zhao flipped his palm over. The girl's arm grew back, and her expression became solemn. How dare you? Roy jumped out impatiently. Chun Zhao didn't care if she was bold or not. He threw a punch. After turning magic into immortal power, Chun Zhao hadn't used his full strength yet. Even when facing Amanda Didier, he didn't use his full strength. This time, Chun Zhao used his full strength. The punch was like a mountain crashing down. Roy felt a suffocating pressure approaching. All the magic runes around him gathered to form a black wall. But the next moment, the punch disintegrated it. The black wall shattered like a fragile glass mirror. Roy's mind went blank. It's over. Roy's body exploded instantly. The fist shadow swept past like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The girl felt a trace of danger. She couldn't block it. She had to dodge it. The girl moved and dodged Chun Zhao's punch. But just as she dodged, Chun Zhao was already waiting for her in the direction she dodged. In Tan-Nabia, Chun Zhao looked down at the girl. The girl's expression changed again. You? How do you know my name? Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you betrayed Satan and your soul escaped to the human world. Chun Zhao looked at the girl. No, it should be the demon Tan-Nabia. If your physical body and soul fused into one, you might be able to fight me. But right now, you're just a soul. Coupled with this mortal's physical body, how much power can you unleash? 1/5 or a quarter? Chun Zhao smiled at Tan-Nabia. Tan-Nabia wasn't weak. He could still hurt Chun Zhao, but he couldn't use his full power. If he exceeded the threshold, his current body would collapse. His soul could only obediently go back to hell. That would be his ultimate nightmare. Because when his soul left his body and came to the human world, he'd already been discovered by his master, Satan. If he returned to hell, he'd have to face Satan's fury. If he returned to hell, he'd have to face Satan's wrath. Who are you? How do you know my secret? And Tan-Nabia was actually a little scared. It wasn't because of the power Chun Zhao had displayed. It was because Chun Zhao actually knew his secret. You can ask your master, Satan, Chun Zhao said with a smile. If it's him, he might answer your question. Antaz's expression was serious. Do you think you'll definitely win? Tan-Nabia was prepared to make one last attempt. He opened his huge mouth and sucked in huge mouthfuls of air. The lizard men around him started to wilt, followed by their souls. Actually, even though he'd come to the human world as a soul, it was still very difficult. This was because his soul also had power that exceeded the limit. So, he thought of a solution. He scattered half of his soul and distributed it to his believers. This way, his believers would become stronger. This also prevented him from being sent back to hell by the rules. And when he needed to, he could retrieve his soul at any time. Right now, he needed these soul fragments. However, when he took back his soul fragment, it was not just his own soul fragment. He also absorbed the souls of his believers. Tan-Nabia's power continued to grow. On the other hand, The lizard monsters were collapsing in droves. Countless souls mixed with Nabia's soul fragments and merged with him. Chapter 1683. Aimsha was in even more pain. She'd also benefited from Nabia's soul fragment. Moreover, the soul fragment she'd received was much larger than normal believers. This was the deal between her and Royer. She betrayed the White Spear Society and obtained great power. This was power that she'd never obtained in her entire life. But now, the true price had appeared. Her deal partner had broken his promise. The power that should have belonged to her was being forcefully taken back. No, no, no. This is mine. However, she clearly didn't have the power to fight against Nabia. Moreover, the power and soul fragment had originally belonged to Nabia. Aimsha resisted with all her might. But all of this was useless. Even half of her soul had been pulled out of her body. Her soul was resisting too. Damn guy, hurry up and kill that demon. Hurry up and kill him, or we'll all die. Aimsha could only vent her anger on Chen Zhao. Hurry up and stop him from devouring. He'll become stronger and stronger. Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Aimsha. His figure flashed, and he appeared before Aimsha. I almost forgot about you. Chen Zhao lifted his leg. What are you doing? Aimsha didn't expect her words to make Chen Zhao target her. Chen Zhao's foot stomped down, and Aimsha was crushed into meat paste. Then, Amesh's soul was pulled toward Nabia. Seeing Amesh's final outcome, Kadia didn't know what to think. Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Nabia. At this moment, his fleshly body was already distorted. This body had gone through many magical processes, but there was still a huge gap between it and his original body. If it was only half of his soul, he could barely handle it. But now, Nabia had exceeded this limit. Gradually, Nabia turned into a demon of the same size as Chen Zhao. Nabia wasn't unfamiliar with his own power, but this body was about to collapse. He needed a new body, and that was Chen Zhao's body. If he won, everything would be fine. Chen Zhao's body could completely contain his entire soul and power. But if he lost, it would be a complete tragedy for him. No, that was a fate even more tragic than a tragedy. Without wasting any words, he made his move. Nabia lunged at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao punched from above. Rumble, the ground cracked, and the ground spread out in all directions like waves. The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly, as if they had encountered a strong earthquake. For Qajar and Fuline, this kind of terrifying destructive power was unimaginable. The battle between Chen Zhao and Nabia completely overturned their understanding of the word battle. Qajar and Fuline felt as if they were facing a monstrous wave. Every impact was beyond imagination. Is that all you have? Chen Zhao punched Antaz's head. Several souls spilled out of his body. Nabia did not hold back either. His counterattack swiped at Chen Zhao's chest. A bloody mark was left on Chen Zhao's chest. The wound on Chen Zhao's chest healed instantly. Right now, Chen Zhao's power wasn't the only thing that had reached its peak. Even his regenerative ability had reached an astonishing level. Of course, Nabia was no worse than Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao grabbed Antaz's cheek. Demon Cannon. Energy mixed with angelic crystal burst out of Chen Zhao's palm. The angelic crystal energy poured into Antaz's body. Nabia felt like his insides were about to be burned. Cough, cough. Holy power was unparalleled against demons. Even a great lord wouldn't dare to stuff angelic crystal into his mouth. Back then, Chen Zhao had used this move to kill a great lord. Nabia vomited large amounts of black blood. Chen Zhao lifted Anta up. At the same time, he stuffed a perfect angelic crystal into his mouth. Then, Chen Zhao hooked Antaz's chin accurately. The perfect angelic crystal shattered in Antaz's mouth. Anta felt the angelic crystal powder flow through his veins and through his entire body. White light started shining under his skin. The pain was unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Chen Zhao smashed into Nabia, the ground would shake. Nabia knew that he was in a hopeless situation. He had to take out his trump card. Nabia took out a transparent container. Just then, Chen Zhao grabbed Antaz's wrist. Crack! His wrist was broken. Then Chen Zhao snatched the container from his hand. Give it back. Chen Zhao kicked Nabia away. Satan's blood. Chen Zhao looked at the star-like light spots in the container. This wasn't his first time seeing Satan's blood. But Chen Zhao hadn't killed him yet. It was because of Satan's blood. Chen Zhao needed Nabia to take out Satan's blood. Putting away Satan's blood, Chen Zhao turned to Nabia. When we return to hell, remember to say hi to him for me. A nasty smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. Fist shadows. Chen Zhao finally released his full power. Terrifying fist shadows rained down on Nabia. Every strike would knock the undigested souls out of Nabia's body. However, even if the souls escaped from Antaz's body, they still couldn't escape the fist shadows. The ground was moving and the mountains were shaking. The entire town had been destroyed in the battle between Chen Zhao and Nabia. Fissures appeared on the ground. Feline and Kajar's expressions froze. What they were facing was a battle between inhuman beings. Just then, a ripple appeared in the ground. The ripple came from the center of Chen Zhao and Antaz's battle. The ripple spread through the entire town. The corpses of the Satanists on the ground seemed to be pulled by some force and gathered at the center. Nabia was lying in a big hole. The ripple spread out from his body. The ripple was pulling him underground. Nabia climbed up with difficulty. He wanted to avoid the ripple, but he seemed to have fallen into a swamp. He couldn't escape the ripple from hell. No, I don't want to go back to hell. Nabia struggled. He suddenly grabbed Chen Zhao's ankle. He wanted to pull Chen Zhao into hell too, but the ripple didn't affect him at all. Chapter 1684. No matter how Nabia struggled, he couldn't break free from the sinking trend. In the end, only one hand was still on the surface. Only then did Chen take out the container of Satan's blood and toss it into Nabia's hand. The Satan's blood and Nabia sank into the ripples together. Just then, the Satan's blood suddenly floated up again and the ripples disappeared. Beep beep. Chen picked up the other phone and dialed the handsome guy's number. Handsome, how did your Satan's blood return to the human world? It's for you, the guy said. Did you catch him? Yes. Turn the camera around and let me see. The handsome guy turned the camera, and Chen saw that the handsome guy was holding a terrifying giant demon in his hand. This was Nabia's real body. His real body was like a small mountain. To be honest, if his real body was here, Chen Zhen might not be able to defeat him. Chen held the container of Satan's blood. How do I use this? Absorb it. How? Modify the spell I taught you last time. Oh, how are you going to deal with that traitor? Fear, despair, and regret. That's his fate. The handsome boy paused for a moment. Do you want his body? For what? Don't you have a lot of little demons at home? I'll give it to them as snacks. Okay, I'll take it next time I go to hell. The black snow had stopped. Feline and Kajol watched Chen walk out of the rubble. Both of them looked at Chen in disbelief. In their eyes, Chen was like a walking nuclear bomb. Chen sent those terrifying demons back to hell just like that. Jen walked to Kajol's side and glanced at her. She shook her head. She didn't have many days left. Chen couldn't do anything about it. She traded her life force for powerful magic power. No one could save her. Right now, her life force was like a candlelight that could go out at any time. Eat and have fun while you still have time, Chen said calmly. Don't leave any regrets in your life. Kajol stared at him, stunned. With that, Chen suddenly soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. Once again, Kajar and Feline felt Chen's mysteriousness and power. They had never seen a spiritualist that could fly. Even elementalists could only rely on wind magic to fly a short distance. However, Chen disappeared into the night sky. Feline suddenly snapped out of his daze. Katie, what did that man mean? It's nothing. Kajel shook her head. At this moment, she felt exhausted. Not that her life had come to an end. It was because she had extinguished the burning life force. But even if it was extinguished now, it was already too late. She had burned too much of her life force. She did not have much time left. Chun Zhao secretly landed on the rooftop of the hotel. He was now completely naked. He had forgotten to prepare clothes in his spatial ring. This made him very embarrassed. Chen found his way to his room and quickly opened the door. Clang! Portia's face was covered with a facial mask, and the milk in her hand fell to the ground. I'll let you into my room. Get out of the room. Chen would never give Portia the chance to speak first. He scolded her the moment they met, leaving her with no way to retaliate. Hurry up and get out, Chen roared. Portia was extremely angry. She tore off her facial mask and left. Chen heaved a long sigh. The next day, when Portia entered Chen's room again, she looked at Chen with a strange expression. She had already decided that Chen was a pervert. He was an absolute pervert. After all, running naked in a hotel was unheard of. Boss. Portia looked at Chen. Yes. Chen did not turn around. He did not know how to face Portia. Anyway, he did not plan to explain. He could not explain either. Order me a breakfast. 1:10, Chen said. Oh, book the plane tickets. The sooner, the better. Boss, is the incident in New Orleans over? Yes, it's over, Chen replied. Portia felt that Chen's job was to go out and be a pervert. After breakfast, Portia started to help Chen pack. She booked a plane ticket for noon. Time was tight. After checking out, Chen and Portia were about to drive to the airport. Just then, Feline appeared. Mr. Chen, can we talk? Feline? Portia looked at Portia in surprise. What's wrong? Chen asked. It's about Carly, that friend of mine. Chen got out of the car. Your friend is dying. Why? She obtained powerful magic by burning her life force. She won't live for more than half a year. Try to fulfill her wish as long as there's good food and fun, Chen said. Is there no way to save her? Feline's tone was heavy. After all, anyone who heard such news would not be happy. There's no way. Chen shook his head. There's no way at all. If she doesn't want to leave, just let her soul stay by your side after she dies, Chen said. After all, for spiritualists like you and me, death doesn't mean absolute disappearance. He also believed that Feline had a way to let Carly's soul stay. Okay, I should go. Chen returned to the car and said to Portia, let's go. On the way, Portia could not help but ask, Boss, what's your relationship with Feline? It's okay. Portia did not believe Chen's words. She felt that Chen and Feline had some unspeakable relationship. When Feline came, his expression was strange. When he left, he looked sad. She wondered if Chen had abandoned Feline after sleeping with him. However, since Chen was not willing to say, she could not do anything. After boarding the plane, Chen closed his eyes to rest. Boss, let's talk. Don't you like chatting? Chen opened his eyes and turned to look at Portia. What do you want to talk about? About your relationship with Feline. Do you like gossip that much? Do you have that kind of relationship with Feline? I don't have anything to do with her, Chen said calmly. She's just related to my work in New Orleans. Just then, another passenger arrived beside Chen and Portia. When Sam Mira saw Chen, he was stunned for a moment. Then he called the stewardess. Can I change seats? Sorry, miss. All first-class seats are taken unless you want to go downstairs. Chapter 1685. Portia turned to look at Sam Mira and then at Chun Zhao. When Sam Mira looked at Chun Zhao, there was some anger in his eyes. As expected, his boss was also related to this woman. Sam Mira couldn't change seats, so he could only sit down again. However, his eyes were still filled with anger when he looked at Chun Zhao. Along the way, Sam Mira kept arguing with Chun Zhao. Portia was glad that she wasn't sitting between them. In fact, it was only Sam Mira who was arguing. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was calm. From start to finish, the two didn't say a word. Of course, their flight was very peaceful this time. There were no more accidents. When the flight arrived in Los Angeles, it was already 10 at night. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Chun Zhao finally got in his car. Portia hesitated, but still got into Chun Zhao's car. After sending Portia back to her place, Chun Zhao drove home. Hey, West, I'm going back to Los Angeles. President, did you have anything to do with the explosion on the artificial island under the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge in New Orleans? I didn't cause it. Chun Zhao told him what had happened in a simple manner. Then last night, an abandoned town west of New Orleans was flattened. I was the one who sent a demon back to hell. The mastermind is Satanism. It's also my main reason for going to New Orleans this time. Can we report this to the anti-terrorism department? No need, Chun Zhao said. Don't let anyone outside the organization know. Got it. Chun Zhao didn't want the anti-terrorism department to know, because Chun Zhao's threat level was already big enough. If Chun Zhao's threat level increased again, then their previous plan against the supernatural organization might be useless. Then they would have to change their plan. It would be disadvantageous to the supernatural organization. After all, Chun Zhao's existence was a huge threat to the anti-terrorism department. Chun Zhao didn't want to care about the anti-terrorism department or their director, Mansari. But if Mansari started targeting Chun Zhao, the tit-for-tat between them might turn into a war. If the situation escalated, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Both Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization hoped that the situation would remain like this. When Chun Zhao returned home, it was already midnight. Little Jerlin and little Larissa were already asleep. Fei Lai waited for Chun Zhao to arrive home. Darling, did you miss me? Chun Zhao couldn't wait to be intimate with Fei Lai. Just then, Belial's voice appeared in Chun Zhao's mind again. I don't think you've used this move before. Let's try next time. Belial, are you the king of sloth or the king of sex? Why did it always appear at this time? Can we do it another time? Chun Zhao complained. Does it matter? This affects the mood, you know. All right, I'll wait for you to finish. I'll discuss it with you later. Chun Zhao was working on Fei Lai. He thought that he could devote himself wholeheartedly now. Belia's voice rang out again. I heard you did Lucifer a big favor. Didn't I say to discuss it later? I'm not discussing posture with you. That won't do either. All right, I'll wait for you to finish. Chun Zhao didn't stop until Fei Lai was exhausted. Is it okay now? Belia's voice sounded on time. Do you have a stopwatch? Chun Zhao was speechless. How many positions haven't you tried with me? Let's continue. How did you know about this? My foundation is all over hell. If I want to know, there's nothing I don't know. Even if it's something that happens around Lucifer. Normally, I won't spy on what happens around him. After all, he's stronger than me. I have to maintain enough respect for him. Then why did you suddenly have a sudden impulse to spy on him this time? I had no choice. His subordinate kept screaming, damn human. My foundation seeped into his brain, and I knew what happened to him. Chun Zhao was curious about what foundation Belia was talking about. You want to know what foundation is? No. Even if he did, he wouldn't admit it. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Belia didn't seem to understand Chun Zhao's words. It's an extension of my power. It's like air. It's everywhere. Unless it's a demon king on the same level as me, other demons will be affected by my foundation. If I want to, I can order them to do anything for me, even if it means suicide. What about me? If I enter hell, will your foundation be able to affect me? You're an anomaly, but it's because you're an anomaly that you're especially obvious in my senses. Are you interested in what I've done? Can't you see what I've done through my eyes? Do I need to go through my foundation? I can only sense it when you're having sex with a woman, because that's how we're connected. Chun Zhao didn't know how he should face this either. When will you come to hell? Or I can summon you now. I'm starting to miss you. We could try a new position. Chun Zhao was shocked. Fei Lai, who'd been resting her arm on his chest, opened her eyes slightly. What's wrong? Nothing, just a nightmare. Chun Zhao comforted her. Fei Lai rolled her eyes. She retracted her arm and turned to go back to sleep. No, I'm going to rest at home for a few days, Chun Zhao said to Belia. If you want, find a banana yourself. I don't need inferior products. Chun Zhao was speechless. Is your foundation the demonic realm? Yes and no. What do you mean? Simply put, it's something more advanced. If you come to hell next time, we can discuss this while doing business. Why do I have to wait until I go to hell? Can't we do it now? Our connection is weakening again. If you're willing to hug that woman next to you again, we can continue talking. Forget it. Let's talk next time. I'm going to sleep. Finally, I'll help you sleep. No. Chun Zhao didn't even have a chance to resist. There was only one last thought in his mind. Wasn't the power of a demon king unable to affect the real world? Then Chun Zhao completely lost consciousness. When Chun Zhao opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. You're awake? Get up and eat. Fei Lai walked into the bedroom and saw Chun Zhao standing up. Chapter 1686. Hi, Mr. Chun, long time no see. Where have you been these days? Kalon came to Mingyue Villa. New Orleans, Chun Zhao said. Let's go. Let's spar for a bit. By then, Kalon had already put on his boxing suit. New Orleans? I heard that many big things have happened in New Orleans recently. First, the explosion on the artificial island at Lake Pontchartrain, then the serial murders. Kalon was very interested in this topic. Mr. Chun, do you know any inside stories that haven't been reported in the news? Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. But I won't tell you. Disappointed, Kalon bumped fists with Chun Zhao. Then Chun Zhao started his usual punching routine. I haven't seen you for a few days. You've improved a lot in using magic. Did you go on a mission again? Mr. Chun, I'm not alone, Kalon said. I know 2 spiritualists and went with them. Are you sure it's not a trap? Definitely not. Tell me their names. I'll investigate for you. Kalon had known since the last incident. He already knew that Chun Zhao was very powerful in L.A. He was also willing to trust Chun Zhao. Kalon told Chun Zhao the names of the 2 spiritualists and immediately told him about them. Just then, an old car drove into Mingyue Villa. Portia walked into the villa. Miss Fei Lai, hello. Portia, hello. Please sit. Where's the owner? He's boxing on the beach. Portia walked to the front yard and saw that Chun Zhao was sparring with someone. To be honest, when Portia came to Mingyue Villa for the first time, she was really shocked by the extremely luxurious villa. This was her second time here, and she still couldn't hide her shock. Of course, what surprised her the most were the beasts in Chun Zhao's house. She'd been someone's personal assistant before. That rich man also liked pets. There were 2 leopards at home, but the previous employer's leopards were kept in a cage. Chun Zhao's beasts, on the other hand, were all free to run around. Most importantly, they were actually with the child. Portia felt that Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were definitely the most careless parents. No matter how tame a beast was, it was still a beast. Weren't they afraid that the pets would suddenly go crazy and hurt the children? Portia, you can go play on the beach or take a dip in the sea. All right, I have diving equipment and oxygen tanks at home. Portia was also a little tempted. However, she was also worried that she would be neglecting her duty. Let's go. Just think of it as accompanying me. Chun won't blame you. Fei Lai could see that Portia was tempted. All right, for Portia, diving was an expensive activity. After all, in some coastal projects, diving for half an hour would cost more than $200. Chun Zhao's house had the most advanced and expensive diving equipment. Portia had been worried that there wouldn't be 2 sets of diving equipment for women. However, when Fei Lai opened the storage compartment, a voice suddenly rang out. Only then did Portia realize that her worries were completely unnecessary. There were about 10 sets of diving equipment and oxygen cylinders neatly arranged in the cabin. Chun Zhao didn't need this equipment. Fei Lai wasn't the only one who could use the equipment. Usually, when Chun Zhao's friends came over to play, it would come in handy when they wanted to dive. Portia was actually a beginner in diving. She had only dived once in her life. However, she could still recognize how expensive all this diving equipment was. Her previous employer had one too. He'd shown it off to her before. Choose a mouthpiece that you're comfortable with. Fei Lai was a member of the coastal rescue team. Plus, she had a professional diving license. Thus, she knew the precautions for diving very well. After explaining a few things to Portia, she took Portia into the sea. Actually, diving wasn't difficult. At least, amateur divers didn't need a license. Only deep diving required a professional diving license. As long as it wasn't more than 20 meters deep, it was basically safe. Of course, Fei Lai wouldn't take Portia deep diving. This was an undamaged area. Therefore, the underwater scenery here was exceptionally beautiful. Portia was almost mesmerized by the picturesque underwater scenery. It was too beautiful. Schools of fish and colorful coral reefs. Just then, a black shadow loomed over Portia's head. At first, Portia didn't notice it. But suddenly, the schools of fish around her disappeared. When they looked up, they saw a huge fish belly above their heads. Portia was so scared that her mouthpiece fell out. Seawater instantly poured into her mouth. Fei Lai hurriedly picked up the mouthpiece and stuffed it into Portia's mouth. Fei Lai waved her hand and held Portia's hand, comforting her uneasiness and fear. By then, Old Guan had already circled around and was in front of them. Portia was so scared that she wanted to run. Fei Lai pulled her back. Old Guan was already in front of them. Fei Lai reached out to touch his body. Portia was stunned. This was the most ferocious beast in the sea. Fei Lai wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she took the initiative to touch it. Oh my God, this great white shark didn't attack Fei Lai. Fei Lai gestured at Portia, asking her if she wanted to come and try. Portia gave it a wide berth. She didn't want to be close to a great white shark. Fei Lai waved her hand. The shark swam away and didn't disturb them again. After traveling for more than 40 minutes and using up 3/4 of the oxygen, Fei Lai brought Portia back to the yacht. Miss Fei Lai, aren't you afraid of that great white shark? Even though they were back on the yacht, Portia was still scared. That big guy won't hurt people, Fei Lai said calmly. But it's a shark. It's our child. Portia was speechless. She didn't think that an adult great white shark was a child. Great white sharks were definitely the sharks that killed the most people in the shark family. Apart from tiger sharks, no other sharks could compete with it. They might not like the taste of human flesh, but they like to bite people. After returning to the villa, Portia's emotions gradually calmed down. Chun Zhao was already there. He glanced at the two girls. Did you go diving? Yes. Portia was scared by Old Guan. Chun Zhao glanced at Portia. Pack up. We're going out later. Okay, boss. You're going out? Are you coming back for dinner? Fei Lai asked. I should be back soon. I'm going to sign the contract. Steven, Rasfa, and I will sign the box office share and number of showtimes with Bath Corporation. Chapter 1687. Huh? Steven and Rasfa aren't here yet? Chun Zhao sat in the conference room of Bath Corporation. Steven had told Chun Zhao to sign the contract, but he was late. I hope it won't affect the signing, Chun Zhao mumbled. Portia stood beside Chun Zhao. She looked at Chun Zhao's unsightly posture. Boss, shouldn't you be more serious? After all, this was a formal place, not a roadside stall. Chun Zhao leaning against the chair like this was too unsightly. Portia was confused. What contract was Chun Zhao here to sign? She knew about Bath Corporation, the largest theater company in North America. It could even be called the largest theater chain in the world. Portia was curious. What business did Chun Zhao have to cooperate with Bath Corporation? Just then, Kefui Bus walked in. Kefui Bus walked in with a domineering attitude. Her expression was even colder. Her gaze was like a sword as she pointed at Portia. Who are you? Security, get her out of here. Wait, I'm... Portia hurriedly waved her hands and turned to look at Chun Zhao. She hoped that Chun Zhao could explain the situation. I don't know her. Chun Zhao turned his head away. Portia was dumbfounded. How could you trick your own assistant like that? Suddenly, Kefui Bus laughed again. Are you kidding, miss? Are you Chen's personal assistant? Portia's emotions were really high. She felt like she was about to collapse. Both of them seemed to be very unreliable people. Both Kefui Bus and Chun Zhao were very unreliable. Miss Kefui, call me Bus. Bus, Steven and Rasfa aren't here yet, so we might have to delay the signing, Chun Zhao said. No need to wait for them, Kefui Bus said. Kefui Base said, the two of them have already brought the power of attorney. You can be fully responsible for signing the contract. Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. The power of attorney they'd given him was in your hands? What were Steven and Rasfa doing? Chun Zhao picked up the power of attorney and looked. Then he dialed Steven's number. Steven, you and Rasfa aren't coming. We're busy, so we can't go. Anyway, the details have already been confirmed. You just need to sign now. Fuck, Chun Zhao cursed. Portia felt that her boss was too unreliable. He was talking on the phone in front of his business partner, and he was so outspoken. But then he looked at Kefui Base. Kefui Bath was still smiling. She didn't seem to blame or angry at all. Their relationship seemed to be very good, very familiar. Chun Zhao put down the phone and shrugged at Kefui Base. Okay, Buzz, where's the contract? Let's sign the contract. Kefui Bus placed the contract before Chun Zhao, her eyes fixed on Chun Zhao. Without even looking at the contract, Chun Zhao signed his name. Aren't you going to look at the contract? No need, Chun Zhao said confidently. You won't scam me for a few $1 million. Even if Kefui Base wanted to trick Chun Zhao and tamper with the contract, it would only be a few $1,000,000 at most. But the price was that the Bath Group's reputation would be ruined. If a company lost credibility, then the company would face more than tens of millions of dollars in losses. Kefui Base had a net worth of several billion US dollars, most of which was Base Corporation shares. Therefore, she would definitely not do such a loss-making transaction. Of course, there was another important reason: their friendship. Chun Zhao didn't like the kind where he signed a contract with a friend and a bunch of lawyers would read it. Back then, when Chun Zhao, Stephen, and Rasfa had negotiated a contract, they just randomly drafted a document and then signed it. They didn't bring a lawyer or even an assistant. Moreover, they negotiated and signed a contract while all of them were drunk. If it was just a business cooperation, there would be no friendship. For example, when Chun Zhao ordered a super yacht from Seagate Yachts, Chun Zhao had Alex read the contract from beginning to end to make sure there were no clauses that were disadvantageous to him. Portia felt that her boss was too ridiculous. Who signed a contract like this? Even if he didn't bring a lawyer, he should at least read the contract himself. If you're lazy, I can do it for you. Who would just take out a contract and sign it? Chun Zhao pushed the contract to Kefui Base. Kefui Base also signed her name. Chun, to celebrate our cooperation, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Kefui Base didn't care that there was a third person in the meeting room. She looked at Chun Zhao teasingly. Base, I have other plans tonight. Let's arrange another time. Okay, let's do it this weekend. Don't stand me up. As if she didn't understand Chun Zhao's hidden meaning, Kefui Base directly set a time with Chun Zhao. Okay, Portia, remember to remind me about the meal with Base this weekend. Yes, boss. If you don't want to come, don't push the responsibility to this cute girl, Kefui Base reminded. Chun Zhao was speechless. He really did plan to do that. When the weekend came, he'd use Portia not telling him as an excuse to forget about the meal. Portia stared at Chun Zhao in shock. She realized that Chun Zhao really did plan to do that. He was using her as an excuse. Of course not. Even if Portia doesn't remember, I'll remember it. Chun Zhao smiled awkwardly. Kefui Base had exposed his plan in front of him. Even if Chun Zhao forgot, he still had to go. It was Portia's first time seeing how shameless her boss was. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I won't disturb your work. Are you that unwilling to chat with me? Kefui Base stared at Chun Zhao, resentment in her eyes. Of course not. I just don't want to disturb your work. Even I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Actually, I have something else. Stephen and Rasfa, those two old things, are definitely waiting for news. I need to tell them. Something that can be solved with a phone call, Kefui Base mumbled. Chun Zhao stood up helplessly. It's better to say this face to face. Okay. Don't forget about the weekend. Chun Zhao escaped from the Base Corporation's headquarters in a sorry state. Portia was filled with resentment toward Chun Zhao. The guy completely treated her as a scapegoat. Get in the car. What are you waiting for? I'll go home myself. I'm not planning on sending you home. Don't think too much. Your car is still at my house. I'm taking you home, and you can drive back yourself. Chapter 1688. Portia was annoyed. She would throw a tantrum with Chun Zhao sometimes. But as his personal assistant, she would always be the weaker one. After Chun Zhao parked the car, he watched Portia get into her own car. Portia, you better get another car. As my assistant, you're driving a car like this. You're embarrassing me. Portia looked at the row of luxury cars in Chun Zhao's garage. She couldn't help but feel excited. Was Chun Zhao going to give her a car? Or maybe lend it to her? I'll lend you money to buy a new car. I hope you'll at least drive a brand new car next time. Portia was disappointed. Boss, my car is secondhand, but it's 80% new. Chun Zhao went up and kicked the front of the car. With a clang, the bumper fell off. Are you sure it's 80% new? Portia wanted to cry. Damn, that secondhand car shop played me. She had no idea that Chun Zhao's kick was completely unreasonable. Blood Mary, are you in Los Angeles now? Yes. Can you come and pick me up? In this world, there were very few people who could be picked up by Blood Mary personally. Coincidentally, this old man from China was one of them. Zhang Tianyi had a goatee. He was 120 years old, but his hair was still thick and black. He wore a suit and round-framed sunglasses. He held a pair of jade balls in his right hand. No one could have imagined that the old man in front of them was one of the most powerful figures in the world of spirits. Dragon Tiger Mountain's celestial master sect, Zhang Tianyi. What was Zhang Tianyi's status in the world? He'd seen more world leaders than the current leaders of China. Most of the time, it was the world leaders who begged to see him. For example, the people sent by the Japanese government had almost knelt in front of Zhang Tianyi's house. Zhang Tianyi had tried to chase them away with a broom several times, but they were too shameless. "I won't leave even if you chase me away. Kill me if you can." Anyway, that was how it was. Behind him were two men in black suits and sunglasses. They looked like bodyguards. In fact, they were all Zhang Tianyi's disciples. "Dao Yi, take a picture for me," Zhang Tianyi ordered. Dao Yi took the phone and was about to take a picture of Zhang Tianyi. "Wait, this angle is not good. Keep some distance, or you'll make my face bigger." Not long after, the 23rd generation Blood Mary arrived. However, a large number of FBI officers also came with them, and they immediately blocked the exit. Zhang Tianyi's grand disciples, Dao Yi and Dao Air, immediately assumed a fighting stance. "What are you guys doing?" Dao Air Chong was big and burly, but he was also a simple-minded person. He thought the policemen were here to harm them. At this time, the 23rd generation Blood Mary walked over. "Stop. They mean no harm." Zhang Tianyi waved his hand and walked toward the 23rd Blood Mary. "Blood Mary, Dao Master." The two of them solemnly cupped their hands and bowed to each other. Then, Zhang Tianyi dropped his solemn posture and put one hand on the shoulder of the 23rd generation Blood Mary. "Blood Mary, why did you call so many people over?" "I didn't call them. They listened in on our conversation and knew that you came to Los Angeles, so they all came over." "Blood Mary," he said helplessly. She turned to look at the two young people behind Zhang Tianyi. "Are they your grand disciples or great-grand disciples?" "They are Dao Yi and Dao Air," Zhang Tianyi introduced casually. He was the one who came up with these two Taoist names. Zhang Tianyi was from the Tian generation, and his Taoist name was Tian, which meant that he was Taoist Tianyi. Dao Yi. Blood Mary was stunned. He's related to Dao Yi and Xiuhua. Dao Yi and Xiuhua were of the same generation as them. Back then, they could be said to be the most supreme beings in the entire spiritual world. Now, only the two of them were left. The others of the same generation could not escape death. Dao Yi and Xiuhua's grandson. Coincidentally, our Dragon Tiger Mountain has reached the Dao generation, so we gave him his grandfather's Taoist name. "Is it because you're lazy?" the 23rd generation Blood Mary asked suspiciously. "Let's change the topic." Zhang Tianyi looked at the little girl behind Blood Mary Mana. "This is little Mary, right? I saw it more than 10 years ago." "Greetings, Dao Master." Mana Blood Mary didn't dare to act like a princess in front of Zhang Tianyi, although Zhang Tianyi was younger than his grandmother by a generation. However, they were of the same generation. Moreover, she had heard from her grandmother that Zhang Tianyi was stronger than her. The supreme existence of Taoism. He had vanquished countless demons and devils in his life. "Mana, you go with Dao 1 and Dao 2. I'll ride with Dao Sovereign," said the 23rd Blood Mary. Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation Blood Mary got into the same car, and the 23rd generation was the one driving. "Blood Mary, are you sure you won't take me to the ditch? As long as I open my sky eye, I can see through the darkness. Are you still afraid that my old eyes won't work?" 23rd generation said, as if it was a fact. Zhang Tianyi could only buckle his seatbelt. "Have you agreed to help the Japanese?" "I'm thinking about it," Zhang Tianyi said. "There's a kid in Los Angeles. He's about the same age as your grand disciple, but he's already on par with us." 23rd generation said, "He's from the Han territory. Do you know which sect he's from?" "Are you sure?" Zhang Tianyi's eyes flashed. "I've met him before. I can only confirm that he's from the strengthening sect. His body is almost invincible. There's also a dragon head in his house. He must have slaughtered it recently. He's quite bold. Isn't he afraid that the dragons will come to him? I don't know what he's thinking. To be honest, Even people like Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation, even if they had the means to slaughter a dragon, even if they killed a dragon, they wouldn't dare to brazenly place the dragon head in front of their house. That would be a provocative act. Take me to see him. I know about the techniques of his sex in China. Zhang Tianyi also wanted to see this genius. After all, their generation was already old. If they didn't have a pillar, they would probably have to wait for another few hundred years. And there might not even be one person at their level in a few hundred years. Their generation could be said to be competing with each other. If there could be another top figure among the younger generation in China, it would be immeasurable for the inheritance of the spiritual world in China. It could even strengthen China's position as the leader of the spiritual world. Although China was recognized as the leader of the spiritual world, but there were still many challenges. If there could be another peerless master at the Shangqing level, it would be an exciting thing for the entire spiritual world in China. Chapter 1689. In the morning, a few uninvited guests came to Chen Zhao's house. Blood Mary was still as arrogant as ever. Brother Dao, that's the rude guy I told you about. Help me teach him a lesson later. Dao and Dao weren't hot-headed girls like Blood Mary. Ever since they'd arrived at Mingyue Villa, they'd felt that this place wasn't normal. Moreover, the 23rd generation and their grandmaster all had serious expressions on their faces. The 23rd generation even looked a little frightened, because the current Chen Zhao was completely different from the last two times she'd seen him. Zhang Tianyi had thought that he was already the most powerful person in the world. But today, he finally understood what it meant by there's always someone better than you out there. But then again, he wouldn't be surprised if the person was an old man who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Huaxiao was vast and full of resources. There were countless talented people. It wasn't strange to see one or two old monsters occasionally. But now, he realized that the person was actually a young man in his 20s. So young that it made his hair stand on end. Even Dao, he was 3 or 4 years older than Chen Zhao. But now, this young man was on equal footing with them. No, even during the confrontation just now. Zhang Tianyi and Blood Mary had worked together to barely stop Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. Zhang Tianyi cupped his hands and smiled. Sir, how should I address you? One shouldn't hit a smiling person. Apart from the confrontation when they'd met, the old man had shown enough respect. I'm Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi smiled. Mr. Chen, you have traces of the Qingyi sex techniques on you. But as far as I know, the Qingyi sex techniques can't reach this level. Have you cultivated other techniques? I've inherited the Qingyi sex techniques. Chen Zhao didn't deny it. After all, Chen Zhao had benefited from the Qingyi sect before, so it was natural for him to promote the Qingyi sect. Even if Chen Zhao wasn't the Qingyi sect disciple, he couldn't say that he had nothing to do with the Qingyi sect. If Chen Zhao said that, he would be too heartless. Chen Zhao didn't plan to burn the bridge after crossing it. But because I'm lacking in techniques, I have to figure it out on my own after reaching ultimate. Plus some miraculous encounters. I've made some progress. Fuck, you call this progress? Do you have any misunderstandings about the phrase small success? Zhang Tianyi didn't know how to respond. However, he didn't doubt Chen Zhao's answer. Although Longhu Mountain had a complete set of techniques, there was no instruction on breaking through to the Shangqing realm. Similarly, Zhang Tianyi had only managed to break through to the Prime Clarity realm after some fortuitous encounters. Not only him, but even the 23rd generation next to him felt the same. However, Chen Zhao's cultivation was a little too high. Mr. Chen, how about we spar? Forget it. Old Mr. Zhang, if you want to fight with me, you'd better comprehend the spiritual energy of heaven and earth first. If you haven't comprehended the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I'm afraid you won't be able to hurt me even if I stand still. Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation both gasped. One had to admit that Chen Zhao's words were too arrogant. Insanely arrogant. I can't even hurt him if I stand still. Both of them were the top spiritualists in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a peerless expert. But now, Chen Zhao was saying that they couldn't hurt him even if he stood still. What do you mean by spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The two didn't argue with Chen Zhao. It was an established fact that Chen Zhao was stronger than them. But Chun Zhao's words clearly showed that he was in a higher realm than them. Miss 23rd, can I borrow your alternate space for a while? My pleasure. The 23rd generation instantly activated the alternate space. He directly excluded everyone else. Only Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were included. One had to admit that the 23rd generation was very good at using this spell. Even Chun Zhao was far inferior to the 23rd generation. Being close to the spiritual energy of the world is something I comprehended from a fairy. Although the fairies are not strong individually and can even be said to be very weak for people of our level, they have an innate talent for being close to the spiritual energy of the world. Chun Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation felt that the elements around them were sucked dry. Then, Chun Zhao cast the giant miracle god. A 5-meter-tall giant appeared before Zhang Tianyi and the 23rd generation. The two of them sucked in a cold breath. Chun Zhao's aura was completely different from before. Before, Chun Zhao's aura had already overshadowed their combined strength. But now, Chun Zhao was more than 10 times weaker than them. In other words, it's controlling the power of heaven and earth, Chun Zhao said. I mainly train my body, so the way I can get close to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is to guide it into my body. It's similar to the unity of heaven and man in novels. As long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth doesn't dry up, my power won't dry up. Is this your strongest state right now? Chun Zhao shook his head. No, I have other ways to increase my power. If I use them all, I can increase my power by several times on top of this. How's your destructive power in your strongest state? It should be easy to destroy a small town. I can change the geological structure in a small area. As for defense, last time, I was slightly injured in the center of a 5,000-ton explosion. That's about my limit. The two of them sucked in a deep breath again. They had already evaluated Chun Zhao's combat ability. But after hearing Chun Zhao's honest explanation, they were still astonished. With your current abilities, I'm afraid you're almost at the level of the legendary gods, right? There's no comparison in the real world, so I'm not sure. Mr. Chun, do you know that the seal on the Stone of Slaughter in Japan has been broken? I heard that. My subordinates plan to go there and take a look, Chun Zhao said. It's said that the fox demon sealed in the Stone of Slaughter also has earth-shattering power. I think you're not that far from it. You want me to fight with that fox demon? Of course, if you are willing to compete, there should be no one who can stop you. The risk is not small. Moreover, it is not good to take the initiative to break the seal. However, according to my estimation, the seal on the Stone of Slaughter is about to be broken. Zhang Tianyi said with a profound meaning. 1,000 years ago, the Onmyoji in Japan could seal the fox demon. It's not impossible now, right? Do you think that they were able to seal it on their own? Wasn't it? Back then, the Xianmen from Han also went east to help. That fox demon is probably about the same as the powerful monsters sealed in our country. Chapter 1690. The seal of the Stone of Slaughter didn't matter to Chun Zhao, even if the supernatural organization wanted to accept the mission. However, this mission was not mandatory. If it exceeded the value of the reward, he could just give up. But for the Japanese government, it would be a disaster. According to Zhang Tianyi's guess, if the fox demon was as strong as him, the conditions to defeat him were probably similar to Chun Zhao's. In terms of modern weapons, nuclear weapons or super bombs could be used. But using super weapons with shocking destructive power would first cause impact and damage. Secondly, if the fox demon ran to a densely populated area, the two options would be useless. No government could drop a bomb in a densely populated area. So, in the end, he still had to solve it through the spiritual world. That was the most practical way. Chun Zhao thought about it, considering the pros and cons. What can I get if I help? If it was in China, Chun Zhao would have to consider if people would die. But it was in Japan. Chun Zhao didn't plan on doing voluntary work. How much do you want? I don't want money. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Unless the Japanese government asks for $10 billion, but that's impossible. Zhang Tianyi also knew that although some things could be solved with money, it was indeed the most ideal result. But Chun Zhao asked for $10 billion right off the bat. It wasn't something the Japanese government could afford. Then what do you want? Don't Japan have 3 holy artifacts? I want that. Kusanagi sword, Yasakani no Magatama, and Yada no Kagami? You're thinking too much. To them, it's the symbol of their Amaterasu god. How can they give it to you? Apart from that, I can't think of anything else, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. To be honest, Chun Zhao also didn't know what to do with the 3 things. But when they invaded China, Japan had taken many things from China. It wasn't too much for him to ask for 1 or 2 national treasures, right? Yes, definitely not. It didn't matter what they were. What was important was the symbolism. If you really want it, I can help you negotiate, Zhang Tianyi said. At least we can negotiate for 1. Oh, don't tell them I want it, Chun Zhao said. Don't tell anyone that I want it. Chun Zhao was afraid that the Japanese government would regret it and ask him for it. Chun Zhao wasn't a loner. His family and the supernatural society would be affected. Once it involved the dialogue between countries, he would have no right to speak. Therefore, Chun Zhao's idea was to let Zhang Tianyi take the blame. He was so keen to convince himself. Most likely, he didn't get any benefits either, even though he didn't care about most of the threats in the world anymore. But Chun Zhao couldn't fight the government head-on. No matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to go against the government, unless Chun Zhao wanted to become a mountain king one day. However, it was not easy to be the king of the mountain. Sooner or later, he would become a thorn in the government side, just like the demon fox Tamamonome from 1,000 years ago. Chun Zhao felt that there shouldn't be anyone on the same level as him in that era. But in the end, it still ended up being sealed. If she chose the same path as him, perhaps Tamamonome's fate was a good example for him. Chun Zhao only wanted to get benefits secretly. He couldn't bear the burden of this mine. Zhang Tianyi could handle it. His seniority, his prestige, his influence, and even the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master sect behind him. All of them could make the Japanese government flinch. In this era's spiritual world, the boundaries between countries were already very blurry. There weren't any battles between spiritualists from different countries like in novels. At least, Chun Zhao had never heard of such a thing. The spiritual world was more like an academic world. The various sects and forces were all institutions of higher learning. There were academic exchanges between them, but there were also conflicts. But most of it was normal competition. He hadn't heard of a country having a powerful treasure and then spiritualists from other countries going there to fight. Of course, the ultimate influence of the spiritual world was still the government. The government was also an existence that no spiritualist could ignore. Chun Zhao was hired by the Supernatural Society and became its president. It was like an academically poor university that needed a professor to be their tutor or dean. The Supernatural Society was also influenced by the government. Also, most of the members of the Supernatural organization were Americans. They admired Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao couldn't let them betray their country just because of their admiration. Chun Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, and 23rd Jin talked a lot. Basically, it was to expand his network. These are the 2 most powerful spiritualists in the East and West. There were only benefits to being on good terms with them. Even if they couldn't be friends, they didn't want to be enemies. As for whether they could understand the method to get close to the elements, that would depend on their own luck. But Chun Zhao didn't have high hopes for it, because this was Chun Zhao's personal train of thought and method. It might not be suitable for them. They were at the end of their path. Chun Zhao provided his train of thought to them. Whether or not they could walk their own path was their business. 23rd Jin removed the alternate dimension, and the 3 appeared before everyone. Dao 1, Dao Air, come here. Grandmaster, this is Mr. Chun. He's a very powerful person. Anyway, he's only stronger than me. If you interact with him in the future, don't be rude. Zhang Tianyi didn't speak in a proper manner, but he pointed out Chun Zhao's importance. If I die and you encounter something you can't solve, ask Mr. Chun for help. After all, we're all from China. I think Mr. Chun will give us a discount. Zhang Tianyi's words seemed frivolous, but he was actually pointing out the key points for Dao 1 and Dao Air. The 2 were surprised by Zhang Tianyi's words, but they definitely wouldn't refute Zhang Tianyi. In their hearts, Zhang Tianyi was their sky. Mr. Chun, if you want to read the books of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters sect, just tell me. Before Chen Zhao could be happy, Zhang Tianyi added, we'll also give you a discount. Puffed. He didn't have the demeanor of an otherworldly master at all. Actually, Zhang Tianyi's meaning was obvious. Helping each other was beneficial for everyone. Zhang Tianyi wasn't asking for a discount. He was implying that they could interact more. If Chen Zhao wanted to read the books of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters sect, he wouldn't have to pay anything. He would owe them a favor. This was Zhang Tianyi's shrewdness. He was completely different from 23rd Jin. 23rd Jin wanted to build a relationship with Chen Zhao and also wanted to get his granddaughter to be his student. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyi wanted to use interaction to tie down this relationship. Chapter 1691. 23rd generation was also in a daze. She also realized that her previous conversation with Chen Zhao was a strategic mistake. She had planned to take advantage of her seniority and force her granddaughter, Mana, to be Chen Zhao's student. But Chen Zhao didn't appreciate it all. In addition, their first interaction was based on the trade of eating fruits. If Jin 23 had given Chen Zhao the alternate dimension spell without hesitation, Chen Zhao would have died. Chen Zhao would definitely appreciate it. Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, was different. Although he said it was a transaction, he still had to charge a fee. In reality, he was trying to establish a friendship. Was the Taoist scripture of the Longhu Mountain Celestial Master sect something that just anyone could read? Not to mention that he was an outsider. However, Zhang Tianyi stated that he was willing to open it up to Chen Zhao, as long as Chen Zhao was willing to accept this favor. In that case, their relationship would become even closer in the future. Actually, at their level, they didn't need much money. Who didn't have a plot of land? Zhang Tianyi was just short of asking for half a library card. If Longhu Mountain Celestial Master sect was in trouble in the future, in that case, Chen Zhao wouldn't just stand by and watch. Of course, it would be best if he didn't return the favor. Chen Zhao would owe him a favor forever. Huaxia's supernatural world was powerful, but it also had its fair share of troubles. For example, the demonic aura of the Demon King from 20 years ago leaked out from a seal. Just the leakage of demonic aura had caused a major incident. In other countries and regions, it was considered common for major incidents to occur once every few hundred years. However, it only happened once every few decades in Huaxia. Moreover, each major event was scarier than the last. Once he lost control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Europe was also a place where major events frequently occurred. Therefore, the 23rd generation also hoped that there would be a sufficiently powerful guardian after his death. It was unknown whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, but in the nearly 150 years of the 23rd generation's life, there had never been a truly significant event in Europe. But according to probability, the older the European region was, the higher the probability of a major event. Without a strong enough guardian, it would be impossible. Thus, when they encountered a major incident, they would often have to rely on their lives to fill in the gap. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in being someone's guardian. If the incident happened in China, as a Chinese, he would be responsible for it. If it happened in LA, Chen Zhao would take action too, because he felt that Los Angeles was his territory. Whoever behaved atrociously here was not giving him face. But if it was somewhere else, Chen Zhao would be asking for something. One wrong step was followed by many more. XCI sighed. His initial attitude was wrong. Subconsciously, she still thought that Chen Zhao was her junior. But in fact, putting aside the age difference, they were not superiors or subordinates, nor were they seniors or juniors. Although Dao Yi and Dao Er were young, they were not arrogant. They were considered the leaders of the Dao generation and were nurtured as successors. It was impossible for them to provoke someone who even Zhang Tianyi admired. He didn't believe that Chen Zhao could reach Zhang Tianyi's level, but they wouldn't express it. Therefore, they were very respectful to him. After talking for a while, everyone bid farewell. Just as he left, Porsche came. Chen Zhao watched as Porsche drove the brand new car. "Boss, this is my new car. What do you think?" "Not bad. Accompany Fei Lai at noon. I'm going out. Don't you need me to follow you?" Porsche asked. No need. Chun Zhao was going to the supernatural organization, so it wasn't convenient for Portia to follow. Chun Zhao drove to the supernatural organization. There weren't many people in the headquarters today. Only a few people were there, and most of them were in the Tower of Trials. Chun Zhao entered West's office. President. West stood up from his desk. I have something to tell you. Huh? What is it? Didn't we decide on 3 blood red missions? There might be changes to the Japanese's Stone of Slaughter. What's wrong? I received accurate news that the demon fox sealed in the Stone of Slaughter might be unsealed. It seems to be an irreversible process, Chun Zhao said. West jumped in fright. As someone from the supernatural world, he had heard of the Stone of Slaughter. Then we'll give up on this mission? Don't get involved. Also, Zhang Tianyi from Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master Sect will help me negotiate with the Japanese government. If they agree to my conditions, I'll do it. What conditions? I want their 3 legendary divine artifacts. West almost choked on his own saliva. Japan's 3 divine weapons were legendary items that resounded like thunder throughout the world. President, the Japanese government won't agree to it. I don't plan on helping, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. If it's just a small monster, I'll just treat it as a vacation. But it's the legendary demon fox. Even I'll be in great danger. I won't go without any benefits. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Mr. Chun, the Japanese government agreed. They gave us the Yasakani no Magatama. But this time, it was Chun Zhao's turn to choke. They really agreed? Yes. I asked to receive it in advance. Otherwise, I won't do it. They're planning to give us the Yasakani no Magatama in advance. Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. Zhang Tianyi had left less than 2 hours ago, but he'd already negotiated? Mr. Zhang, how did you negotiate? Why did they agree so easily? Actually, their original plan was to use the Yasakani no Magatama as my reward. So when I called them, they didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Chun Zhao was completely speechless. Zhang Tianyi said, Mr. Chun, you won't regret it, right? I've already agreed to it. Okay, I understand. I'll go once I get the item. Chun Zhao hung up and looked up at West. Scratching his head, he said helplessly, Get ready. We're going to Japan this month. No way. The Japanese government is really going to give us the divine artifact as reward? West's face was also filled with disbelief. It can't be. Is the Japanese government really going to use the divine weapon as a reward? West's face was also filled with disbelief. When he made this request, he didn't think that the Japanese government would agree. But Chun Zhao didn't think that the Japanese government would agree to it. In the end, the Japanese government had already planned to give him the Yasakani no Magatama as reward. But he'd already said it, and Zhang Tianyi and the Japanese government had already negotiated. It was too late for Chun Zhao to regret now. President, when are we going? Probably in 2 weeks. I'll get the divine artifact first. Also, don't tell anyone else. Yes, I know. Chapter 1692. For a country, sovereignty wasn't just territory. National treasures were also a part of sovereignty. No country was willing to give their national treasure to an outsider, even if it was only symbolic. The Kusanagi sword, the Yasakani no Magatama, and the Yada no Kagami were like that. They were enshrined in the Japanese palace. They had no practical use. But to anyone, even to the royal family, it was supreme. But it wasn't impossible to give them. If they could avert an upheaval or a disaster, that is, those in power were still willing to give. No matter which country or government, there were people who were absolutely rational. For example, Chun Zhao was a rational person. If his family was threatened, he was willing to give everything. The Japanese government was the same. Some people opposed it, while others agreed. More people agreed too. Of course, very few people knew about this deal. Only the Prime Minister and the royal family knew. Actually, their deal with Zhang Tianyi had an additional condition. Zhang Tianyi, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master Sect, and the Chinese government couldn't announce this. They, on the other hand, had to put a fake in the palace. As for fooling Zhang Tianyi with a fake, they didn't think that a fake could fool Zhang Tianyi. A week later, a metal box was delivered to Chun Zhao after a few rounds of transfer. The moment Chun Zhao opened the box, a jade-colored Magatama floated out of it. Chen Zhao pinched the Magatama and looked at it carefully. Is this the Yasukani no Magatama? Just from the surface, it looked like an ancient jade that had lost its luster. Its shape was also completely different from the jade carvings that Chinese people liked. There was also a hole at one end of the Magatama. Someone had once used this as a pendant. That was why it was pierced. Holding the Magatama, Chen Zhao felt even more. This was just a fucking internal alchemy. Not only that, it wasn't like old turtles. It was a god's internal alchemy. It was exactly the same as Chen Zhao's. Most importantly, this internal alchemy was also non-elemental. Chen Zhao couldn't help but wonder if the supreme god in Japan was also a non-elemental god. Chen Zhao held the Magatama in silence for a long time. Zhang Tianyi sat across from him and didn't speak either. Mr. Chen, did you discover something? Chen Zhao looked up at Zhang Tianyi. What about you? I noticed something unusual about this Magatama, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Suddenly, Chen Zhao clenched his fist very hard. Zhang Tianyi raised an eyebrow. This Magatama wasn't hard. At the very least, it couldn't block Chen Zhao's strength. Chen Zhao was probably going to crush the Magatama into powder. It was a national treasure of Japan. Even if you hate the Japanese, you don't have to be so wasteful. In fact, Chen Zhao wanted to crush the Magatama into powder. Chen Zhao was very sure that this was a relic of an ancient god. If Chen Zhao was a monster, he could just swallow the Magatama and absorb it. But Chen Zhao wasn't a monster. He could only use the mouth of gluttony to absorb the Magatama into his bloodline. Chen Zhao had thought that the Magatama was just a symbol. Perhaps it was created by the rulers of a certain era to fool the people. But now he knew. This was really good stuff. It was just that since ancient times, no one really knew how to make use of it. The real owner of the Magatama was probably much more powerful than Chen Zhao, at least judging from the size of the Magatama. Chen Zhao's inner core was only the size of a thumb now. This Magatama was at least 3 to 4 times the size of Chen Zhao's inner core. Chen Zhao was absorbing the immortal power. His Niden was also growing rapidly. It was much faster than Chen Zhao's cultivation. Soon, Chen Zhao's inner core doubled in size. Chen Zhao didn't expect to receive such an unexpected reward, because they were both non-elemental inner cores. Therefore, Chen Zhao didn't feel repulsed at all. Instead, he felt attracted to her. Chen Zhao had an idea. Mr. Chen, did you destroy the Magatama on purpose because you were worried that the Japanese government would come back? You can say that. Mr. Zhang, why don't you cooperate with me and put on a play? Acting? What are you acting in? Embezzlement, Chen Zhao said. Zhang Tian immediately understood Chen Zhao's intentions. Even if the Japanese government knew that the item was in Dragon Tiger Mountain's Divine Master sect, they might not be willing to leave their national treasure in someone else's house. Therefore, one day, they might come to ask for it back. Perhaps this would happen after Zhang Tianyi reached the end of his life. Then, what would Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect give them? Therefore, if Chen Zhao wanted to completely solve the problem, he had to put on a play. Do you have a way to hide it from others? As long as the 23rd Blood Mary doesn't say anything, it won't be exposed, Chen Zhao said. She won't. She knows what to say and what not to, Zhang Tianyi said confidently. How do you plan to put on a play? You return the thing to Japan, and I'll steal it. Are you sure it's reliable? I have a technique called body clone. Chen Zhao grinned. It definitely won't be exposed. Zhang Tianyi raised an eyebrow. Body clone. This was a legendary mystical spell. Mr. Chen, which sect's legacy is it from? Does Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Masters sect have any interesting spells? Let's exchange. Chen Zhao didn't want an equivalent exchange. If Zhang Tianyi could owe him a favor, why not? Of course, he wouldn't give it away for free. If it's a spell equivalent to this incarnation, we don't have it. However, our Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect still has many interesting spells, such as Divine Strike. Is that the legendary God Invitation? Chen Zhao asked curiously. God Invitation is a trick of the Jianghu. It's the combination of essence, qi, and spirit. It looks like you've been possessed by a god, but you're actually just a little more resistant to beatings. Zhang Tianyi seemed to be a little disdainful of this method. He then said, The divine strike of our Mount Longhu celestial sect uses the power of outer space to temper the body. In scientific terms, it is to transform the body by absorbing cosmic rays. How effective can this be? When the country launched a manned rocket, I went up too. I stayed there for more than 10 days, and my body strengthened several times. You have to go to outer space to cultivate. The cosmic rays are all blocked by the atmosphere. Cultivating God's strike on the ground for more than 10 years might not be as effective as staying there for more than 10 days. Hearing about this spell, Chun Zhao was very happy. He felt that this spell was tailor-made for him. He hadn't been to outer space before, but he could reach the sky. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The air was thin, and the cosmic rays weren't as strong. Chapter 1693. On the surface, Zhang Tianyi had accepted the mission of sealing the killing stone. So, Zhang Tianyi had to go to Japan first. Chun Zhao was waiting for Zhang Tianyi's message. In the past few days, Chun Zhao had been preparing. During cultivation, Chun Zhao had obtained the complete Divine Strike technique from Zhang Tianyi. Divine Strike was a top-notch spell in the Celestial Master's sect, but it wasn't a secret. There were more than 10 people in Mount Longhu's Celestial Master's sect who knew this technique. Outside of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master's sect, there were also a few people who knew this technique. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, exchanged the spell of his avatar. Of course, in terms of value, the clone was definitely more valuable. However, when it came to things like value, different people would have different opinions. Of course, the cultivation requirements for the clone were also higher. This wasn't something that just anyone could train to do. In a few days in Los Angeles, Zhang Tianyi went to Mingwei Villa every day to talk to Chun Zhao. If not for the Japanese government urging Zhang Tianyi probably wouldn't want to leave. To be honest, Zhang Tianyi was also a huge help to Chun Zhao. Zhang Tianyi was a professional. He had the most orthodox inheritance. Chun Zhao was a true, unorthodox person. He knew a little of everything, and he had to figure out himself. Zhang Tianyi's guidance made up for many of Chun Zhao's shortcomings. After receiving Zhang Tianyi's guidance, Chun Zhao felt that he really had to go to the Celestial Master's sect. Chun Zhao was indeed very powerful now. Zhang Tianyi had even been telling him that he was the #1 person in the world. But Chun Zhao didn't even know some basic Taoist things. At night, Chun Zhao rose to an altitude of 30,000 meters. The air here was less than 1/30th of the air on the ground. The cosmic radiation here was 100 times stronger than on the ground. If he went higher, the air would be thinner and the cosmic radiation stronger. But if he went higher, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to handle it. Chun Zhao could breathe in the water because he had evolved the ability to absorb the oxygen in the water. But he hadn't evolved to the point where he could completely break free from oxygen. Plus, he wasn't sure if he could fight against a vacuum environment. Chun Zhao could fly now, but he hadn't truly reached the stage where he could fly. Of course, if it was just holding his breath, he could do it for 2 hours. But he planned to go higher slowly. The first thing to do was to adapt to the altitude of 30,000 meters. Chun Zhao felt that the creator of God's Strike had to be a really awesome person. At the very least, he was at the level of a deity. Of course, it wasn't someone as ignorant as Chun Zhao. This also showed the foundation of the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain. Sometimes, he even thought that he was the first person in history. But reality proved that if Chun Zhao was compared to the ancients, he probably wouldn't even be ranked. Not to mention the ancient times that created legends. Even in the past dynasties, there were probably many great magical powers that could move mountains and fill seas. Who could guarantee that it wouldn't happen in modern society? Humans didn't, but what about other races? For example, what about the giant dragon clan that hibernated in the human world? Absorbing cosmic rays was a very dangerous move for ordinary people. Being exposed to a large amount of radiation was like throwing a person into a microwave oven. However, for those in the enchanting realm, their bodily functions were already far superior to those of ordinary people, and their resistance was 100 times greater than that of ordinary people. 23rd Blood Mary and Zhang Tianyi could also fly, but their bodies were weaker than Chen Zhao's, so they couldn't be exposed to low pressure and lack of oxygen like Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't have this problem. When cosmic rays weren't a fatal threat anymore, they became the source of energy for the body. Chen Zhao thought about it as he cultivated. If one day he was strong enough, would he be able to travel through the universe? Absorbing cosmic rays and absorbing spiritual qi were actually the same concept. They both had to be converted into his own energy. But different from spiritual qi would eventually be converted into immortal power or magic power. When cosmic rays were absorbed into the body, they were completely absorbed by the cells. They were stored in the cells and then strengthened. But Chen Zhao's cells were filled with immortal power. The two types of pure energy didn't repel each other. Instead, they attracted each other, but they didn't mix. After each cell absorbed the energy converted from cosmic rays, it repelled and attracted the immortal power, forming something like a yin and yang fish. Chen Zhao felt his body strengthen several times. But there was a limit which depended on Chen Zhao's immortal power. The maximum amount of cosmic rays absorbed couldn't exceed immortal power. After the immortal power and cosmic energy reached a perfect balance, the cells also stabilized. Chen Zhao felt it. His body had strengthened by around 3 times. Moreover, it was cultivated to the extreme in one go. It was hard to improve further, unless Chen Zhao's immortal power could improve further. But according to Zhang Tianyi, he'd spent more than 10 days cultivating in outer space, and his body had strengthened 10 times. There was no reason for him to be weaker than him, right? Was it because the limit of his body was too high? Chen Zhao suddenly thought of Magatama. Magatama was in the shape of a yin and yang fish, and he sensed that Magatama was a god's internal alchemy. But why was it in the shape of a yin and yang fish? And there was only half of it. Where did the other half go? Normally, if an internal alchemy was destroyed, it would be the entire thing, not half. Was there another possibility that this god's internal alchemy was half immortal power and half cosmic energy? And after the god died, only half of the immortal power was left, while the cosmic energy dissipated? This was an idea he could try. Chen Zhao started to compress the cosmic energy. More and more cosmic energy was compressed into the internal alchemy. As expected, the internal alchemy started to change. As more and more cosmic energy was compressed, the internal alchemy started to change. The shape of the internal alchemy started to change into the shape of a yin and yang fish. Chen Zhao felt the surging feeling brought by this change. There was also the information in the cosmic energy. Violent, restless, chaotic. This was an extremely unstable energy, but the other half of the yin and yang fish formed by the immortal power was very calm. As the yin and yang fish rotated, the other half of the yin and yang fish formed by the cosmic energy also formed a magical stable structure. Chen Zhao suddenly understood the yin and yang that Taoists talked about. Yin represented chaos, while yang represented extreme stillness. When the two merged together, they were clearly separated, but they formed a stable and permanent state. Moreover, the rotation of the yin and yang fish made Chen Zhao feel endless. Chen Zhao moved and landed back on the ground. Too fast. Chen Zhao felt that his speed had increased by at least 10 times. Of course, Chen Zhao felt that he had to solve another important problem. How could he ensure that he wouldn't run naked in the high-speed air friction? Chapter 1694. Currently, there were only materials that could resist such high-speed friction. Apart from metal, there seemed to be only dragon scales. But dragon scales weren't suitable for modern textile technology. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. He'd get Ruan Faxi to make a pair of dragon scale boxers later. Then he'd add a spell that could expand and shrink it. That way, when Chen Zhao used the Titan, his pants wouldn't burst. He had to at least get the finished product before he went to Japan. It was past 4 in the morning. Chen Zhao sat on the dragon's head and took out Satan's blood. The handsome guy had taught Chen Zhao how to absorb Satan's blood. It wasn't easy. Chen Zhao had tried before. It was very inefficient, but he had no choice. If he absorbed Satan's blood through the container, he could only absorb the power released by the blood. It was easy to increase efficiency. Open the container. The blood of Satan was directly released. But that would be like detonating a nuclear bomb. There was another way. He could use his hand to block the container. Through direct contact, he could absorb Satan's blood. But Satan's blood would definitely kill Chun Zhao in an instant, unless he had the power of a demon king. Anyone below demon king level couldn't resist Satan's blood. Each drop of Satan's blood could create a secondary demon king. But the secondary demon kings didn't choose to absorb Satan's blood. They used it. There was a direct difference between the two. For example, Beelzebub Zophi was challenging a secondary demon king. What was it for? It was to take Satan's blood from the secondary demon king. In other words, Satan's blood could be used infinitely. But the way the handsome guy taught Chun Zhao was different. It was to let Satan's blood flow in Chun Zhao's body. But the cycle was very long. It might take hundreds or even thousands of years to completely absorb this drop of Satan's blood. But Chun Zhao definitely didn't have that long. Perhaps his identity as a god could greatly increase his lifespan. But Chun Zhao could clearly feel that he wasn't like the legendary immortals who lived as long as the sky and the earth, shining with the sun and moon. He probably wouldn't even be 300 years old. 300 years was a long time for normal people. But for a god, it wasn't a long time. Never mind, I'll put it away first. Chun Zhao believed that absorbing Satan's blood would be very beneficial to him. However, he really couldn't be bothered with the long cycle. It was like someone saying that eating health supplements every day was good for the body. Perhaps health supplements were indeed good for the body. But this change was not obvious. The sun rose, and Chun Zhao bathed in the sunlight. He could also absorb sunlight now. Sunlight is also a kind of cosmic ray. However, it was blocked by the atmosphere. Therefore, the sunlight was more like an appetizer or a dessert after a meal to Chun Zhao. After breakfast, Chun Zhao drove to the headquarters. Many people in the association had the habit of waking up early. However, Chun Zhao was definitely not one of them. Everyone was surprised that Chun Zhao came to the headquarters so early in the morning. Chun Zhao didn't greet anyone. He directly entered the training tower. Moreover, Chun Zhao reset his progress from the first level. The association members all thought that Chun Zhao was too bored. The first floor? Most official members were able to clear the dungeon by themselves. Was this necessary? Avatar, 10,000 techniques returned to 1. Dark assimilation, mighty miracle god. Chun Zhao's skin turned metallic. The monsters on the first floor had already surrounded him. Chun Zhao punched the ground with all his strength. Millions of tons of power poured into the ground. In an instant, the Earth's tectonic plates shattered. The shockwave covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The surrounding monsters bled instantly. The bodies of the monsters exploded one by one. More than 1,000 monsters were killed in an instant. He cleared the first floor. SSS. Chun Zhao entered the second floor. The twisted monsters on the second floor surrounded him again. This time, Chun Zhao didn't use the same method as before. Instead, he used punches. Chun Zhao punched with all his strength. The punches were many times more powerful than before. With a faster speed and greater power, the fist shadows became more terrifying. The twisted monsters touched the punches. They weren't smashed into pieces. They evaporated. Chun Zhao released thousands of punches in an instant. He immediately met the requirements to clear the level. Still SSS. Entering the third floor, Chun Zhao took out the black trident. The moment the winged demon appeared, Chun Zhao moved. Instantly, a black shadow flashed across the sky. Severed limbs rained down from the sky. He cleared the level again. Still SSS. Just like before, once Chun Zhao used his full strength, there would be nothing left of him. Chun Zhao didn't continue. Instead, he left the Tower of Trials. "President, how come you're out so soon?" Klaus asked. "Klaus, what do the military use to test the speed of cannonballs?" Chun Zhao asked. "Most use optical capture," Klaus said. "Is this equipment expensive?" Klaus nodded. "Very. Do you have a way?" "President, do you want it?" "Yes, I need it personally," Chun Zhao said. "We can also give it to our own people." Chun Zhao planned to buy a set of equipment. How much exactly? About $30 million if we go through the proper channels, Klaus said. Chen Zhao thought about it. Then help me get one through the proper channels. How big is the equipment? Very big, at least as big as a warehouse. Okay, give me your account number. You'll be in charge of buying the equipment. President, do we need this equipment? Klaus didn't understand. After all, they weren't testing weapons. I need it personally. Chen Zhao wanted to know how fast he was now, because once he sped up, everything would seem to be moving in slow motion. Okay, I understand. Chen Zhao felt that he'd improved a bit too quickly recently. However, it was only in terms of strength. He hadn't broken through in terms of cultivation. This meant that Chen Zhao still had a lot of room for growth. He didn't run into any bottlenecks in the short term. Oh, is Fazabin awake? He didn't sleep. He's in the lab the whole night. I'll go find him. Chen Zhao disappeared from Klaus' sight. Klaus was stunned. Before, he could barely catch Chen Zhao's shadow. But now, he couldn't even catch a trace of Chen Zhao. With someone like this leading the way, everyone hoped that they could speed up and keep up with Chen Zhao. They would always think of all sorts of ways to become stronger. For example, Klaus would ask Angelit to fight him. After going against Angelite's super speed, Klaus' reaction speed had reached an inhuman level. Chapter 1695. Fazabin, help me make something. President, what do you want? Boxers, Chen Zhao said as calmly as he could. Ha! President, this joke isn't funny at all. Ruan Fazabin waved his hand. He just looked at Chen Zhao's serious eyes. He suddenly realized that Chen Zhao wasn't joking. President, I'm an alchemist. I'm a famous alchemist. I'm going to become a famous alchemist in the future. I need 10 pairs to change. Use dragon scales. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao stated his request and walked out of Ruan Fazabin's lab. Ruan Fazabin was in despair. He thought of his future. If he could really become a famous alchemist in the future, this would definitely be a stain that he could never erase. However, under Chen Zhao's power, he had no right to refuse. Chen Zhao returned home. Something was wrong. There was a strange aura in the air. Celestial power. Where did it come from? Chen Zhao expanded the small world to the max. There was nothing suspicious. The celestial power kept spreading wildly. Too powerful, too surging, it far surpassed Chen Zhao's own celestial power. Chen Zhao's heart jumped. He immediately appeared in the basement. It was Old Turtle's internal alchemy. It was a celestial power released by Old Turtle's internal alchemy. How could this be? How could Old Turtle's internal alchemy be filled with such powerful celestial power? Had Old Turtle finished? Chen Zhao entered the river map. Smiling, Old Turtle waited for Chen Zhao. He seemed to have expected Chen Zhao to come in now. You're here. You seem to have improved well. Old Turtle looked at Chen Zhao in admiration. Old Turtle, you woke me up, Old Turtle said. I'm an immortal now. Immortal? Chen Zhao looked at Old Turtle. There was a very special aura around Old Turtle, but Chen Zhao couldn't tell what was special. Old Turtle, is there a difference? I've been accumulating for millions of years and had a moment of enlightenment. That's why I have today's achievements. Do you think there's a difference? What about me? Chen Zhao asked. You? Old Turtle looked at Chen Zhao. Just follow your own thoughts. No one's path is always wrong. I know. Different paths lead to the same goal, right? Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Are you... I'm going to break through the void. Old Turtle nodded. It can really shatter the void? Are you still using that black trident? Old Turtle asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Give it to me. Chen Zhao obediently handed the black trident to Old Turtle. Old Turtle waited. For you now, it's a bit light. Old Turtle tapped the handle of the black trident with his finger and made a hole in it. Then, Old Turtle took out a huge inner core. The inner core that was more than 30 meters in diameter gradually shrank under Old Turtle's spell. Shrinking to the size of a finger, Old Turtle inserted the inner core into the handle of the black trident. Then, using the same trick, Old Turtle poked 12 holes on the black trident. Each hole was filled with an inner core. Old Turtle, you're rich now. Don't you care about your life? My immortal power is too abundant, Old Turtle said generously. It's been accumulated for millions of years. It doesn't matter if I lose a few inner cores. I'm afraid I won't be able to teach you any more after I leave. Chen Zhao wasn't thinking about that. He just didn't know how many days and nights they'd been together. Chen Zhao always felt suffocated. This might really be the last time he left. Old Turtle, what level are you exactly now? According to Daoist standards, I'm a golden immortal now. Just then, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the wound. The wind started blowing. Old Turtle took a deep breath. I'm really leaving this time. Just like I said, there's no wrong path. Old Turtle's body slowly floated up. Chen Zhao rarely acted emotionally, but now he could only secretly wipe away his tears. Old Turtle, have a safe journey. In the air, Old Turtle suddenly cursed, "Fuck. I'm not going to die. Can't you say something auspicious? Then we'll meet again in the world. The path to immortality is long. If we're lucky, we'll meet again." Old Turtle flew into the black hole, and it disappeared. The entire river map was empty. Chen Zhao held the black trident in his hand. Chen Zhao felt that the black trident was extremely heavy. It had been a long time since Chen Zhao felt something that could make him feel heavy. But this heaviness made Chen Zhao's hands feel incredibly smooth. There were 12 internal alchemy embedded in the black trident. Only one internal alchemy surged with immortal power, which complemented Chen Zhao's own. The other 11 internal alchemy were lifeless. Not a single bit of immortal power seeped out. What's this? Do I have to undo the seal myself? After returning to the modern world, Chen Zhao still couldn't hide his disappointment. An old friend had left forever, just like that. It was nice to say that they would meet again, but Chen Zhao knew that they would never see each other again. Master, Mr. Zhang Tianyi is calling. Connect. Hello, Mr. Zhang, what's up? I've been in Japan for a few days. I've been wandering around the sealed area. The situation is more serious than I thought. It's best if you can come to Japan in a few days. Okay, I'll go as soon as possible. I'll contact you when I get there, Chen Zhao said. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called West. West, the situation in Japan is urgent. I'll go there first. You guys get ready too. We'll go in 2 days. Okay, President. After hanging up, Chen Zhao thought about it. Fei Lai, are we going to Japan? Sure. Fei Lai nodded. We can go to Japan for a while. I told Robio that we'll go back to the coastal rescue team at the beginning of October. Can I not go? Little Larissa is still young, Chen Zhao said unwillingly. When little Jerlin was her age, she already knew how to take care of herself. Fei Lai had become moldy from staying at home. After all, she'd been pregnant for 10 months and had been in confinement for almost 3 months. Of course, the so-called confinement was actually Fei Lai's rehabilitation. Chen Zhao knew that he couldn't stop her, so he could only agree. He'd have the 5 Tiger Generals go to Angel Beach later. Portia, help me book some tickets to Tokyo. Boss, are you going to Tokyo? Yes, you too. Can I go too? Portia was overjoyed. After all, she could go on a public holiday. Chen Zhao chuckled. Public holiday? I'm a capitalist. Why would she think that she could go? Chen Zhao planned to have Portia go with Fei Lai to carry the bags. Chapter 1696. The next day, Ruan Faxbin delivered the magic underwear that Chen Zhao needed. It wasn't a complicated magic item. Portia busied herself in Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao bowed, Fei Lai bowed, Jerlin bowed, and Larissa bowed. There were more than 20 suitcases of various sizes. Portia, book a hotel, Chen Zhao said. Book the hotel for 10 days. Also rent 10 business cars. Boss, just a few of us. Do we need to book a hotel? Portia stared at Chen Zhao with wide eyes. It's not just a few of us. Gaia and the others are going? Fei Lai asked. Yes, everyone. Chen Zhao nodded. Dad, are we taking a plane? Jerlin was clearly excited. Kids all like to travel far. Their flight was at 8 tonight. It was a direct flight from Los Angeles to Tokyo. Chen Zhao found some time to call Kalon. Kalon, my family and I are going to be away for a while. Stay at my house for a few days and help me take care of my pets. Also, you can drive my family car. Sure, no problem. Can I have a party at your house? You just have to clean it up. If I find the house in a mess when I get home, I'll kill you. I promise, I won't make a mess. Colin said excitedly. He knew how luxurious and advanced Chun Zhao's Mingwei villa was. Come and help me carry my luggage later. There were more than 20 suitcases. Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and Portia couldn't carry them at all. Little Jerlin and little Larissa were also there. They couldn't help at all. Instead, they needed special care. A while later, Colin came over. Hello, Miss Fei Lai. Hello, Colin. Did Chen force you to do hard labor again? You should be tougher with him. You can't always be led by the nose. Fei Lai smiled at Colin. No, Mr. Chen treats me very well. Chun Zhao pulled Colin over. Come with me. Register a level 2 authority in the housekeeper system. Otherwise, you won't even be able to enter the house. Then, Chun Zhao brought Colin to the basement. If you want to cultivate, you can do so here. Although it was a basement, the lighting was actually very good. On both sides of the sphere was a wooden walkway. The periphery was made of transparent glass, allowing one to see the sea outside. The elements here are more active than outside. You'll be able to train several times faster here than outside. Colin's eyes lit up, but he didn't have time to think. Chun Zhao grabbed Colin and pressed a few more numbers on the lock on the wall. Follow me. The basement was completely dark. As Colin entered the lower basement, he felt a chill down his spine. Mr. Chun, is there no light on this floor? Papa. Chun Zhao clapped his hands, and the lights in the room lit up. In that instant, Colin's scalp went numb. This was because there was a 3-headed giant dog lying in front of them. Cerberus! Colin screamed. Shut up! Chun Zhao shouted. Just then, all 3 heads woke up. They opened their eyes and walked toward Chun Zhao. Awoo! The 3 heads fought to lick Chun Zhao. Let's get to know each other. This is Colin, my friend. He'll take care of you for a while in my place, Chun Zhao said. They're little 3, little 2, and little 1. The 3 heads have different consciousnesses. During the day, they'll sleep at home. At night, you can let them out to play. This switch can open up the tunnel. Colin's mind was in a mess. Chun Zhao slapped the back of Colin's head. Stop spacing out. Wake up. You're a spiritualist now, too. You don't have to be so surprised by Cerberus. Oh, what? What do they eat? Will they? No, they don't eat humans. Even if they do, they'll eat human souls. Of course, they like dog food more. Okay, you can have a party in my house, but you can't let anyone stay overnight, Chun Zhao said. My family has too many secrets. If ordinary people find out, I might kill them. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Good. Chun Zhao nodded. Go back to sleep. Wake up after dinner. I'll introduce you to the other pets at home. You might not have seen some of them yet. When Colin saw Raymond, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Raymond's body reminded him of the anaconda disaster. But what surprised him the most was that the boss of Chun Zhao's pets was actually a little kitten. A very cute little kitten. Chun Zhao brought Kellen to the yacht. I have 5 sharks and a family of dolphins at home. You need to feed them too. Of course, you don't have to feed them too often. Give me your bank card and I'll transfer some money to you. Just buy a cow every 2 days. Mr. Chun, are you sure they won't bite? They won't. Chun Zhao bent down and patted the back of the yacht. The fins of the 5 sharks were already out of the water. Come and recognize him. You've seen him before. He's Colin. He'll be responsible for taking care of the next few. Chun Zhao told them everything he needed to. There were too many family members. Chun Zhao had to explain everything clearly. Chun Zhao also hoped to bring them to Japan. But that wasn't realistic, even if Chun Zhao could charter a plane. Animals needed a lot of documents to enter and leave a country. By the time they were done, half a year would have passed. Colin was still in shock at the moment. Also, there are 2 big guys in the sea, Chun Zhao said. They rarely show themselves, but don't panic if you see them. Colin felt that his willpower was already strong enough. He'd already seen Cerberus. What else could scare him? Chun Zhao didn't say much. Amon and Lil Nine lived in a trench far away. They usually didn't show themselves. Chun Zhao took out 2 demonic crystals. Put these 2 away first. If you encounter any problems you can't handle in the nearby waters, hit them. My pets will come and save you. Any problem? Of course it can't be any problem, but most of the problems can be solved by my pet. Mr. Chun, can I drive this yacht? Yes. The main control system is connected to the housekeeper system. You have level 2 authority now. Chun Zhao paused. Also, I'll be monitoring everything in the house through the housekeeper system. You better take good care of my kids. Of course, no problem. Kalon felt a bit of pressure. You can't stay in the kids' bedroom. You can choose any other room. Chapter 1697. Kalon helped Chun Zhao carry the 20 or so suitcases to the check-in counter. Chun Zhao patted Kalon's shoulder. I'll leave my family to you. Okay, Mr. Chun. Don't worry. I'm going into the departure lounge. You can go back too. Fei Lai and Portia each carried a child. I want to walk. I want to walk. Put me down. Little Jerlin squirmed in Portia's arms and jumped onto the ground. Coincidentally, Chun Zhao walked over and picked up Jerlin. Jerlin, if you mess around in public, I won't go easy on you, Chun Zhao threatened. Dad, I'm not messing around. Jerlin puffed her cheeks and crossed her short arms in front of her chest. Chun Zhao put Jerlin on his neck. Little Larissa, who was in Fei Lai's arms, saw that her sister could sit on her dad's neck. She immediately tried to fight for the spot with Jerlin. Chun Zhao was helpless. He could only take Larissa. He had Jerlin move to the left. Then, the two guards hung on Chun Zhao's shoulders. Bringing a child out was really troublesome. Huh? West Anna stopped in her tracks. She looked at the familiar figure in front of her. She knew that Chun Zhao had 2 daughters. She even had photos of his 2 daughters. However, she didn't expect to see Chun Zhao here. Chun Zhao felt West Anna's gaze and turned his head. He realized that West Anna and the 20 or so people behind her were all spiritualists. What he didn't expect the most was that Sam Mira was also a member of the anti-terrorism security team. Sam Mira also saw Chun Zhao. A few people in the psionic team glared at Chun Zhao. Some even rubbed their palms together. Especially Tank, who had been kicked away by Chun Zhao last time. Tank, control your anger, Britt said in a low voice, tugging at Tank. This isn't the place to fight. This was the departure lounge. There were hundreds of normal people here. It definitely wasn't a good place to fight. Chun Zhao retracted his gaze and looked at Portia. Portia, help me get a VIP card for all the airlines, he said loudly. I don't like places where random people can sneak in. Fei Lai rolled her eyes at Chun Zhao. She walked to Chun Zhao's side and took little Jerlin and Larissa. He asked in a low voice, Enemy. A bunch of idiots, Chun Zhao said, shrugging. They treat me and the supernatural organization as competitors. With his hands in his pockets, Chun Zhao looked relaxed as he faced the 20 or so aggressive people in front of him. Vestana walked over. She still had to put on a respectful and friendly face. Hi, Mr. Chun. How are you? Not bad, Miss Vestana. What do you think of my suggestion? What suggestion? Vestana was stunned for a moment and asked in puzzlement. Didn't I say that I want you to work for me? You should know that I am very rich, right? How much is your current salary? I can give you double it. Vestana smiled bitterly. She knew that Chun Zhao was messing with her, but she couldn't get angry. Hee. I think I've also said that I'm very satisfied with my current job, and I have no intention of changing jobs. Vedhana was Mansari's right-hand man. She didn't just have a salary. She also had connections, resources, and power. Chun Zhao couldn't give her all of this. Even if she really worked for Chun Zhao, he wouldn't trust her either, because from a moment, she chose her own side. She couldn't change sides. Chun Zhao's side. What a pity. How could a pretty girl like you stand being with a bunch of idiots? Chun Zhao's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. At least, the people in the psionic team heard it. Some were unmoved by Chun Zhao's words. Others were furious at Chun Zhao's words. Mr. Chun, where are you going? Vestana decided to change the topic. If she continued to let Chun Zhao provoke her so openly, her subordinates would probably lose control sooner or later. It wasn't a good idea to fight here. Traveling. Do you want to tag along? Chun Zhao asked, smiling. I'm afraid not. We still have a mission. We'll go now. Bye. Coincidentally, my flight is boarding time too. Huh. Mr. Chun, are you going to Tokyo? You too? Yes, Mr. Chun. Are you going for the Scarlet Mission? I'm not interested in the Scarlet Mission. Good luck. Vestana heaved a long sigh of relief. If Chun Zhao interfered, they really wouldn't be able to compete. The psionic team had also participated in the Turin ghost ship encirclement on Omar Island. But the result wasn't ideal. Moreover, the Turin ghost ship had completely disappeared after leaving Mama Island. Then, news spread that the mission had been completed. Vestana suspected that Chun Zhao was the one who'd completed the mission. This news wasn't confirmed by either party, but Vestana still firmly believed it. Other than Chun Zhao, no one could make Turin disappear without anyone knowing. Then, Blood Mary 23 came to Los Angeles. Vestana also suspected that it had something to do with Chun Zhao. This made her feel even more pressured. Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization had given her too much pressure, especially Chun Zhao. He was like a mountain that could never be crossed. He was firmly pressing down on her heart. Vestana had tried to contact Blood Mary 23 and wanted to work with her, but she only said, "Are you qualified?" and chased her away. Vestana didn't even have a temper. She could target Chun Zhao in secret. This was because Chun Zhao didn't have any social or political influence without his identity as a cleric. But Blood Mary 23 was different. She was a member of the European royal family, a big noble, and the spiritual leader of the European spiritual world. She was a grandmotherly figure in the entire spiritual world. All these identities made it so that even if Vestana was scolded in front of her, she could only hide her head and keep a low profile. Vestana thought so. Of course, Mansari thought so too. They thought that Chun Zhao's only advantage was his power. If his power was replaced, he would lose his value. Mansari felt that with the resources of the Anti-Terrorism and Security Department, or even the government, they had a chance to surpass Chun Zhao. They didn't have to fight him head-on. They just had to prove that they could solve all problems. Of course, not having a fight was also their default rule. Fighting wouldn't benefit anyone. After Chun Zhao boarded the plane, he realized that he was sitting in the same cabin with Vestana and the psionic team. Other than the 3 seats for Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and Portia, the other seats were all for the psionic team. 9 Heavens God Emperor. Chapter 1698. The atmosphere was very awkward. Of course, Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't feel awkward. Instead, he felt that this trip would be much more fun. After all, Los Angeles was almost 9,000 kilometers away from Tokyo. They had to stay in the same cabin for almost 11 hours. Of course, many people in the psionic team wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge on Chun Zhao. Both sides had a tacit understanding, but at the same time, they all had their own plans. On the other side of the aisle beside Chun Zhao sat 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very young. She wore a headset and listened to music. Moreover, the girl's music was very loud. Even with headsets, the people next to her could hear the sound. The other 2 men were both in their 30s. One was wearing casual clothes with his hat pulled down. He seemed to be asleep. The other man was dressed very unconventionally. There were tattoos on his exposed skin. His nose and ears were pierced and hung with some accessories. Lothar, teach that arrogant guy a lesson. The guy nudged his companion beside him. Noxus looked up at his non-mainstream companion. Then he glanced at Chun Zhao from the corner of his eye. Caesar, we better behave. That guy seems to have a powerful background. We better not joke around on the plane. Caesar looked displeased. If you don't dare, I'll do it myself. We're on a plane, Lothar said, frowning. What are you afraid of? Caesar said nonchalantly, I'm not threatening the plane. Just then, the flight attendant walked over with a dining card. Caesar's eyes brightened, and he released a contract evil spirit. The contract evil spirit secretly reached out its hand and pushed the Coke bottle on the dining card. The bottle fell toward Chun Zhao, who was sitting at the edge. Oh no. The flight attendant couldn't stop him in time. However, Chun Zhao immediately reached out and caught the Coke bottle before it spilled out. Sorry, sir. It's my mistake. The flight attendant hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Chun Zhao shook his head. Of course, he knew what had happened. It wasn't the flight attendant's fault, so there was no need to vent on her. Sir, do you need anything? No, thank you. Chun Zhao waved his hand. The flight attendant pushed the card over. Both Caesar and his contracted evil spirit made provocative expressions at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at the man and the ghost. An eerie smile appeared on his face. Chun Zhao made a gesture of flicking marbles, but there were no marbles on his fingertips. Pa! He abruptly flicked his thumb, and a popping sound was heard. Caesar's contract evil spirit was instantly pierced through. The contract evil spirit shrieked and disappeared. This was a move that Chun Zhao had just come up with. In fact, the principle was the same as the fist shadows. However, its power was reduced by tens of thousands of times. The joints of the thumb were too short, so he could only exert force through the tendons of the fingers. Therefore, even Chun Zhao couldn't unleash too much power. It was more than enough to destroy an evil spirit. If he wanted to increase his power, his index and middle fingers had to be more powerful. However, Chun Zhao did not want to create a hole in the cabin. Caesar stood up abruptly and stared at him furiously. You, Caesar, sit down. What are you doing? Lothar immediately pulled Caesar back. He saw the exchange of blows between the two sides. He felt that Chun Zhao had gone too far. He destroyed Caesar's evil spirit in one move. However, Caesar was the one who attacked first. Therefore, Chun Zhao's counterattack was reasonable. However, he definitely could not let the conflict escalate. After all, they were all on the plane. If the plane was damaged, none of them could escape. He killed my ama, Caesar roared. Everyone in the cabin had their eyes on Caesar. Boss, is he talking about you? Did he say you killed someone? Portia asked, confused. That's an idiot. I don't know him, and I didn't kill anyone, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. The flames of anger in Caesar's eyes couldn't be extinguished. He glared at Chun Zhao, but in the end, he still sat down. Near, help me. Caesar could only ask the girl beside him for help. The girl called Near, took off her headset. What? What did you just say? She didn't seem to know what had just happened. The guy beside me killed my Alma. Oh, and then? I'm going to take revenge. Help me. No, Ms. Vestana said that we can't fight in public. Near put on her headset again. Caesar was furious. His two friends weren't willing to help him. After all, most people were still rational. Caesar's, on the other hand, was infuriated. He gritted his teeth and kept staring at Chun Zhao. Dad, I want to drink Coke, Jerlin said. Little bastard. Caesar cursed in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. But in the next instant, Caesar let out a blood-curdling scream. For some reason, his nose ring was suddenly ripped off. Hearing the scream, the flight attendant ran over. Sir, what happened? Caesar's face was covered in blood. It's him. He tore off my nose ring. Caesar raised his voice and yelled unscrupulously. However, the flight attendant didn't see Chun Zhao leave his seat at all. She also didn't see what Chun Zhao's dark lava had done. Flight attendant, I don't want this trip to be interrupted by a mad dog. If that's the case, I'll complain to your airline, Chun Zhao said calmly. Also, my daughter needs a Coke. Thank you. Okay. The flight attendant looked at Caesar. Sir, I need you to stay calm. Don't attack or harass other passengers for no reason. Are you an idiot? It's clearly him. He did it. Caesar was even more furious. Caesar, if you don't want to participate in this activity, then fuck off. Sitting in the front seat, Britt stood up and said, I need you to shut up from now on. Can you do that? Britz's face was dark and his eyes were dark. He didn't object to his subordinates causing trouble, but he hoped that his subordinates could understand the situation. Only then did Caesar sit down and shut his mouth. But his eyes were still filled with indignation. After the flight attendant left, Chun Zhao stood up and walked to Caesar's side. You better watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll cut off your tongue, crush your nipples, dig out your eyeballs, and stomp on them. Caesar didn't dare speak because he felt something pressing against his back of his chair. It was poking out and pricking his skin. Good boy. Chun Zhao patted Caesar's cheek. Chapter 1699. Caesar was both embarrassed and angry. He hated Chun Zhao, but he hated that his companions ignored him even more. Portia glanced at Phalai beside her. Phalai didn't seem surprised by Chun Zhao's actions at all. Chun Zhao returned to his seat. He still had a smile on his face. Not everyone in the psionic team could remain calm. However, given the situation, no matter how angry they were, they could only keep it to themselves. On one hand, West Anna had explicitly forbidden the psionic team from attacking Chen Zhao. On the other hand, they had to consider their own situation before doing anything on the plane. Some tricks might not work on Chen Zhao. In the end, they still chose to give up. Including the takeoff and landing, they would have to stay in the cabin for 11 hours. Even Chen Zhao felt extremely bored. Unfortunately, the psionic team didn't plan on making trouble for Chen Zhao anymore. Helpless, Chen Zhao could only go to sleep. After a few short breaks, the plane was still in the sky. Dear passengers, this flight is about to arrive at Tokyo International Airport. To all the passengers on the plane, the voice was undoubtedly heavenly. Chen Zhao opened his arms and stretched. They'd finally reached their destination. The plane landed smoothly. First-class passengers didn't need to squeeze with regular passengers to get off the plane. So, after the plane stopped, Chen Zhao and the others couldn't wait to get off. So tiring. Even someone as patient as Fei Lai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about this boring flight. So we still have to buy a private plane, Chen Zhao said, empathizing. This journey is too painful. Portia glanced at Chen Zhao. Was Chen Zhao really that rich? He'd actually decided to buy a private plane. Moreover, he'd made this decision just because of this trip. Wasn't it a bit too hasty? They picked up the suitcases. There were more than 20 suitcases. It was really too much. Big suitcases were stacked on top of each other. It was truly spectacular. The three of them spent a great deal of effort and barely managed to arrange the 20 or so suitcases properly. But right at this moment, a mysterious force suddenly attacked. The suitcases collapsed instantly. Portia looked at the suitcases all over the ground and almost broke down. Chen Zhao frowned and looked in another direction. The psionic team, led by West Anna, was also waiting for the suitcases. A few of them looked at Chen Zhao with evil intentions. Chen Zhao didn't know who did it. However, Chen Zhao was sure that one of them had done it. Chen Zhao walked up to Vestana with a smile. Miss Vestana, can I borrow a few of your men to help me transport my luggage? Vestana stared at him coldly. No. Chen Zhao turned to the other members of the psionic team and gestured with his marbles. Huh. Caesar screamed and fell to the ground. What are you going to do? Do you want to start a war? Vestana growled angrily in a low voice. You guys are used to playing tricks behind people's backs. Now I've decided. Don't you want to do the Scarlet mission? I'll stop you from doing it. I'll make you come here for nothing. So your best choice now is to turn back. Vestana was also angered by Chen Zhao, but she had to suppress her anger. Blitz, take a few people and help Mr. Chun send his luggage out of the airport. Very well, Miss Vestana. Blitz nodded with a cold expression. With the help of the psionic team, it was much easier to transport the luggage. Portia had rented a car in the airport parking lot. Britz's men didn't play tricks on Chen Zhao anymore. After a while, Chen Zhao's group finally arrived at the hotel. As soon as they reached the lobby, the receptionist said, "Hello, sir." "Hello, sir. There are no more private rooms in the hotel," the receptionist said in Japanese. Just then, Portia walked up and said in Japanese, "We booked your room. Please arrange a few people to send our luggage to our rooms." Then, Portia turned to Chen Zhao and Fei Lai. "Boss, Miss Fei Lai, please take out your passports for registration." As the guests who booked the entire hotel, the hotel immediately took action. No matter how one looked at it, they had a reason to be cautious. The hotel manager personally led the way. Behind him, a group of waiters helped Chen Zhao's group with their luggage. Portia also relaxed, which was rare. Portia had even prepared a luxurious suite for herself. There were plenty of empty rooms anyway. Her room wouldn't make a difference. The hotel manager was called Keiichi Ikeda. He was well-spoken and knowledgeable. His English was fluent, and there was no accent. He also knew that Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were the leaders. So, he stayed beside the two, complimenting Chen Zhao's handsomeness and Fei Lai's beauty. He also kept calling Jerlin and Larissa princesses and angels. "Chun-san, do you need me to prepare a local guide for you?" "Sure, I need a professional one." Chen Zhao nodded. Fei Lai was here to play. Chen Zhao couldn't stay by her side all day. It was best to have a professional guide. "Also, my men will arrive in 2 or 3 days. You should be prepared." "Yes, Chen-san." There were only 5 guests in the entire hotel, including Jerlin and Larissa. But the hotel didn't dare to be slow. After all, Chun Zhao had booked the entire hotel for $600,000 a day. Knock, knock. Please come in. Keiichi Ikeda let a petite girl in. This girl was very much in line with the characteristics of Japanese girls. Chun-san, Miss Fei-Lai, this is Chiyo Kaori. She's the guide I found for you. Chiyo Kaori walked up and bowed. Chun-san, Miss Fei-Lai, hello. I'm Chiyo Kaori. Chun Zhao glanced at her. You're not a professional guide, are you? Chun-san, I'm a student at Waseda University, but I grew up in Tokyo, so I know all the streets and alleys, Chiyo Kaori said seriously. I travel everywhere, every year, so I know most of the attractions in Japan like the back of my hand. I can provide the best service. My professionalism isn't any lower than a professional guide's. That's enough, Fei-Lai said, trying to smooth things over. I don't need a professional guide. They didn't plan on touring all of Japan. Since Fei-Lai says so, I don't have any objections. Chun Zhao shrugged. Actually, Chun Zhao wasn't referring to Chiyo Kaori's professionalism as a guide. It was because he could sense the magic power on Chiyo Kaori. Of course, magic was a Western term. In China, it was called mana, and in Japan, it was called spiritual power. Anyway, it was the same thing. Chapter 1700. Ginza was the most prosperous area in Tokyo and even the whole of Asia. It was also the most famous commercial area. Along with New York's Fifth Avenue and Paris's Champs-Élysées, it is one of the world's 3 largest financial and shopping centers. Ginza is known as the heart of Tokyo. It receives 3.6 million visitors every day. Standing at the crossroads, you might even be pushed by the flow of people. Ginza was also one of the 3 most unique attractions in Japan. The 3 scenic spots in Japan were Mount Fuji, Kyoto, and Ginza, representing nature, history, and modernity respectively. For bodyguards stood around Fei-Lai, Portia, and Chiyo Kaori. Chun Zhao had hired them to protect Li and the 2 kids. For tall and burly bodyguards helped the 3 women and 2 children block the crowd. Shopping was a woman's nature. Fei-Lai didn't stay in the hotel for long before she couldn't wait to go shopping in Ginza. Chun Zhao went to other places. After changing, he went to another scenic spot, Tokyo Grand Shrine. The main sacrifice here was the Amaterasu Great God and the harvest god Yumijin. Of course, it was also because Zhang Tianyi lived here. Tokyo Grand Shrine was one of the first shrines to hold modern weddings in front of gods, and it was open to the public. The earliest wedding to be held in Tokyo Daijingu was in Meiji year 33, when the Great Prince was married. The Tokyo Grand Shrine was also divided into the outer sect and the inner sect, just like the mountain sect in China. The outer shrine was open for visitors to visit and worship. The inner gate was presided over by the Miko, who only received some fellow Taoists. When Chun Zhao arrived at the Tokyo Grand Shrine, it was already dusk. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't interested in worshiping the Japanese god either. Just then a guard stopped him. He spoke Japanese that Chun Zhao couldn't understand. Chun Zhao spoke to him in English. In the end, the 2 of them looked at each other speechlessly. Chun Zhao had no choice but to call Zhang Tianyi. After a while, a man dressed in ancient clothes with his hair tied up in a bun and a string of Buddhist beads in his left hand hurriedly walked out in wooden clogs. Hello, are you Chun Zhao, Mr. Chun? The man spoke fluent Chinese. Chun Zhao could still hear the accent, but he could understand it. Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Please follow me. Perhaps it was because he was wearing wooden clogs. The man seemed to be in a hurry when he walked. Moreover, it kept making cracking sounds. Anyway, Chun Zhao felt bad listening to it. How should I address you? I'm a guy Okada. My Buddhist name is Seiwa. I'm the pillar monk here. A monk? Chun Zhao knew that Japanese monks could get married. The rules and regulations of the Zen sect did not need to be followed here. You speak Chinese very well. I once studied Buddhism on Mount Wutai. Monk Sheng, he said. Finally, he arrived at the inner sect, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became clear. Chun Zhao knew that there were feng shui masters in China who could gather qi and spiritual energy. This place was full of spiritual qi, so they probably used this method to gather qi. This feng shui qi gathering method itself was harmless. The more abundant the spirit qi, the higher the possibility of a spirit controller appearing, and vice versa. Therefore, this method of plundering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. At most, it would reduce the probability of a spiritualist appearing in the surrounding houses. There were no other problems. Unhurriedly, Chun Zhao followed behind Saint and the monk. Sheng He also slowed down his pace. Just then, a few people came over. In the lead was Zhang Tianyi and an old woman. The old woman wore an ancient white robe. It looked like the witch costume Chun Zhao saw in anime. Mother, Taoist master. Sheng He bowed and cupped his hands. To be honest, Chun Zhao really did not understand some of the customs in Japan. The mother was a witch, the son was a monk, and they ran a shrine. Was this a monk's temple or a shrine? Chun Zhao, you're finally here. Huh? Zhang Tianyi was as disrespectful as usual. He put his hand on the old woman's shoulder. Yoko, let me introduce you. This is Chun Zhao. I met him in America. He's a very outstanding young man. Chun Zhao really suspected that the old woman was his lover. The old woman beside Zhang Tianyi studied Chun Zhao and then said in a kind tone, "Hello, Mr. Chun." "Hello." Chun Zhao did not know how to address her. "I'm Yoko Bai, the witch of the shrine." Yoko Bai looked at Chun Zhao and studied him carefully. She was very curious about Chun Zhao. What was so special about this young man that Zhang Tianyi respected so much? But after looking for a long time, she could not see anything. The young man looked very ordinary. He did not have any aura. I've been by teacher's side for 20 years. I've never seen him respect someone so much, Yoko Bai said. Mr. Chun, I wonder if you can open my eyes. So she was Zhang Tianyi's student. But then again, Zhang Tianyi's age made sense. Most spiritualists in the world were his juniors. Yoko Bai was old, but she was at most 80 or 90 years old. Chun Zhao chuckled. I'm just a strengthening spiritualist. There's nothing special about me. Zhang Tianyi also smiled, but did not speak. Chun Zhao had promised him that he could not reveal his strength. Zhang Tianyi also expressed his understanding. Everyone's situation was different, so they made different decisions. A few decades ago, before Chun Zhao was the leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect, he had also hidden his strength. Then, after becoming the leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect, he had to display his strength to solidify his position so that others would not dare to covet it. Now, Chun Zhao only needed to pretend to be Zhang Tianyi's junior. Mr. Chun, can you show me your Dharma? Yoko Bai asked. Chun Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi, who looked away. Since he did not speak, it meant that he agreed. How do you want me to show you? There's a monster locked up in the back mountain of this shrine, Zhang Tianyi said. You can use it to practice. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, Yoko Bai and the people in the shrine were all shocked. Teacher, that monster, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhang Tianyi waved his hand. Since Zhang Tianyi had said so, Yoko had no reason to object. Anyway, Zhang Tianyi was here, so they did not need to worry about trouble. Everyone present was very confident in Zhang Tianyi's strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the top person in the spiritual world. But for Zhang Tianyi to request to use that monster for practice, either he had a deep grudge against Zhang Tianyi, or he was really capable. Chun Zhao was then brought to the back of the mountain. Then he saw the monsters for him to practice with. Chapter 17:01. In the clearing in the back mountain, a monster's limbs were bound by several chains. The other ends of the chains were nailed to the trees with kunai. There was a talisman hanging on each kunai. How are monsters and demons differentiated? The ones in hell were demons. On the other hand, most demons were born from certain creatures or objects after they gained sentience. Of course, they could also be a collective of some kind of emotion. This demon looked like a burly monk. He was bare-chested and his limbs were ridiculously thick. His figure was also very tall. There was a ghost face on the back of his head. Ghost face Buddha, half demon. The ghost face Buddha sat on the ground. His arms were pulled apart by the chains and his head was lowered. However, he had already noticed the newcomer. The surroundings were filled with a thick demonic aura and the smell of blood. This meant that the monster was very powerful. However, it wasn't so powerful that it couldn't be destroyed. What do you need me to do? Kill him? Hikari, Yoko, and Sheng-He, as well as the retainers behind them, all smiled. He was originally a Buddha statue in a temple, Zhang Tianyi said. But the temple wasn't clean and polluted the statue, turning it into a demon. He killed everyone in the temple. His body is made of extremely tough alloy steel. Plus, he's demonized, so he's almost indestructible. Even cannonballs can't destroy his body. That little Japanese man was really perverted. Was he purposely raising a Buddha statue made of alloy steel to raise a monster? Chen Zhao couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. Japanese onmyoges had the habit of controlling their spirit-branded retainers. They would capture monsters or create their own monsters. Chen Zhao didn't know much about Japan's spiritual world. However, he'd occasionally heard Donya Tianchi mention the situation in Japan. There were a lot of spiritualists in Japan. They could even be compared to China. Moreover, the spiritual world was very active. This was because the Shinto, Yin-Yang, and Buddhism of Japan's spiritual world were all born from China. Moreover, they took an unconventional path and created an even more unique method. This caused Japan to be the most troublesome place in other regions. Many people learned a couple of moves and then started to act recklessly. Raising ghosts and monsters had become the norm. Even the Orthodox sects in Japan also raised ghosts and demons. Of course, they were still considered lucky. At least they wouldn't use ordinary people as food. But some people didn't care so much. Therefore, the number of independent spiritualists in Japan was also the largest. It could be said that there were good people and snakes mixed together, and their strength was uneven. Of course, it could not be denied that this kind of environment made Japan's supernatural world exceptionally prosperous and lively. Experts and geniuses also emerged one after another. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. Mr. Zhang, if you want to destroy him, even if he's really an invincible Vajra, you can probably crush him, right? There are only a handful of people in the Shanqing realm in this world. On the surface, he was the #1 expert in the world. Chen Zhao didn't believe that he couldn't even deal with this little monster. It's not difficult for me to kill him, but the repercussions are too great. Chen Zhao thought about it and realized that it was not hard to understand. This monster's greatest strength did not lie in his strength. It was his bug-like physical body. Zhang Tianyi smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to kill this monster. If he really wanted to subdue demons, he would be able to do it. But the spells he had on hand that could deal with this ghost-faced Buddha were basically enough to cut off half a mountain. To put it simply, it was like a group of bandits with powerful firepower driving a tank around the city. Normal soldiers couldn't kill them unless the military fired missiles. To Zhang Tianyi, the ghost-faced Buddha was just a little monster. Even your shrine can't deal with this monster? Chen Zhao asked, turning his head. Their situation is similar to mine, Zhang Tianyi said. They can either use a heavy weapon to kill him, but it's also very costly to use it. Chen Zhao suddenly realized that Zhang Tianyi hadn't called him here just to ask him to help him, right? That was quite possible. Zhang Tianyi knew Chen Zhao quite well. Chen Zhao became more and more suspicious that Zhang Tianyi and Shirai Yoko didn't just have a teacher-student relationship. Mr. Chen, do you have a solution? Shirai Yoko asked. As long as I can kill him, I can do anything, right? Of course. Then unseal him, Chen Zhao said. Shirai Yoko looked at Zhang Tianyi, who nodded slightly. Then Zhang Tianyi said to Chen Zhao, don't embarrass me. Show me what you've got. Okay. Chen Zhao nodded. Sheng-He and the other 3 monks walked to the 4 corners. The 4 monks formed hand seals at the same time and activated their powers. With a clang, the 4 chains loosened at the same time. The ghost-faced Buddha, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, was instantly freed. Roar! The ghost-faced Buddha roared. It showed its ferocious face as soon as it was free. But it looked at Shirai Yoko and then at Zhang Tianyi. The guy turned and ran without any psychological burden. He's not stupid, Chen Zhao said. Don't let him run. It'll be troublesome if he escapes. Zhang Tianyi panicked. Chun Zhao moved immediately and stood in front of the ghost-faced Buddha. So fast, Shirai Yoko's eyes lit up. Seeing Chun Zhao, the ghost-faced Buddha pounced at him without thinking. Chun Zhao grabbed the ghost-faced Buddha's fist with one hand and punched its chest with the other. Ah! The ghost-faced Buddha let out a strange cry and spat out large amounts of filthy flesh and blood. Its legs fell to the ground like jelly, and it couldn't get up anymore. Apart from Zhang Tianyi, everyone else looked surprised. They were all waiting for the ghost-faced Buddha to get up. But the ghost-faced Buddha couldn't get up anymore. How is this possible? Shirai Yoko went up to check the ghost-faced Buddha's aura. But the ghost-faced Buddha was no longer breathing. The ground was covered with the flesh and blood it had swallowed. It had all been spat out. There was a shocking hole in the ghost-faced Buddha's chest. Through the hole, one could see that the skin was covered with flesh and blood, but the inside was metal. Yoko sucked in a breath of cold air. It ended just like that. She had been waiting to see a fierce battle. To her, one was the ghost-faced Buddha with an almost indestructible body. The other was someone Zhang Tianyi had personally picked and had hidden his strength. There should be an intense battle between the two. But just like that, all the problems were solved. Even the stubborn Shirai Yoko had to admit that Chun Zhao's strength was unfathomable. Chun Zhao's strength was unfathomable, especially his attack power. It was simply astonishing. Shirai Yoko wasn't in the enchanting realm, so she couldn't feel the existence of a small world. If she knew that Chun Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were on the same level, who knew what she would think? Chapter 1702. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao. He didn't know if it was an illusion. It seemed that Chun Zhao had become stronger in just a few days. Yoko, what do you think? Did I introduce you to the right person? Mr. Chun is indeed unexpectedly powerful, Ryuko said with a sigh. Was this the difference between a major and a secondary spiritual world? Japan's spiritual world was also very active. There were many geniuses, but they couldn't compare to China's spiritual world. However, the two countries' spiritual worlds were different. In Japan's supernatural world, spirit controllers were the majority of the population. The major factions, sects, and government-backed supernatural organizations were secondary. On the other hand, the Huaxia spirit world was the complete opposite. The sects in the Huaxia spirit world were the most powerful. There were unaffiliated people, but there weren't many of them. 99% of them were scammers. After that, the people in the shrine's attitude towards Chun Zhao changed greatly. At the start, they had strong doubts about Chun Zhao. Now, they didn't doubt him anymore. At least, Chun Zhao's attack power had broadened their horizons. It wasn't that the shrines didn't have any trump cards. They had at least hundreds of years of history. It was bullshit to say that they couldn't kill the ghost-faced Buddha. But it wasn't worth it to kill the ghost-faced Buddha. The price would be huge. So, they chose to imprison and bind him. After seeing Chun Zhao's abilities, Chun Zhao didn't disappoint Zhang Tianyi. At least, it was rare for someone his age. Of course, they didn't think too highly of Chun Zhao. In their eyes, Chun Zhao was a genius of the new generation in China's spiritual world. There was still a huge gap between him and the older generation. Mr. Chun, do you need a Shikigami? Shikigami? Sorry, I don't need one. Chun Zhao rejected Yoko's good intentions. Of course, Yoko's intention was to invest in the future. In her eyes, Chun Zhao would become the leader of China's spiritual world in 30 years. Just like how the Tokyo Grand Shrine had invested in Zhang Tianyi 80 years ago. Of course, investment alone wasn't enough in that era. There was also the political stance of that era. It was also an important factor in maintaining a harmonious relationship with Dragon Tiger Mountain Sage Sect. One must know that in the background of that era, behind the tragedy of the entire nation, the spiritual world was also in turmoil. He didn't need a Shikigami. He had enough pets at home. He wouldn't reject a retainer that could fight alongside him. But could the shrine give it to him? Even if they could, would they be willing to? Yoko also wanted to clarify that the spirit-branded retainer she gave him wasn't bad. Just then, Zhang Tianyi said, Yoko, Chun Zhao really doesn't need it. You can't give him the Shikigami he needs. Sensei, in our shrine, there are many powerful spirit-branded retainers. There are even spirit-branded retainers as powerful as that demon-faced Buddha. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. Was that ghost-faced Buddha considered powerful? All right, he was indeed quite powerful in the shrine, and there was still room for him to grow. But it would be wishful thinking to say that it could help Chun Zhao in battle, unless Yoko White could give him a Shikigami that was at least in enchanting realm. However, it was impossible to find a spirit-branded retainer of this level in all of Japan. Mr. Chun, if you have any trouble in Japan, please come to our shrine, Yoko said. We still have some influence. Since they couldn't rope Chun Zhao in immediately, they could go through the emotional route. It would take longer, but it wouldn't be bad for them. Plus, they didn't think that Chun Zhao could become the leader of the Huaxia spiritual world in one day. Chun Zhao maintained his smile and nodded. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Since Yoko had expressed her goodwill, since Yoko White had expressed her kindness, even if he didn't have anything to do with them, he didn't have to fall out with them. Chun Zhao, are you staying here tonight? No, Chun Zhao said. My family is at the hotel. I'll go back and accompany them tonight. Okay, I'll send you off, Zhang Tianyi said. Okay. Chun Zhao could feel that Zhang Tianyi had something to say to him. After walking out of the Tokyo Grand Shrine, Zhang Tianyi spoke first. Chun Zhao, you shouldn't have brought your family. What's wrong? I went to the forest of trees in Aoki yesterday. The miasma there is even thicker. Even I can't go in, Zhang Tianyi said. Also, there are demons everywhere in Tokyo. The supernatural incidents are 50% higher than the average in the past 10 years. Chun Zhao frowned. It's already affected the city? Yes. The Sengen Shrine on Mount Fuji has issued a warning to the entire Japan, asking all the spiritualists in Japan to gather to deal with the upcoming serious situation. The unsealing of the Killing Stone this time is likely to be another major event after the leakage of the Myriad Goblin King's demonic aura 20 years ago. You'd better be mentally prepared. Chun Zhao nodded. He had never been careless. That was the legendary Tamamo no Me. By the way, since your family is here, it's best for them to stay in Tokyo Grand Shrine. At least there are enough spiritualists there. Even if there's an emergency, they can deal with it in time. If they stay in a hotel and you're not by their side, there's a high chance that something unexpected will happen. Most of the recent supernatural incidents have happened in hotels. It's okay. My people will start coming tomorrow. They're no weaker than the spiritualists in the Tokyo Grand Shrine. Okay, since you're prepared, I won't say anymore. Go back now. If anything happens to the Stone of Slaughter, I'll let you know immediately. Chun Zhao didn't plan on loitering outside. When he returned to the hotel, Chiyo Kaori happened to be coming out. Mr. Chun, hello. Hello. Chun Zhao nodded. Are you going back now? Yes. Thank you for taking care of my family. Oh, if it's inconvenient for you to go back and forth, you can stay in the hotel. There are many empty rooms here. You can choose from them. My house isn't far from here. Chiyo Kaori rejected his suggestion. Okay, then goodbye. Chiyo Kaori had only taken a few steps when she turned around. Mr. Chun, is there anything else? Are you here for business? Sort of. There's been some infectious diseases in Tokyo recently, so if it's not necessary, don't stay here after you're done, Chiyo Kaori said. You can come with your family some other time. It's not a good time now. Okay, I'll consider your suggestion. Seeing that Chun Zhao didn't take her words seriously, Chiyo Kaori could only turn around and leave. Chapter 17:03. Chun, you're back, Fei Lai greeted when she saw Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao glanced at the corner of the living room. There were more than 20 bags. Some were children's clothes, while others were adult clothes. Is Ginza fun? Not bad. Fei Lai nodded. I'm going to Shinjuku tomorrow. Fei Lai was quite excited about the next day. It was a woman's nature to shop. No one could get rid of that. Have fun. It's a pity I can't be by your side. Go do what you need to do, Fei Lai said. I know you don't like shopping either. Once, Fei Lai had a sudden impulse and accompanied Chun Zhao to buy clothes. Then, Chun Zhao went into a designer store and tried on a set. Then he had the salesperson pack the clothes. From then on, Fei Lai never went shopping with Chun Zhao again. Men would never know the joy of shopping. Oh, tell me where you're going. Tokyo isn't peaceful recently. Got it. Chiyo Kaori is a spiritualist. If anything happens, stay close to her. Ah, Fei Lai didn't expect Chiyo Kaori to be a spiritualist. Also, a group of people from the association will be arriving tomorrow. You girls will have company then. Compared to Chiyo Kaori, Chun Zhao trusted the people from the association more. There were also a few young girls in the association. With them shopping with Fei Lai, Chun Zhao was even more relieved. The next day, Portia went to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's room. Portia glanced at Chun Zhao, who was doing his morning exercise. Fei Lai was feeding Larissa breakfast. Jerlin was sitting beside her and eating too. Portia helped Chun order breakfast. More. Seeing Portia, Fei Lai said, "Come and have breakfast too." "No need," Portia said. "I've already eaten at the hotel's restaurant. Is it enough for 10? "Yes, it's enough," Portia said. 10 is just right. If it's too much, it'll affect his activities. Fei Lai nodded. "It's fine. 10 is just right. If it's too much, it'll affect his activities." Portia was already speechless at Chun Zhao's appetite. In Fei Lai's opinion, it was just right for her man to eat breakfast for 10. "Chin, what's your plan today?" "Gaia's flight will arrive at noon," Chun Zhao said. "I plan to go out for a walk first and then pick them up at the airport. Shall I go with you?" "No need," Chun Zhao said. "Take the kid out to play." "Boss, what about me?" Portia heard that Chun Zhao was going to pick someone up. As Chun Zhao's personal assistant, she obviously had a responsibility. However, she was a little reluctant to miss the opportunity to go shopping in Shinjuku. She was also a woman, and she also had no resistance to shopping. And a woman will have a negative IQ in two situations. One was when they were in love, and the other was when they were shopping. Portia had gone shopping with Fei Lai yesterday. As a result, she was now in a huge debt. On a whim, she actually bought a brand that was worth tens of thousands of dollars. By the time she reacted, she had already maxed out her credit card. He also owed Chun Zhao $50,000. Even though Portia had learned her lesson, she still didn't learn her lesson. Of course, she had also reflected on herself last night. He spent the whole night telling himself not to chop off his hands again. Today, he was just going to look around with Fei Lai. He was only going to help her carry the shopping bags, not go shopping. "Hey, did you buy this dress at Coco yesterday? It's very pretty. It suits you." Fei Lai looked at Portia, her eyes shining. "Fei Lai, which pair of shoes do you think I should wear?" "I couldn't decide for the whole morning." "The ones under your feet are good." The two women chatted happily, while Chun Zhao became a complete outsider. He couldn't even get a word in. Of course, he didn't understand what they were talking about either. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the sound, Portia looked up at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was running wildly on the treadmill. The treadmill was already at its maximum speed. However, as Chun Zhao's step stabilized, his voice also became smoother. In Portia's eyes, Chun Zhao had always been a fitness maniac. This was because every time she saw Chun Zhao, he was almost always working out, running, boxing, and swimming. She had also seen Chun Zhao hit people. However, she had to admit that she was a bit envious of Chun Zhao's family. Even the youngest, Larissa, could swim in the sea. Jerlin's swimming skills were even better than hers. Fei Lai and Chun Zhao were even better. However, this family had the capital to do so. Even if they did nothing, they wouldn't starve to death. She didn't have the capital. Just then, Chiyo Kaori arrived. Chiyo Kaori glanced at Chun Zhao, who was running wildly on the treadmill. Then she looked away. She was different from extroverted women like Fei Lai and Portia. Chiyo Kaori was introverted. She had the gentleness and intelligence of an Asian woman. "Miss Chiyo, you're here." "Chun, we're going out." "Okay, have fun." Fei Lai and Portia each pushed a stroller out. The bodyguards were waiting for them in the hotel lobby. After breakfast, Chun Zhao also went to the airport. With Tokyo's traffic, it would take at least an hour to get to the airport highway. If there was a city more congested than Huaxia, it would undoubtedly be Tokyo. Chun Zhao had plenty of time, so he didn't need to rush. Suddenly, a girl waved in front of Chun Zhao's car. The girl was dressed like a schoolgirl, the kind of sailor suit that was very characteristic of Japan. Chun Zhao wasn't driving fast, so he still stopped. "What's up?" Chun Zhao asked in English. The girl froze. Then she asked in choppy English, "You aren't Japanese?" "No, I'm from China." "Can you give me a ride?" the girl asked shyly. Was she a virgin? Chun Zhao had heard about Japanese specialties. To be honest, the girl was very cute. At least, she fit Chun Zhao's taste. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao still rejected her. Who knew how many guys she'd slept with? She was obviously underage, too. Chun Zhao really wasn't interested in underage girls. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Chun Zhao shook his head. Chun Zhao was about to roll up the window when the girl grabbed his arm. My house is just up ahead. It's not far. It won't take much time. Was she really just hitchhiking? Chun Zhao hesitated. Okay, get in. Alligato. The girl gave a 90-degree bow and ran into the car happily. There's a park up ahead. Chun Zhao's car arrived at the park. Then two non-mainstream guys with baseball bats appeared in front of him. Chun Zhao immediately understood. This wasn't the legendary virgin. It was another famous Japanese specialty, badger jumping. 9 Heaven's God King. Chapter 1704. Badger jumping was a popular trick all over the world. It was popular in China too. Of course, the most blatant badger jumping was definitely the Japanese. Usually, a girl would disguise herself as a prostitute and look for middle-aged men. She'd lure the prey to a public place like a park or alley and rob them. Usually, these middle-aged men would be too embarrassed to speak up because of their pride. So, they would just swallow their anger. Moreover, Japan was a country where clubs were legal. So, there were more clubs in Japan than in other countries. Most clubs were involved in the underworld. Basically, when a few young people gathered together, they would dare to form a club. After Chun Zhao parked the car, the girl first opened the door. Then, she took Chun Zhao's car key and ran out of the car. There were more than 10 young people in front and behind. They looked like high school students. Hanada, what do you think? I'm good, right? I tricked another rich guy. The girl said proudly as she ran to the car and stood before a young man with a mohawk hairstyle. Chun Zhao got out of the car and looked around. Apart from them, there was no one else in the park. In a big city like Tokyo, most people would go to the city center. No one would come to a remote park like this. Baka, #% at Hanada. He's a foreigner, the girl said. He doesn't understand you. Foreigner? Hanada and Hiko were stunned. Just then, the girl called out to Chun Zhao. Big guy, you better hand over $1 million now. Otherwise, I'll have them beat you up and call the police. Chun Zhao had to admit that these people really had a big appetite. Even $1 million wasn't a small amount. Call the police? Chun Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Then call the police. Badger jumping calling the police was the stupidest thing Chun Zhao had ever heard. I'm underage, the girl shouted. If the police come, I'll say that you harassed me and you'll go to jail. It seemed like she was very experienced. She didn't have any stage fright. I don't care, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. I have money anyway. I can hire a lawyer. Could such a small trick scare Chun Zhao? What a joke. Chun Zhao could teach them how to behave. Calling them the police could only fool those middle-aged uncles. They were afraid of losing their reputation and being gossiped about. So they had some reservations, even if the possibility was very small. They did not dare to gamble on the consequences of having their families destroyed. But Chun Zhao was not afraid. There is nothing in the world more stupid than a fairy jumping and calling for the police. I'll send you to jail, Chun Zhao said with a gentle smile. Then your parents will know about this. I'll also buy all the news channels so that your pictures and names will be heard all over Japan. Your parents will be ashamed and lose their jobs. In the end, they'll cut all ties with you. But his words were like the words of the devil. The girl shuddered. She already regretted that she had rashly chosen such a prey. As a foreigner, Chun Zhao was clearly not a middle-aged man who could be manipulated by them. Hanada, let's go. This guy said he'll find a lawyer to sue us. The girl had already decided to retreat. Obviously, it was impossible for them to call the police. Baka, this damn foreigner. Wahiko Hanada cursed angrily. I must teach him a lesson. Kazuhiko Hanada raised his baseball bat and took 2 steps forward. He threw it at Chun Zhao's head. If this stick had landed on an ordinary person's head, he would have died. That would definitely result in serious injuries and hospitalization. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the bat. Baka. Kazuhiko Hanada tried to pull the bat, but it didn't budge. Chun Zhao walked up and punched Kazuhiko Hanada's chin, breaking it. Up. Kazuhiko Hanada's mouth was full of blood. He pointed at Chun Zhao and yelled, "Beat him! Beat him to death!" Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Chun Zhao tilted his body slightly and dodged the youth's fist. Chun Zhao kicked it with his knee. The youth clutched his abdomen and fell down. Chun Zhao picked up the phone. "Hello, President. Didn't you say you were going to pick us up? We're already out of the arrival gate, but we don't see you." "I'm teaching a group of hooligans a lesson right now," Chun Zhao said. "I don't have time to go. I'll give you my locator, and you can come over yourself." As Chun Zhao spoke, he dodged another hooligan's attack. He snatched the baseball bat from the hooligan's hand and swung it casually, causing the hooligan to bleed. In a few seconds, half of the hooligans had already fallen to the ground. The remaining hooligans were all panic-stricken. "Run!" The remaining hooligans turned to run without any sense of loyalty. Thud, thud, thud. All the hooligans paused and broke out in a cold sweat. Chun Zhao now had a machine gun in his hand. The girl was also dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? How could he have a gun? Chun Zhao looked at the girl with a smile. "Can you translate for me? If anyone dares to run, I'll shoot him full of holes." Actually, he didn't need the girl to translate at all. Both the hooligans on the ground and the ones who'd been planning to run were too scared to move. He said, "If you dare to move, he'll shoot you," the girl said, trembling. All the hooligans wanted to cry, but had no tears. They were actually just high school students. But they'd never thought something like this would happen. In Japan, club culture was very popular. So, they formed a club with honor. In the past, they'd done a few deals without any cost. The process had been smooth, and they'd scammed hundreds of thousands of yen each time. But this time, they'd finally run into a ghost. The hunter and the hunted had switched places. This guy actually had a gun, and a machine gun at that. They finally realized the severity of the problem. A while later, Klaus and the others arrived. When the hooligans saw the business class cars, they'd hoped that they were reinforcements. Unfortunately, when the burly Klaus alighted, they immediately realized that these guys weren't reinforcements. Jocelyn and Nash looked at the hooligans curiously. "President, who are they?" "Shove them all into the trunk," Chun Zhao said. "We'll play somewhere else." "President, we don't have much space in the trunk." "It's okay. Even if they die, we'll just dump their bodies." The girl's face was filled with even more fear and despair. These people were real gangsters. They might even be the mafia. They were going to die. They were really going to die this time. These people would definitely kill them all. To Chun Zhao and the others, it was a rare experience to be a gangster once in a while. Chapter 17:05. Not long after, a dozen youngsters were dragged out from the back of the carriage. They thought that they were going to suffocate in the trunk. However, when they realized that they were on a barren, trash-filled beach, they couldn't wait to return to the trunk. What did they want? Did they want to dump their corpses? "Go into the sea, all of you," Chun Zhao ordered. The hoodlums' hearts skipped a beat. Some started crying while others knelt down. They were frightened, really frightened. "Sir, I was wrong. Don't kill me." The girl knelt on the ground and hugged Chun Zhao's leg. Chun Zhao pushed her lightly, and she fell to the ground. "I don't need an apology." Bang, bang, bang. Chun Zhao fired his machine gun into the air again. "Go into the sea, or I'll shoot you full holes." The young men were herded into the sea by Chun Zhao's people. It wasn't cold right now. After all, it wasn't October yet. However, they felt that the seawater was bone-chilling ice. Before long, someone started drowning. Chun Zhao washed the drowning people onto the shore. Among the dozen hoodlums, the longest ones struggled in the water for less than 20 minutes. In the end, they all lay on the beach. Only then did Chun Zhao leave with the people from the association. Chun Zhao didn't want to kill them all. They didn't deserve to die yet. "Chun, what's the situation with the Killing Stone Seal mission?" Gaia asked. Only Gaia didn't participate in the mess just now. If Chun Zhao and the others went overboard, she would probably stop them. "It's not good. The seal on the Killing Stone can collapse at any time," Chun Zhao said. "Also, according to my friend, the sealed fox, Tamamonome, is very powerful. Compared to you?" Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. "I'm not sure. She might be stronger or weaker than me. I'm not sure," Chun Zhao said honestly. "Anyway, you don't have to participate this time. You can't participate anyway." Just treat this trip to Japan as a vacation. Mr. Tianchi, you'll be their tour guide. Hi, President. Donya Tianchi, bring me to your bladesmithing workshop, Kira said with great interest. Although Donya Tianchi did not belong to the bladesmith workshop, his sect was considered one. In fact, the current sects were very similar to enterprises or companies. There were people who joined and people who left. It didn't say that once one entered the sect, they would have to serve for the rest of their lives. The sword forging workshop was the best sect in Japan for forging weapons, but there weren't many people. Therefore, even though Donya Tianchi had left the workshop, he still maintained a good relationship with it. Moreover, the blade forging workshop was different from most sections. They were not good at fighting. Donya Tianchi, for example, was only average in strength, but his weaponsmithing skills were extremely high. Of course, apart from Kira, the others had no interest in the bladesmithing workshop. I'm going to Disneyland, Moore said. Everyone looked at Moore and then turned their heads away. Moore, how old are you? You still want to go to Disneyland? There's a Disneyland in LA too. It's different. This is Tokyo Disneyland. My goal is to visit all the Disneylands in the world. If you want to go, then go. I want to accompany you. Me too. I won't go either. Everyone expressed their position. How old were they to go to Disneyland? After arriving at the hotel, Chun Zhao checked in. He also told the hotel to prepare. He planned to have a party there. At the same time, he called Fei Lai to inform her that Gaia and the others had arrived. Kaori, there's a party in the hotel later. Do you want to come? Fei Lai asked. Sorry, Miss Fei Lai, Chio Kaori said helplessly. I have something to do at home. I have to rush home after dropping you guys off. Is it urgent? Chio Kaori hesitated and then nodded. Then you can go back first, Fei Lai said. We're fine too. That's not good, Chio Kaori said hesitantly. It's fine, Fei Lai said. We have bodyguards. Of course, the biggest function of these bodyguards now was to carry the bags and do manual labor. Portia had always been depressed. She had spent more than $20,000 today, and it was all borrowed by Fei Lai. When she left in the morning, she had been warning herself. She couldn't buy any more. She couldn't cut off her hands. But when she saw the dazzling lineup of famous brands, she was lost again. When they walked out of the mall, Portia finally realized what had happened. Portia felt that she would never be able to pay back the money. I'll take you back to the hotel, Chio Kaori said dutifully. It won't take long, anyway. It wasn't that she was worried about Fei Lai and the other's safety. It was her duty. Of course, even if she wasn't there, the 4 bodyguards would still protect them. These 4 bodyguards were all locals, and they all had gang connections behind them. This was one of the specialties of Japan. The best bodyguards weren't security companies made up of retired soldiers. Instead, they were made up of gangs. If a rich person from another country or country came to Japan, they would hire a security company made up of local gangs. This meant that they accepted the protection of the local gangs. It was expensive, but it was definitely worth it. These bodyguards wouldn't just be dutiful. If something happened, the gangs behind them would also come out to solve the problem. To some extent, they were all trustworthy. They wouldn't allow others to break this rule. Moreover, all the local gangs would follow this rule. If an outsider hired a bodyguard from one of the local gangs, the other gangs wouldn't attack them easily either. The 4 bodyguards had been contacted by the hotel. Each person's daily salary was $20,000. 10 days would be $200,000. For people for 10 days would be $800,000. This was actually a form of protection fee. However, Chun Zhao was willing to accept this rule. After all, this was someone else's territory. If Chun Zhao was alone or with his family, he wouldn't have to pay the protection fee. But he had his own things to do. Therefore, it was reasonable to spend some money to ensure his safety. The bodyguard would also do their best to protect their employer. They didn't just receive high pay. They were the representatives of their own clubs. If something happened to them and their employer was hurt, they wouldn't just lose their jobs. Not only would they lose their jobs, but their families would also be implicated. Chapter 1706. Apart from Chun Zhao's family, Portia didn't know anyone else at the party. Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and even little Jerlin knew everyone at the party like the back of their hands. Portia regretted that there were 2 or 3 kids at the party. They seemed to be enjoying Chun Zhao's work too. Gaia, Mr. West didn't come. They'll come tomorrow or the day after, Gaia said. It couldn't be helped. They couldn't let go of all the matters of the association at once. For example, some people had missions. They couldn't let go of them first and finish them when they came back. So they had to finish the missions first before leaving. The first wave of people who had nothing to do came, and there would be more people coming tomorrow and the day after. In an ordinary apartment, Chiyo Kaori looked at her sister coldly. When his sister came back, she had some injuries on her body, and her body was also wet. It was as if she'd fallen into the water and been crying in her room. Chiyo Kaori kicked her sister's door open. Xiaoyi, what's going on? Chiyo Kaori covered her head with the blanket. Did those guys bully you? Chiyo Kaori asked. She knew that her sister always skipped school. She even hung out with some hooligans. Chiyo Kaori wanted to discipline her sister, but she didn't know how. She had her own studies, and she had to work part-time. She was so tired every day. She didn't have enough energy to take care of her sister. But no matter what, Chiyo Kaori was her sister. They depended on each other since young. Now that she knew that her sister was bullied, Chiyo Kaori couldn't bear it. Chiyo Kaori couldn't bear it. Right now, she just wanted to help her sister vent her anger. Chiyo Kaori didn't want to say it either. She was already extremely afraid of the mafia. If her sister offended them, it wouldn't be good. So, she just wanted to bury her fear in her heart. Chiyo Kaori angrily pulled the cup off her sister's head. Xiaoyi, tell me who hurt you. I'll take revenge for you. You can't do anything, Chiyo Kaori said, looking at her sister. You don't know anything. Of course, she hated him too. Of course, she wanted revenge. But she knew that they weren't enemies she could fight. They were the mafia. No, I can do it. Trust me. How can I believe you? Who do you think you are? Superhero? Chiyo asked. The other party is a mafia. Mafia? This is Japan. How could there be a mafia here? It's true. Those people are from the mafia. Chiyo was also in despair. She didn't expect to flag down a random car. He had thought that it was prey. In the end, the other party turned out to be a mafia. Even if it's the mafia, I will make them pay the price. You can't do anything. The police won't do anything. They won't dare to do anything. Chiyoya was full of distrust toward her sister. Chiyo Kaori was very angry. She wanted to tell her sister that she was not ordinary. She had the ability. Unfortunately, she couldn't say it. Because Chiyo Yaya was an ordinary person, Chiyo Kaori silently walked out of the room and picked up the phone. Hello, Murata. Help me investigate something. Chiyo Kaori knew who her younger sister was messing around with. So if his sister had encountered the mafia, her accomplices were probably the same. So even if Chiyo Yaya didn't want to say anything, she also had a way to find clues from her accomplices. On a residential street, a figure slowly wandered on the street. The figure's steps were slow, and he was holding a katana in his hand. The katana's blade was dripping with blood. The man was wearing a samurai costume, and his feet were stepping on wooden clogs. The wooden clogs made a ka-ka sound. Just at this time, a police car stopped at the corner of the street. Is there a person over there? Two police officers in the police car pointed not far away. The street lights were slightly dim, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Baka, is cosplay so reckless? Walking on the street in the middle of the night with a katana, what a bastard. A police officer got out of the car, pointed at the samurai who was walking over and shouted, Hey, kid over there, come here. The samurai walked to the dim street light. At this time, the police saw the samurai's body was stained with blood, and the blade was also stained with blood. The samurai's expression was also somewhat unnatural. He grinned, as if he was laughing. His eyes were wide open, and his hair was disheveled. This wasn't a samurai, but more like a madman. The police officer was startled and immediately pointed his gun at the samurai. Stop! Don't move! The samurai raised his katana. The police officer shouted again. Don't move, move again, and I'll shoot. Ha! The samurai let out a horrifying laugh. That laugh provoked the police even more. Bang! The police opened fire. The samurai's katana slashed through the air. The bullets were cut in half by the katana. Seeing the two cut bullets in front of the samurai, the police officer's expression completely froze. At this time, the samurai once again made his stance. Don't, don't move. Put down your katana. Put down your katana. Bang, bang, bang. The police officer's nerves finally snapped, and he fired continuously. Scatter. The samurai uttered a single word. The katana drew a few arcs of light in the air. All the bullets were cut down by the samurai. Kakot, there were no more bullets. The police officer's face paled. The samurai's expression became even more horrified. Chaotic Sakura. The samurai's figure suddenly disappeared. An ear-piercing, cutting sound resounded in the air. The two police officers inside and outside the car both froze. Then, the car was suddenly cut in the middle. The two police officers also turned into pieces of meat. The samurai acted as if nothing had happened. His footsteps were still slow. He paced slowly into the night sky. Two hotel waiters were delivering breakfast to Chun Zhao and Fei Lai. The two waiters chatted in low voices. Did you hear? Something happened again last night. What? I heard that in a community street in Akihabara, more than a dozen people died, including policemen. It is said that they were all hacked to death by samurai swords, and their bodies were cut into pieces. When I came here, I passed by the Shinjuku area. The entire street there was completely blocked, and a large number of policemen went in and out. Portia looked up and asked, "Where did you say people died?" The two waiters had thought that since they were all foreigners, they wouldn't understand what they were saying. "I'm sorry." The two waiters hurriedly apologized. If the customers complained, they might be fired. After all, they'd be caught saying such things while working. "Did you say something happened in Akihabara?" Portia asked. Their plan today was to go shopping in Akihabara. If something happened there, they might have to change their schedule for the day. Chapter 17:07. Portia, did something happen? I think there was a madman in Akihabara last night. He killed people on the streets with a katana. Portia didn't fully understand either. After all, the two waiters didn't know the specifics. They added some guesses of their own. So, what they'd told Portia wasn't that accurate. Portia wasn't Japanese, so she couldn't completely understand what the waiters were saying. Just then, Jalanash, Asalisa, and Nami walked in. The three of them were definitely shopaholics. Also, because the association sponsored them, each person's spending didn't exceed $100,000 and could be reported to the association. Plus, the three of them were all rich. Their salaries in the association were all high-income people. Even the workers at the periphery were far above the national average, let alone them. "Miss Fei Lai," Portia said worriedly, "a murder just happened in Akihabara. Will it be dangerous if we go now?" "It's fine. We have a lot of people and bodyguards." Just then, Chio Kaori walked in. "Kaori, you're here. We should go." "Kaori, you don't look well. Did something happen at home? Maybe Chun Zhao can help." "Thank you, it's nothing." Chio Kaori had been worried about her sister the night before. So, she didn't sleep at all. Of course, she didn't forget her job either. After all, being a tour guide for Fei Lai and the others for 10 days was equivalent to half a year of her income. Just then, Chun Zhao saw a figure behind Chio Kaori. The person's aura was exactly the same as Blackie's. However, his attire was different. He wore traditional Japanese clothing. He held a short scythe in one hand and a chain wrapped around the other. Is this the Japanese death messenger? It seemed that death messengers all over the world had different styles. Chun Zhao wondered if the Chinese death messenger was really ox head or horse face. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Wait," Chun Zhao said. "I'll change my clothes and walk around with you." Everyone was astonished, and Portia's face was filled with disbelief. Chun Zhao actually wanted to go shopping. According to Fei Lai, Chun Zhao hated shopping to the bone. Now, he actually wanted to go shopping. Osorisa, Jalanash, and Alice all looked regretful. After changing, Chun Zhao followed the others out. "Chun, are you sure you want to go shopping with us? Autumn Leaf Plains is a second-dimensional Yuan sacred land. Of course, we have to go and take a look." Actually, Chun Zhao also read Japanese comics. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't a fanatic. At most, it was a hobby to pass the time. Compared to Shinjuku and Ginza, Akihabara had fewer people. But with at least 1 million visitors a day, it could still be considered prosperous. There were so many business centers in the world but only a few could receive 1 million visitors a day. Moreover, a large portion of the people here were anime lovers. All kinds of bizarre cosplay could be seen everywhere on the streets. It was also a place of pilgrimage for anime lovers from all over the world. Of course, as one of the shopping centers, this place didn't only have 2D. It was also a shopping mecca. Fei Lai and the others had already entered a shop. Chun Zhao leaned against the railing and watched the crazy women pick out the items. 4 bodyguards stood outside too. "Hey!" Chun Zhao called out to the 4 bodyguards and made a smoking gesture. "Give me a cigarette." "Sir, I know English." One of the bodyguards took out a cigarette and passed it to Chun Zhao. "Also, you can't smoke here. You have to go over there." "Okay, thank you." Japan was a country that was extremely conservative with its rules. It wasn't bad, but it would indeed make people feel pressured. Many places in Japan were non-smoking areas. There would always be 1 or 2 places on each street that were specially used to attract people. The other places were completely non-smoking. Chun Zhao went to the non-smoking area to smoke. Just then, there was a commotion in front. A large number of tourists were running in his direction. Something seemed to have happened in front of them, causing great panic. Chun Zhao and the 4 bodyguards immediately ran to the shop where Fei Lai and the others were shopping. "Chun, what's wrong?" "I don't know. Something seems to have happened. I saw a large number of people running this way." Chun Zhao didn't know what exactly happened. However, he didn't want the commotion to affect Fei Lai and the 2 kids. Immediately, everyone heard gunshots outside. The police cars started to block the road and evacuate all the tourists. "Mr. Chun, Miss Fei Lai, you guys go first. I'll go take a look outside." Chio Kaori couldn't care about her job anymore. Saying that, she ran to the street and ran toward the source of the commotion. "Fei Lai, you guys go play somewhere else. I'll stay and watch." "Okay. Be careful," Fei Lai said helplessly. Portia didn't understand. There was clearly an emergency ahead. First, Chio Kaori ran in that direction, but Chun Zhao stayed to watch. She really didn't understand what they were thinking. Was it really that fun to watch? The road ahead had already been blocked by the police. All the tourists had been evacuated too. However, the police didn't enter the scene. Their mission seemed to be to block all the entrances and exits. "Kaori, you're here so fast. Are you nearby too?" When Chio Kaori rushed to the scene, she saw one of her companions there. "Kishimoto, what's going on?" Chio Kaori asked. "I don't know. I received a notice from the Metropolitan Police Department that there's a cosplayer who randomly slashes people with a knife." "Just a cosplayer?" Chio Kaori didn't think that a crazy cosplayer could make the police block the scene. 10 people were killed here last night, Miki Kishimoto said. They were all slashed with knives. Even the police cars were cut open. There were a few bullets cut open at the scene too. Could it be the Devil Blade? Chio Kaori's expression darkened. The Devil Blade was a general term for a type of monster. It was actually a monster that controlled people. The main body was the blade. The Devil Blade was a very difficult monster to deal with. They weren't afraid of death and only knew how to kill. Their swordsmanship was also extremely powerful. As long as the body of the blade wasn't destroyed, it would never be defeated. Just at this moment, a piercingly cold breeze blew past. Chio Kaori and Miki Kishimoto's expressions changed. A samurai with a katana was walking toward them. The katana in the samurai's hand emitted a thick demonic aura. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1708. The samurai had a strange smile on his face. Step by step, he walked toward the 2 of them. Virumd at this time, the roar of a motorcycle came from behind the samurai. The samurai turned around and saw an extremely cool heavy-duty motorcycle rushing towards him. The rider of the heavy motorcycle was wearing a black windbreaker and a red and black helmet. On the left side of the heavy motorcycle was a machine gun. Da-da, scattering brilliance. The samurai's katana slashed in the air. The machine gun bullets created sparks on the samurai's katana. The heavy motorcycle suddenly crashed into the samurai. The samurai's figure flashed, avoiding the heavy motorcycle. Chaos Sakura. The samurai attacked again. In an instant, the samurai turned into a stream of light, his figure extremely fast. "Oh no! Sakurako, be careful!" Suddenly, A short figure appeared in front of Sakurako without warning, holding two small katanas, crossed to block the samurai's attack. Little Devil Star. Seeing the newcomer, Kishimoto Mitsuki and Chiyo Kaori were very happy. Among them, Little Devil Star was the best at using katanas. How could there be a sword devil in the city? Little Devil Star regretfully looked at the samurai in front of him. Although he blocked the samurai's attack, he could still feel the terror of the sword devil in front of him. The samurai tilted his head, muttering, 1, 2, 3, 4. Slowly, the smile on the samurai's face became more and more brilliant, but also more and more terrifying. Little Devil Star crossed the two katanas in front of his chest. As a sword user, he could feel the terror of the sword devil more than anyone else. This sword devil exuded the smell of blood. Did this sword devil kill 100 people? Or 1,000? At this time, the samurai slightly tilted his head. Another person came from behind. Murata. Seeing Murata also came, everyone couldn't help but be happy. Murata was their leader and also the strongest. Murata Ishino clenched his fist and looked at the samurai with an unfriendly expression. Is this the guy who ruined my weekend? Kazufuru. The samurai suddenly turned around and slashed at Murata Ishino. Steel. Murata Ishino's body suddenly turned into metal. Hiss! The katana tore Murata Ishino's clothes, but it could only leave a shallow white line on his chest. Is that all you've got? Haruka Murata patted his chest. The warrior gently stroked the edge of his sword and assumed the stance of a bow. In an instant, the warrior's aura changed. Murata, be careful, Little Devil Star shouted. At this moment, the samurai was no longer a puppet, but an unsheathed sharp blade. A black aura was released from the warrior's body. Fusion Chop. The samurai transformed into a black stream of light, and his figure could no longer be seen with the naked eye. The speed of the blade was peerlessly fast, bringing with it boundless terror as it attacked Murata Ishino. Ikkyo Murata only felt a suffocating pressure. Bang! A huge fist attacked from the side of Murata Ishino, directly sending Murata Ishino flying. The giant fist took the place of Murata Ishino and received the terrible blow of the samurai. An arm flew up. The owner of this arm was a ghost. It was Chiyo Kaori's spirit-branded Shikigami, Chi-Gue. Chiyo Kaori felt the same. When the white ghost's arm was cut off, she also felt like her arm was cut off. Damn it! Seeing Chiyo Kaori taking the blow for him, Murata Ishino immediately felt uncontrollable anger and flew towards the samurai. The samurai's sword was facing downwards. Holding the hilt with both hands, he suddenly stabbed it into the ground. In an instant, a ripple spread out in all directions. The movement of the 5 people at the scene instantly slowed down. The samurai also turned into a white ghost. Everyone also instantly knew the identity of this demon blade. White Face Onigami. Among the many demon blades, it was the most terrifying demon blade. Many demon blades in the world were created by humans. Because of various reasons, they turned into demon blades. But White Face Onigami was a demon blade created by 100 demons. Moreover, it was a demon blade created by the blood of the bird Feather Sky Emperor. Of course, White Face Onigami also had another identity, a general under Tamamo no Mae. While everyone was in a daze, White Face Onigami turned into a beam of white light. The first to suffer was Murata Ishino. His body was directly cut open by White Face Onigami. Startled, Little Devil barely managed to raise his 2 odachi to block the attack. But in an instant, the 2 odachi were shattered. Little Devil's left arm flew up. White Face Onigami did not stop. Instead, he turned to the third target, Chiyo Kaori. Suddenly, a wave of noble spirit descended from the sky. The barrier created by White Face Onigami was instantly disintegrated. The noble spirit forcibly stopped White Face Onigami's attack. Zhang Tianyi descended from the sky and slapped White Face Onigami's chest with one hand. Scram! White Face Onigami was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the glass of the building behind him. White Face Onigami was just about to get up when a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. "Lend me your sword." Without thinking, White Face Onigami slashed behind him with the blade. But the hand grabbed White Face Onigami's hands that were holding the hilt first. Chun Zhao crushed the hands and tore off the demon's blade. After the sword was in his hand, Chun Zhao's figure suddenly changed. Chun Zhao had heard that demon swords could affect people's minds and make them be controlled by them. But Chun Zhao did not feel that way. However, his appearance had changed to that of a warrior. Even his appearance had changed. He had become a white-faced ghost with 2 horns on his head and blood-red eyes. Demonic chi rippled on Chun Zhao's body, but only on the surface. There was no other change. Just then, Zhang Tianyi walked into the building and looked at Chun Zhao. "Monster, surrender now." Chun Zhao felt a toothache. His figure flashed, and he fled as fast as he could. Zhang Tianyi was aghast. This demon's speed was too fast. Even he couldn't catch it. If the monster had slashed at him, how could he have blocked it? No, that demon's sword can't be this strong. Zhang Tianyi frowned and looked down. There was a withered corpse on the ground. The corpse's hands were twisted. Thinking carefully, Zhang Tianyi suddenly understood. The demon sword was no longer the one he'd slapped away. Chun Zhao was probably the only person who could take the demon sword in such a short time and not be controlled by it. Zhang Tianyi took out his phone and called Chun Zhao. "Chun Zhao, was that you?" "It was me." Chun Zhao did not deny it. "Say, if a demon sword suddenly appeared when you were returning the Yasukani no Magatama and stole it, would that be reasonable?" Reasonable, reasonable. You're so thoughtful." Actually, Chun Zhao had thought of this on the spur of the moment. The demon sword was useless to him, but it was not completely useless. At least pretending to be someone controlled by the demon sword was very deceptive. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1709. The demon blade had its own will. However, to Chun Zhao, it was impossible for this bit of willpower to replace him. Chun Zhao was the kind of person who wouldn't be moved by external things. Even back then, when he wasn't so powerful, Chun Zhao would ask him to do a striptease when he was tempted by the root of corruption. Moreover, Chun Zhao had successfully discovered the function of the undead key and absorbed the black dragon's soul fragment, making his soul and will even stronger. Chun Zhao felt that if the demon did a striptease, it might be more effective than just bewitching him. But to be honest, the demon blade completely occupied and robbed his body. It couldn't even enter Chun Zhao's brain. "Chun, you're back. Did you see what's going on?" Fei Lai and the others saw Chun Zhao walk over. "The police have sealed off that area," Chun Zhao said, smiling. "I can't get in." Fei Lai didn't think that Chun Zhao was telling the truth. Osorisa, Jalanash, Nami, and Alice understood Chun Zhao the best. Something big must have happened in the area sealed off by the police. Just then, Fei Lai's phone rang. It was Chio Kaori. Her voice was a bit weak. "Miss Fei Lai, I can't be your tour guide for the next 2 days." "It's okay. I think something must have happened," Fei Lai said considerately. "If there's anything you need help with, just tell me. If I can help you, I won't reject you." Fei Lai said understandingly, "Just tell me." "No, it's okay. I can do it myself." "Thank you, Miss Fei Lai." After hanging up, Fei Lai looked at Chun Zhao with some resentment. "You made us lose a tour guide." "What do you mean? It has nothing to do with me. If you weren't stopped by the police, we might not have lost this tour guide. You can hire another one." Chio Kaori, Ishino Murata, Little Devil, Sakurako, and Kishimoto Mitsuki all stared at Zhang Tianyi in shock. That terrifying white-faced demon had beaten the 5 of them up so badly that they couldn't fight back at all. In that instant, the demon could have killed all 5 of them in one move. But Zhang Tianyi, who had suddenly arrived, had sent him flying with one move. The old man was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. This made everyone confused about Zhang Tianyi's identity. At this time, Sakurako's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she stared at Zhang Tianyi. "Little girl, don't stare at me like that. I'll be embarrassed." Zhang Tianyi said disrespectfully, "If you admire me very much, contact me in private." Are you the Taoist Master Zhang Tianyi of Mount Longhu Celestial Master Sect in Huaxia. Sakurako looked at Zhang Tianyi in shock. Keep it down, keep it down. Don't call me Tao Master. Just call me Heavenly Master, Zhang Tianyi said with a smile. His face was filled with an expression of come and praise me quickly. Sakura, who is he? Chio Kori asked in confusion. The most powerful psychic in the world, the leader of the Huaxia spirit world, Sakurako said. Zhang Tianyi looked at Sakurako. He had a high status and seniority. However, he wasn't very famous in the spirit world. At the very least, he was much less famous than the 23rd generation Blood Mary. Even in Huaxia, only the older people knew about him. But Sakurako seemed to be very familiar with him. Little girl, your family is? Zhang Tianyi looked up and down at Sakurako. Sakurako was still wearing the motorcycle helmet, and her body was also tightly wrapped. Master, my name is Sakurako Suzuki from Nagoya's Hell Ghost Vision Suzuki family. Hell Ghost Vision, is there anyone in your family who knows me alive? To be honest, it's not that. Zhang Tianyi looked down on the Suzuki family. Their family's method was to borrow the power of ghosts and gods, and they could gain great power in a very short time. This method was called Hell Ghost Vision, and it trapped the power of ghosts and gods in the body. This method seemed powerful, but no one who used this power could live past the age of 35. Therefore, the Suzuki family was also famous for their short life. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Tianyi said these words. Decades ago, Zhang Tianyi did know one or two people from the Suzuki family, but they were also young. Those two young people were the rising stars of the Suzuki family, and they were proficient in Hell Ghost Vision. But today, decades later, the souls of those two youngsters might have already perished to the ends of the earth. How can mortals bear the power of ghosts and gods? It's nothing more than using the young body to fight. Master, I saw you at the Huaxia Dao discussion conference 10 years ago. Sakurako said. Oh, I see. It seems that I presided over the opening ceremony of the Huaxia Dao discussion conference. Master, may I ask if you destroyed the white face ghost vision? No, he escaped. Zhang Tianyi said. What a pity, he actually escaped. Master, may I ask if you came to Japan for the Killing Stone Seal? Yes, I was invited by your Japanese government. The Killing Stone Seal can no longer be repaired, and the Demon Fox in the Killing Stone is bound to escape. Zhang Tianyi nodded. It is said that when the 4 monster generals appear, it is the time when Tamamo no Mae escapes. Zhang Tianyi's heart moved and asked, what are the other 3 monster generals? Tamamo no Mae's 4 generals are the white-face Ghost Vision, the green-face Divine Master, the red-face Ghost King, and the black-face Ghost Demon. Sakurako didn't hide anything and told Zhang Tianyi everything she knew. The white-face Ghost Vision's original body is the Demon Blade, and it has already appeared. The green-face Divine Master is a fallen Onmyoji who was seduced by Tamamo no Mae. His current whereabouts are unknown. The red-faced Ghost King is an evil spirit summoned to the human world in ancient times. He eats countless people and was sealed in Kobe by the Grand Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. The exact location is unknown. The black-faced Ghost Demon is said to be a monster born from evil in the human world. Every time it appears, there will be dark clouds, as if it is the end of the world. Zhang Tianyi wondered if he could stop the 4 monsters from appearing. Could he stop Tamamo no Mae from breaking the seal? The possibility was low, but there was no harm in trying. Now, the Demon Blade White Face Ghost Vision was in his hands. Perhaps he could get some information and clues about the other 3 monsters from him. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Izuo Murata. His arm had been cut open. Although the bleeding had stopped, he was still weak. I made this pill myself. I don't know how effective it is, but try it. It shouldn't kill you. Hurry and take your arm to the hospital. There might still be hope. I'm leaving. Chapter 1710. The trip to Akihabara was interrupted, but it didn't affect everyone's mood. Gaia was in charge of picking up the people who would arrive today. West, Rouen, Pennsylvania, an elite, Henry, and the other outer members were on the 6 p.m. flight. Actually, Chen Zhao did regret bringing his family this time, because the current Tokyo was really full of danger. The situation was much more serious than Chen Zhao had imagined. Chun Zhao had thought that the incident would happen in the Aokigahara forest under Mount Fuji. It was more than 100 kilometers away from Tokyo. It shouldn't affect Tokyo. But it turned out that Chun Zhao had underestimated the impact. It was different from the big incident in China 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the myriad demon king's sealed demonic aura leaked out. The location was more than 1,000 kilometers away from a densely populated area. At that time, there was enough space for spiritualists to rush over. But this time, the incident happened less than 200 kilometers away from Tokyo. Most of the places within this distance were densely populated areas. It was mainly because Japan was too small and had a large population. At night, there was another party to welcome West and the others. Portia realized that many of the people who came today looked like street thugs. That was indeed the case. The outer members had all been forced by Chun Zhao to do odd jobs in the headquarters. Of course, they'd all turned over a new leaf now. After all, the association paid them well. Most of the time, it gave them personal space and time. Even gangsters might not earn as much as they did now. In fact, most gangsters were in a precarious situation. Apart from the big shots, not many could get rich from gangsters. Moreover, the supernatural organization had a strict policy toward the outer members. Whoever dared to walk the same path would have their legs broken. For example, Mort had been a gangster back then. Then, Chun Zhao taught him a good lesson. A few gangsters ran up to Portia, asking for a number. Of course, Portia didn't give them any face. After eating something at the party, she planned to go back to her room to rest. Portia was very curious about Chun Zhao's employees. They seemed to be from all walks of life, but they didn't seem like gangsters. At least, she hadn't heard of any gangsters organizing group building and tours. When she reached her floor, Portia saw a few hotel employees in front of her room. The door to his room was open. Portia was instantly enraged and immediately ran over. Portia saw a monk in a black kasaya standing at the door. "What are you doing? Get out of my room, or I'll complain to your hotel." The expressions of the employees were not normal. At that moment, the monk came out of Portia's room. "Hello, Mississippi, what are you doing?" Portia asked with a dark expression. "There are monsters here. I'm here to exorcise them," the monk replied. "Do you think I'll listen to your nonsense?" Portia felt that her intelligence had been insulted. "What happened?" Gaia came up from behind. "They barged in my room and told me that there's a monster here. That's utter nonsense." Portia felt even more confident when she saw her people arrive. Portia looked at these people, and her gaze fell on the monk. This monk must have just used a spell, as there were faint traces of magic on his body. Gaia's eyesight was not very good, but he could still sense the obvious traces. Portia checked to see if anything is missing. "Oh, right." Portia immediately ran back to her room. Gaia followed. "How is it? Did anything go missing?" "No, but I'm not very happy right now," Portia said. "I'll let your boss handle this. I'm sure he'll take care of it," Gaia said. "Okay." Portia could only agree. After Gaia left the room, she called Chun Zhao. "Hey, Chun, there seems to be a monster in the hotel." Gaia explained the situation. "Okay, got it." As soon as Monk Mingji went downstairs, he heard a voice from behind. "You're a monk from Dayu Temple?" Monk Mingji turned around and looked at Dongye Tianxi. "You are? The room you exorcised is my friend's. Can you tell me about it?" Chun Zhao had called Dongye Tianxi over. In their team, other than Portia, Dongye Tianxi was the only Japanese who could speak Japanese. Moreover, he was more familiar with the Japanese spiritual world. It would be best if he could help. "You too? I'm a bladesmith. I used to work at the forge," Dongye Tianxi said. "If that's the case, it'll be easy." Monk Mingji relaxed. "I was an employee of the hotel. Through the surveillance, I noticed something unusual. This hotel has some connections with me, so they invited me over to exorcise it." "Did you find that thing?" "No, but you better be careful. I've seen the surveillance. That thing should be a lustful bride." Lustful brides were spider monsters. Their upper body was human, and their lower body was spider. Lustful brides loved to attack beautiful women, eat their internal organs, and store their skin. Lustful brides? Dongye Tianxi frowned. He'd heard of such monsters before. They were very troublesome. "Sir, do you need me to help you exorcise it?" "There's no need for that. My friends are all spiritualists. What a joke. Most of the people in the association were here, including Chun Zhao. If they were disturbed by a small, lustful bride, wouldn't they be shameless? Okay, be careful. I'm leaving. Monk Mingji shook his head, his face dejected. More and more trouble has been happening in Tokyo recently. To be honest, the more supernatural incidents there were, the more supernatural activities there were. But the people of the supernatural world didn't like this, because all the spiritualists in Japan knew what was going on. The seal on the stone of slaughter was about to be unlocked. The 1,000-year-old monster would appear in the world. That was why the demons and monsters were appearing more frequently. After sending Monk Mingji off, Donya Tianchi hurriedly reported the situation to Chun Zhao. It seemed troublesome. There was a monster hiding in the hotel. But it wasn't complicated. The entire hotel staff aside, the only people who needed protection were Fei Lai, little Jerlin, little Larissa, and Portia. Fei Lai, Jerlin, and Larissa were under Chun Zhao's watch. No matter what came, it was useless. Portia was followed by a few female members. Nothing big would happen. After Chun Zhao put down the phone, his small world expanded. He focused on finding the lustful bride. But to Chun Zhao's confusion, he couldn't sense the lustful bride at all. Chapter 17:11. Chun Zhao's small world was more than 500 meters in diameter and shaped like a sphere. It could cover the entire hotel in a small world with extra space. But Chun Zhao couldn't find a single small monster. Had the Luo bride already escaped the hotel? To be honest, Chun Zhao admired the Luo bride. After all, to any monster, this hotel was a dangerous place. This hotel was like a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. That was why Chun Zhao suspected that the Luo bride had discovered the problem in the hotel. Of course, there was another possibility. The Luo bride was already so awesome. This Luo bride was already so awesome. If that was really the case, Chun Zhao had nothing to say. Gaia, go drink with Portia. Get her drunk. Don't let her leave your sight. Gaia, go find Portia and get her drunk. Don't let her out of your sight. Knock, 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 come in. Gaia walked in with 2 cases of beer. Gaia, why are you here? I should be the one asking you. Why did you run back to your room before the party ended? I feel like most of the people who came today are hooligans, Portia said bluntly. After all, she'd grown up in New Orleans. She could feel the gangster aura from some people. It couldn't be covered up. Did they harass you? I'll teach them a lesson tomorrow, Gaia said. Since you can't stand them, let's drink. The 2 girls sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. They weren't friends, but they could talk in front of beer. Gaia, are you married? No, but I have a kid, Gaia said. Can you tell me about the boss? You mean Chun? Don't tell me you've fallen for him? Stop joking. Portia didn't have any feelings for Chun Zhao. She was just curious. Chun Zhao was rich, but he seemed to know people from all walks of life. Chun is a doctor. Doctor? How is that possible? How can he be a doctor? He had an operation in China and got into an accident. Then he came to America and L.A. Before I met him, I even beat him up. You probably don't know, but he's a medical professor at UCLA. Huh? You beat him up before? This was probably the most delightful thing Portia had heard in a while. Later, he wanted to take revenge on me, so he found a combat coach. And then he found me. You can never imagine how wonderful his expression was when he saw the combat coach. Huh? I'm dying of laughter. Portia laughed so hard that tears flowed down her cheeks. Then we became friends, Gaia said. He didn't look for you for revenge. After that, I couldn't beat him anymore, Gaia said frankly. How could that be? I think he's much smaller than you. The gap between me and him isn't something that can be made up for by size, Gaia said. Are you part of a gang? Portia asked cautiously. Gang? Why would you think that? Whether it's me or him, we both hate gangs very much. I can tell you very responsibly that we are not a gang. In fact, we are an operation department under the government, and he is the director of this department. What department is it? Isn't he rich? Why would he work for the government? But the President of the United States is also rich. Right now, the president who ruled the country through Twitter is in power. He is the most famous rich man in the world. Okay, but what kind of business does the boss do? I'm his personal assistant, but I don't know his business scope at all. He sells alcohol, Gaius said casually. But he is also involved in some movie industries. He has a movie industry? Not really, but he has friends in Hollywood. Recently, a movie he invested in is going to be released. By the way, I also play a role in it. I'm the antagonist, Gaius said. Portia was still a little curious at first. After hearing that Gaia had a role, she completely lost interest. It wasn't that she looked down on Gaia. She just didn't think that a movie Gaia was involved in would be produced by a Hollywood film company. It was most likely an independent movie from a third or fourth-tier film company. If it was a first-tier or second-tier Hollywood company, even the antagonist would rarely use an ordinary person. After all, the antagonist was also an important character. Even if they didn't use a celebrity, they would at least use an actor who had played a few roles and had a certain level of acting skills. Unless it was a super small movie. A small movie that couldn't be squeezed out of the budget. Although Portia hadn't been in the movie industry before, as a professional who was determined to become a big star, Portia still knew some of the rules of Hollywood. It seemed that the movie her boss was talking about was the kind that could only be released in small theaters. In America, there were mainstream movie theaters, independent movie theaters, and small movie theaters. The difference between mainstream and independent movie theaters wasn't too obvious. Generally, independent movie theaters mainly supported independent movies, which were artistic films. However, artistic films would occasionally be released in big theaters, mainly during award season. As for the small theaters, most of them were shoddy or pirated films. At this time, Portia was a little drunk. The floor was full of empty cans and bottles. Gaia was still full of energy. Can beer be drunk to intoxicate people? What a joke. Gaia wouldn't even sway if he had 10 times the amount of beer. By the way, Gaia, when will your movie be released? I'll definitely support it when I have time, Portia said. In her heart, Gaia's movie was probably a pirated film. October 1st, that's... Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Gaia's words. Burp. I'll go open the door. No need, I'll go. You're drunk. Gaia shook her head. Strange. Why did she feel a little dizzy? Gaia walked to the door and found a waitress standing there. What do you want? Gaia asked. The waitress tilted her head and looked at Gaia, mumbling, "You didn't faint?" Suddenly, a spider leg extended from the back of the waiter, its sharp tips stabbing towards Gaia. Although Gaia was a little dizzy, she still reacted and quickly dodged the attack. However, her body's reaction was still half a beat slower, and the sharp foot still stabbed into Gaia's shoulder. Shocked and angry, Gaia raised her leg and kicked out. Bang! With a loud noise, the waitress was sent flying into the opposite wall. Portia waddled over and asked what happened. Chapter 17:12. Portia saw a figure in a waiter's uniform run away quickly. Then she saw Gaia covered in blood. Gaia's body was pressed against the wall. Ah, Gaia, what's wrong? Portia staggered 2 steps forward but fell to the ground again. Gritting her teeth, Gaia took out her phone. Chun, something happened, I know. Chun Zhao could already feel it through the small world. Raz, Faxi, go to Portia's room, Chun Zhao said. Gaia's injured. She seems to have been poisoned. Ruan Faxi was an alchemist. He had some antidotes. More Raz was a healer. He could handle Gaia's injuries. Chun Zhao paused. Jalanash, you go too, he said. Ruan Faxi and More Raz didn't have much combat power, so it would be troublesome if the monster returned. More at Klaus, Chun Zhao said. You guys go after the monster now. He had already locked onto Bride Luo's location. No wonder he couldn't sense her earlier. It was because she was hiding in a waiter's skin. She looked like a normal person. Plus, the skin blocked Chun Zhao's senses. That was why he was fooled. But now, Chun Zhao knew the reason. There were no other problems. Everyone split up, while Chun Zhao stayed at the party. Chun, aren't you going to do it? It's too irresponsible of you to leave everything to others, Fei Lai criticized in a joking tone. She knew that Chun Zhao didn't do anything to protect her and the 2 kids. Of course, it was also because Bride Luo wasn't strong. At least the people from the association were strong enough. But Fei Lai was wrong about one thing. Chun Zhao didn't do nothing. In fact, the dark lava was seeping downwards. Some places that normal people couldn't see were already permeated by it. If there were any changes in the situation, dark magma would attack or protect its subordinates. At the same time, Chun Zhao knocked out the people in the surveillance room and turned off all the surveillance in the hotel. The monster is hiding in the cleaner's tool room now. Chun Zhao controlled the phone remotely. She's hiding in a waiter's skin. West walked over. President, do you need me to help? No, it's just a monster, Chun Zhao said calmly. You guys just arrived today. Have fun. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the rooftop. Everyone was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but reveal vigilant expressions. Chun Zhao looked over. Why was Zhang Tianyi here? Hello, Mr. Zhang. Why are you here? Zhang Tianyi took a deep breath. There seems to be a little monster hiding in the hotel. Do you know about it? Yeah, I just found out, Chun Zhao said. I even suffered a bit. My people are capturing that little monster now. Chun Zhao didn't expect Zhang Tianyi to be so perceptive. Mr. Zhang, how did you know? You can tell just by taking a breath. Demonic aura. I can smell demonic aura, even if it's very faint. Zhang Tianyi said matter-of-factly. That's right. You're not a Taoist, and you've never come into contact with monsters abroad. It's understandable that you're not familiar with Taoist techniques. Most people in the spiritual world in our country aren't bad at this. Zhang Tianyi paused. Then he said, Oh, I'm looking for you because of that demonic blade. You need it? Not me. This demonic blade is called White Mask. It's one of the 4 monster generals under Temamo no Mei's command. Zhang Tianyi briefly explained the purpose of his trip. I just want to see if I can find some information about the other 3 monster generals from White Mask. Chun Zhao shook his head. I can't help it. White Mask's demonic aura can't enter my body at all, much less control me. But because of this, I can't sense its consciousness. Okay, looks like my idea won't work. Zhang Tianyi shook his head helplessly. He wasn't surprised by Chun Zhao's answer. With Chun Zhao's cultivation, if a mere demonic blade could invade his consciousness, that would be the biggest problem. I heard that if you can completely control the blade, your power will increase greatly. Did you increase it? No, it's just scrap metal to me. But if I pick up the blade, I'll become a warrior. Increase Chun Zhao's current power? Stop joking. Chun Zhao didn't feel anything at all. Plus, he still had many abilities that he hadn't used yet. If it was compared to the black trident that was magically modified by Old Turtle, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would weaken Chun Zhao's power. By then, Bride Luo had already met up with the people who had surrounded her. Klaus shot at Bride Luo directly. The skin of the bride was immediately riddled with holes. Bride Luo also crawled out of her skin completely. She was about to counterattack, but Klaus easily dodged her attack. Immerse and Morid also took action. Klaus, there's an attendant on the same floor as you. He's a regular person. Don't be too loud, in case he sees you. Try to be quiet, Chun Zhao instructed through his phone. Zhang Tianyi's small world wasn't as big as Chun Zhao's, but it was still 100 meters wide. He could also sense the 2 sides in the battle. Your subordinates are all talents. Their battle awareness is so strong. I really don't know how you train them. That Klaus guy doesn't have any magical power. How'd he do it? He actually trained his body to this level. Do you have some secret technique? Huh, just a little trick. Chun Zhao chuckled. Zhang Tianyi didn't plan on getting to the bottom of it, but he was still quite interested in this battle. It's a pity that Norma isn't here, West said. Otherwise, the battle would have ended silently. Indeed, Norma had work to do, so she would only come tomorrow. Of course, Klaus, and Morid were already enough to deal with Bride Luo. Bride Luo was completely suppressed by the 3 of them. Chun Zhao saw that it was about time. Dark magma suddenly spewed out from the pipe beside him and bound Bride Luo. Huh, what's this? Zhang Tianyi looked at Chun Zhao in surprise. It had to be said that if this liquid and solid substance could be wielded with ease, it would be extremely effective in battle. Morid, and Klaus avoided the attendant and dragged Bride Luo to the rooftop for Chun Zhao to deal with. Chapter 17:13. In the morning, Portia shot up from the bed. She still hadn't recovered from her hangover. However, she vaguely remembered that something had happened last night. Gaia seemed to have been stabbed. Portia hurriedly got up. She didn't even wash up or change out of her pajamas. She ran to Gaia's room and banged on the door. The door opened. Gaia's tall figure stood before Portia. Gaia, were you hurt last night? What? Portia, have you been drinking too much? Portia looked at Gaia in confusion. Gaia, indeed, didn't seem to be hurt. Right now, her mind was also a mess. She wasn't sure if the things in her mind were real. Was it really just her imagination? Portia, shouldn't you go change? Portia just remembered that she was still in her pajamas. Recently, Tokyo was really in chaos. Evil was everywhere. Of course, large numbers of spiritualists gathered from all over. Not just Japan, but all the spiritualists from all over the world had come. Coupled with the suppression of the government, there were no incidents that were too sensational. But last night, Kobe City Hospital suddenly collapsed. A 10-story building, thousands of patients and medical staff were all buried in the rubble. This news shook all of Japan, even the whole world. Some people said that they saw a huge ghost destroy the hospital. Others said that the old site of the hospital had once been a huge execution ground. Anyway, rumors were everywhere. Even the rumor that Japan was going to sink was very popular. However, such rumors would appear every once in a while. To Chun Zhao and the members of the association, it was time to eat and play. It was as if it had nothing to do with them. Portia had been shopping for the past 3 days. Her legs seemed to be cramping. Feilai also planned to stay in the hotel for a day to rest. Gaia couldn't move around much today, so he didn't go out either. The members of the association also went out to play one after another. Genkira followed Higashino Tianshi to the forge. Chun Zhao went out to drink with a few association members. Shibuya was a place that all men in the world dreamed of going to. Because the alcohol here was really good. Yes, that was it. Chun Zhao, Klaus, and Henry were drinking in an izakaya with Japanese characteristics. When they came out, Henry and Klaus were a little drunk. At night, Shibuya was brighter and brighter, and there was a rancid smell everywhere. I think I saw a friend. I'll go greet him and go home by myself tonight, Henry said shyly. Go, Klaus. Are you coming? Chun Zhao asked, unconcerned. Chun Zhao knew where Henry wanted to go. Along the way, Henry's eyes had been wandering around the signs in the alleys. Although he couldn't understand the Japanese words on the sign, the neon color that was commonly used all over the world, as well as the logo on it, were easy to recognize. Chun Zhao was his superior, but it was not his place to meddle in other people's private affairs. I won't be going. I recently got a girlfriend. Klaus was quite serious in this aspect. Ordinary people? Yes, he's an elementary school teacher. Klaus nodded. Then you should get along well. A cool breeze blew past the street, and then a person in front of him suddenly fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Then a riot broke out in the streets. Chun Zhao raised an eyebrow. Klaus was a bit tipsy, but he sobered up instantly. He turned to look at Chun Zhao. President, are they monsters? Yes, 2 big rats, Chun Zhao said. In the wind, there were 2 rats that looked very big. The 2 rats moved with the wind. One used its sharp claws to rip open the victim's neck. The other used its mouth to take away the victim's money. This made Chun Zhao curious. The 2 rats were clearly monsters. It wasn't hard to understand why monsters killed people. But not only did they kill people, but they also stole money. Why did they steal money? The 2 rats reminded Chun Zhao of a famous Japanese monster, Itachi Kamikaze. It was a monster that moved with the wind. It looked like a rat, but it was invisible. But in Japanese legends, Itachi Kamikaze had 3 brothers. One tricked people, one tore open people's wounds, and one applied plaster to the victim. However, there were only 2 in the wind just now. They clearly didn't match the legends. Let's go over there and take a look. Yes. Klaus put on his special glasses. The glasses allowed him to see things he couldn't normally see. At first, Jolig had made them. Then, after Rohan Faxben came, he'd remade them. Now, the glasses were more portable and had more powerful functions. Other than seeing souls, they could also see other things. But Klaus still couldn't keep up. Chun Zhao suddenly grabbed Klaus and lifted him into the air. This was the first time Klaus flew into the sky without modern technology. Of course, Klaus quickly adjusted his state of mind. The two mice went into a remote factory. There were a few dead people in the factory, as well as a man wearing a black robe and a tall hat. The man's attire looked like the clothes of an ancient onmyoji, hunting clothes. A few green the wisps floated around him. Kamikaze, Song, you're back. How's today's harvest? The two monsters called Kamikaze and Tsang landed before the man. Then Tsang threw all the money he'd stolen before the man. Nice job. I'm rich now. I don't have to stay in a place like this anymore. Tsang Yuan Wang, we've already helped you kill 99 people. In order to steal the blood-stained money, we fulfilled your request. Return our brother's medicine to us. The onmyoji named Tsang Yuan Wang looked at Kamikaze and Tsang with an evil smile. Do you think this is enough? Tsang Yuan Wang looked down at Kamikaze and Tsang. Do you want to go back on your word? Both Kamikaze and Tsang flashed their sharp claws. Don't, please don't. If you kill me, you'll never see your brother's medicine again. Tsang Yuan Wang tried his best to look panicked, but he was actually smiling. He was clearly teasing Kamikaze and Tsang. Kamikaze and Tsang had been hesitating. They'd had enough of Tsang Yuan Wang's teasing, but they couldn't be at ease without seeing their brother's medicine. We can't be controlled by him anymore. Kill him, and we'll find the medicine. Kamikaze was the most murderous. He finally decided to kill Tsang Yuan Wang. After some hesitation, Tsang finally agreed to Kamikaze's idea. What a disobedient little mouse. Tsang Yuan Wang's lips curled up slightly in disdain. Obviously, he didn't think much of the two rats. Chapter 17:14. Chun Zhao and Klaus hid in the dark to watch the show. Chun Zhao took out his phone and typed Tsang Yuan Wang in the search bar. The person who jumped out was a Dao Venerate of the central government during the Hengwu Heavenly Emperor Huang dynasty. He was a third-rank imperial astronomer of the Japanese imperial court. Later on, he was imprisoned by the Heavenly Emperor due to rumors that a disaster was about to befall the Pingan capital. Rumor has it that he committed suicide in prison. In other words, if this guy was Tsang Yuan Wang from the Heian era, then he had lived for at least 1,100 years. Tsang and Yuan Wang were facing off against Lien and Tsang. A battle could break out at any time. Suddenly, Tsang Yuan Wang shouted, "Scoundrel, come out." Just as Klaus was about to stand up, Chun Zhao pushed him back down. He shook his head at Klaus. At this moment, two people jumped out from the opposite roof. Chio Kaori and Sakurako Kurosaki appeared. Tsang Yuan Wang whistled. If I knew that two beautiful ladies would come tonight, I would definitely clean this place up. The ghost fire around Tsang Yuan Wang whistled and landed on the surrounding corpses. The corpses suddenly burst into green flames. You are the green-faced divine master. Sakurako was also wrapped up tightly this time. He wore a ghost mask and carried 4 short swords on his back. Tsang Ijin Huang frowned and said unhappily, "Is it about Tamamo no Me again? How annoying. I have nothing to do with him anymore. You don't have to look for me. Besides, I haven't used the title Green-Faced Divine Master for 1,000 years. Tamamo no Me's lackey. Do you think you can get away with this kind of sweet talk?" Chio Kaori said disdainfully. Tsang Ijin Huang narrowed his eyes at Chio Kaori and said in a sinister tone, "Brat, do you know how powerful a onmyoji can become in 1,000 years? Traitor of the Yin Yang Dao, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to escape from the restraints of Yin Yang. Idiots who are obsessed with Taoism." Suddenly, Lien and Tsang attacked Tsang Yuan Wang at the same time. The two demons transformed into a gust of wind, and a tearing sound could be heard in the air. Little rat. Tsang Yuan Wang spread his sleeves, which suddenly expanded. It was like the legendary heaven and earth in the sleeve, constantly sucking in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the gale had calmed down, and Tsang and Sickle both fell out from the calm gale. All of their abilities were closely related to the wind. They could create strong winds, and they could also control strong winds. However, if they lost the gale, all of their abilities would become meaningless. At this moment, Chiyo Kaori also attacked. Two giant ghosts appeared behind Chiyo Kaori, Green Ghost and Crimson Ghost. Green Ghost wielded a mace, while Crimson Ghost wielded a demon-headed blade in each hand. Qin Gui and Qi Gui attacked Song Yuan Wang at the same time. Song Yuan Wang's sleeves were aimed at Green Ghost and Crimson Ghost. The gale that he had sucked in earlier was released directly at the two ghosts. Crash! The two gigantic ghosts were blown away. Heaven and earth, light of Tao. Sakurako muttered an incantation. Gods of the four directions, grant me a body, come. So it's a little friend from the Yu Gui Sief family. Song Jin Wang looked at Sakurako and didn't interrupt her spell casting. Instead, he stood on the side and commented, Gods of the four directions? He's just a partial god. Even if you invite his true body here, he might not be able to defeat me. In Japanese mythology, the gods of the four directions were actually similar to China's city god, earth god, or mountain god. They were gods that were born in a certain region. Although they were called gods, they were actually no different from demons. They had divinity, but they weren't as powerful as gods. Even some demons could bully them. Don't forget, this is Tokyo. Sakurako's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, and her aura surged. Japan had moved its capital several times, but Tokyo only became the capital in recent times. Before Tokyo became the capital, China hired a feng shui master to search for dragons and break veins. They set up the Four Symbols Formation to guard the fate of the country. The Four Symbols Formation was the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Therefore, the gods of the four directions in Tokyo weren't ordinary earth gods or mountain gods, but four divine beasts. Each of the four divine beasts had boundless divine abilities, and they were countless times stronger than the gods of the four directions in other places. Sakurako was surrounded by divine fire. She spread her arms, and endless divine fire spread toward Songi Yuanwang. Red Lotus. Within the divine flame, one beautiful red lotus after another blossomed. Songi Yuanwang cursed inwardly and tapped his foot on the ground. Yellow springs compared to Nara. A black spring appeared on the ground. The black spring spewed out black water pillars, directly extinguishing the divine fire. The beautiful red lotuses also withered. Suddenly, a charming laughter came from the factory. The laughter was filled with ethereal beauty. Even if one only heard the voice and couldn't see the person, they would still feel an indescribable charm. Red flowers bloomed from the black spring, gradually covering the entire factory. Even the walls and ceiling of the factory were covered by the red flowers. A naked woman with only a few red muslin wrapped around her was lazily lying on her side in the sea of red flowers. Whether it was Kama, Sora, Kwagi Sakurako, or Chiyo Kaori, their eyes were filled with confusion. The flower of the other shore blooms, the yellow springs nirvana. In the Buddhist scriptures, nirvana referred to the endless hell, never to be reincarnated. The spider lily was also the flower of hell in Buddhism. There was no shore on the other side, and the yellow springs bloomed. Even Klaus, who was hiding in the dark, was affected. Slap! Chen Zhao slapped Klaus's face. Klaus woke up instantly. Any more rats? Songi Yuanwang looked at where Chen Zhao and Klaus were hiding. Chen Zhao took out the demon knife, white-faced ghost, and instantly turned into a sword-wielding warrior. Then, Chen Zhao walked out in a dignified manner. White-faced ghost. Songi Yuanwang's body shook, and his pupils constricted. As his emotions fluctuated, the yellow springs nirvana disintegrated. Sakurako and Chiyo Kaori's expressions changed drastically. Songi Yuanwang wasn't someone they could deal with anymore. Now, there was another white-faced ghost. They just suffered from the white-faced ghost yesterday. They didn't expect him to appear again. The situation this time was clearly more dangerous than yesterday. Yesterday, Zhang Tianyi had saved them. But this time, they weren't so lucky. However, Songi Yuanwang's expression was even worse than theirs. In his opinion, white-faced Gui Che's appearance here was undoubtedly to deal with him. Also, since the white-faced ghost was here, Would the red-faced Ghost King and the black-faced Rakshasa be far away? As one of the four generals under Tamamo no Mei, Sangyi Yuan Wang didn't dare to say that he would definitely win against any of them. Moreover, if the other two came too, he really wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 17:15. A sudden voice sounded. I didn't think I'd meet two old friends. What a delightful charge. A cloud of black smoke charged into the scene and turned into a man wearing a black crown. Black-faced Rakshasa. Rakshasa, do you know that white-faced ghost is here too? Another voice sounded. The voice came from above the factory. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Suddenly, the roof of the factory was lifted and a huge red ghost king poked its head in. Chio Kaori swallowed. Behind her, Green Demon and Red Demon were also terrified. Compared to humans, Green Ghost and Crimson Ghost were already very large. But compared to the Red Ghost King, it was still many times weaker. Without a doubt, this Red Ghost King was one of the four generals under Tamamo no Mei, the Red-Faced Ghost King. The current situation was that the four great demon generals had gathered and had all appeared. I didn't think the four of us would reunite under these circumstances. I believe our master will break the seal soon and return to the human world. Sangyi Jin Wang laughed out loud. Earlier, he wanted to escape Tamamo no Mei's control, but the situation was beyond his control. He didn't think he could fight three monsters of the same level at the same time. So, he changed his tone decisively. Both the black-faced Ghost King and the red-faced Ghost King knew what Sangyi Jin Wang was thinking. Plus, as colleagues, they knew how shameless Sangyi Jin Wang was. Sangyi Jin Wang represented the worst side of humans. Despicable, sinister, and without any standpoint. When he'd been imprisoned, it was their master, Tamamo no Mei, who'd given him a chance to be reborn. He'd also become one of his master's servants. But after his master was sealed, he'd completely broken away from the four generals. Plus, he'd never thought about saving his master. Every few decades, he'd always heard about his misdeeds. Now that the four generals had gathered, Sangyi Jin Wang immediately changed his attitude. He'd become his master's loyal servant again. Only Chun Zhao, the fake general, stood there without saying a word. Chun Zhao was curious about what would happen if he killed all three of them. Could he stop Tamamo no Mei from reappearing? Suddenly, a cold glint shot out of Chun Zhao's eyes. The three great demon generals were alarmed. What's this guy doing? Each of the four of them had a strange temperament. However, the most reclusive one would have to be white-faced Gue Che. He never spoke, only killed. While they were still in shock, Chun Zhao had already made his move. An extremely fast saber light cut through the air. Sangyi Yuan Wang looked at his arm and chest sliding down. This! Sangyi Yuan Wang stared at his body in disbelief. But in the next instant, Sangyi Yuan Wang's body suddenly transformed into a human-shaped piece of paper that had been cut open. Sangyi Yuan Wang walked out unscathed. Damn it, this guy is crazy. He wants to kill me. Sangyi Yuan Wang roared furiously. Did you all see that? This guy wants to kill me. White-faced ghost, stop messing around. The black-faced Rakshasa shouted. Just then, Chun Zhao charged at the black-faced demon. Damn it! The black-faced Rakshasa retreated hastily. But no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Chun Zhao. Although Chun Zhao was holding the demon knife, he didn't know any of white-faced ghost's moves. It was just a show, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to fight. Even if he had never fought with a katana. But who didn't know how to cut people with a sword? Chun Zhao slashed across the black-faced Rakshasa's body. The black-faced Rakshasa hurriedly turned into a cloud of black smoke and floated away. Of course, even that didn't mean he was completely unharmed. Chun Zhao didn't like to fight against opponents who could turn into mist, but it didn't mean he couldn't do anything. In fact, the demon knife was effective against enemies who could turn into mist. Even without using a mortal power, Chun Zhao could hurt the black-faced Rakshasa with the demon knife. Sangwa Ma, Chio Kaori, and Sakurako were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did white-faced ghost turn against him? The black-faced Rakshasa gathered at another location. However, there was a ghastly scar on his chest. Damn it. White-faced ghost, If you don't explain yourself, I won't go easy on you. The black-faced Rakshasa roared. Chen Zhao didn't say anything. If he did, he would be exposed. Just then, a giant hand descended from the sky, grabbing at Chen Zhao. The red-faced Ghost King attacked. He was more direct than the others. Hiss! Chen Zhao didn't plan to hold back. Anyway, Chen Zhao had made up his mind. He would leave all 4 of them. No, 3 of them. Roar! The red-faced Ghost King's arm was cut off. Blood splattered everywhere like rain. The Ghost King's blood was like gasoline, burning the moment it landed on the ground. Chen Zhao's body started burning too. But Chen Zhao didn't move, even if his body was on fire. Kill him. Kill him. He betrayed us. He betrayed Master. Chen Zhao didn't plan to stop. He charged up along the red-faced Ghost King's arm. He raised the knife, and the red-faced Ghost King suddenly stopped roaring. His movements stopped too, as if he was frozen in a movie. The scene became silent. Everyone looked at the red-faced Ghost King and Chen Zhao, who was on his shoulder, in shock. Slowly, the red-faced Ghost King's neck and head separated. Chen Zhao might not be able to deal with Song Yi, Yuan Wang, and the black-faced Ghost King. But the red-faced Ghost King was the best opponent for Chen Zhao. The red-faced Ghost King's huge body fell down, collapsing a wall of the factory. Song Yi, Yuan Wang, and the black-faced Ghost King stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Aoi, Kama, Chiyo Kaori, and Sakurako were all in disbelief. The 4 demon generals had killed each other, and the powerful red-faced Ghost King had been instantly killed by the white-faced ghost. Song Yi, Yuan Wang, and the black-faced Ghost King felt chills down their spines. What was going on? The 4 generals should be equal in strength. How could the white-faced Ghost King kill the red-faced Ghost King so easily? No, something's wrong. Song Yi's face was pale. He was different from the other 3 generals. He wasn't a pure demon. He was a half-human, half-demon transformed by Tamamo no Mei. Therefore, he still retained the habits of humans, and also retained some of the bad traits of humans. His way of thinking was more like a human's. He vaguely realized that there was something wrong with the white-faced Ghost King. But as for what exactly was wrong, he couldn't tell. The one in front of him was indeed the white-faced Ghost King. There was no fake. But where did this strange feeling come from? Song Yi looked at Chen Zhao. The moment he met Chen Zhao's gaze, he finally understood. The gaze wasn't cold as a knife. It was mockery, disdain, and murderous intent. Chapter 17:16. The white-faced Oni wouldn't have such a look, because the white-faced Oni was the last of the 4 generals. It wasn't that he was the weakest, but that he was the last to appear. It was a demon blade made by Tamamo no Mei herself with the help of the other 3 generals. Song Yi was also one of the participants. He understood the white-faced Oni. At least he thought so. The white-faced Oni was the most loyal to Tamamo no Mei. He was an emotionless weapon. Any body controlled by the white-faced Oni would also be emotionless. However, Song Yi Yuan Huang saw the emotions in white mask Gue Che's eyes when he came into contact with it. At this moment, Song Yi panicked. He thought of a possibility. A person who could pick up the demon blade wasn't enslaved by the white-faced Oni. This meant that this person was more powerful than the white-faced Oni. He was stronger than any of them. Wait, the white-faced Oni. I'm on your side. I'll kill the black-faced Rakshasa with you. That way, we can completely break free from Tamamo no Mei's control. What do you think? Song Yi Yuan Huang had once again displayed his most shameless side. Chen Zhao looked at Song Yi. He didn't waste any words. Song Yi's face darkened when he saw the blade coming. He used the Paperman substitutes again. The Paperman substitutes were very useful. They could avoid a fatal attack, but they couldn't be used limitlessly, not to mention the complicated production process and high price. Using the Paperman substitutes required a large amount of mana and also the pain of each fatal attack. Chen Zhao was prepared for this. The moment Song Yi used the Paperman substitutes, Chen Zhao locked on its Song Yi's real body. Chen Zhao swept up a gust of wind. The blade cut through the air like a dragon's roar. But just as Chen Zhao was about to hit Song Yi, suddenly, a figure appeared before Chen Zhao. Duong. The figure smashed heavily toward Chen Zhao. Chun Zhao blocked it with his sword. Then he flicked it upward. His arm was sent flying. Song Yi's Shikigami appeared in front of him. It was an 8-armed King Kong, made entirely out of metal. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Chun Zhao's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Is this a joke? What is this? Spirit-branded retainer or Gundam? Apart from the arm that was chopped off by Chun Zhao, the other 7 arms of the King Kong were all holding Gatling guns, and its body was covered in bullets. Moreover, the machine guns in its hands were obviously specially made. Each gun had a very large caliber. Black-faced Rakshasa, this guy clearly wants to kill us all. If you still hesitate, we'll all die here today. When that happens, you won't even have the chance to serve Tamamo no Mei, Song Yi Wang said. The black-faced Rakshasa also felt that the situation was getting out of control. He was not as cunning as Song Yi Wang. Even now, he still did not understand why fiendish blade, white-faced ghost would betray him. However, it was just as Song Yi Wang had said. If he continued to watch the show, Song Yi Wang would be killed. Then it would be his turn. Although he hated Song Yi Wang, he hated her so much that he didn't even try to hide it. But he also knew that he was stronger than others. The black-faced Rakshasa's body floated up, his arms spread wide. At this time, the moon and the stars were completely covered. Most of Tokyo was shrouded in dark clouds. At the center of the dark clouds was the black-faced Rakshasa. He sucked in big mouthfuls of dark clouds. The dark clouds were actually the negative emotions of the people in the area. Right now, the black-faced Rakshasa was absorbing the negative emotions of millions of people. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. This black-faced Rakshasa should be half a step into the Shanqing state. Among the 4 generals of Tamamo no Mei, this guy should be the strongest. With every negative emotion he absorbed, the black-faced Rakshasa's power increased. Chiyo, Keru, and Sakurako felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. This battle was no longer something they could participate in. Chun Zhao looked at the black-faced Rakshasa, then at Song Yi Wang. Killed Song Yi Wang first. One had to admit that Song Yi Wang's Shikigami was an eye-opener for Chun Zhao. The 8-armed King Kong, which was a mixture of science and magic, was indeed refreshing. However, that was all. The blade in Chun Zhao's hand flashed. Ta, ta, ta. 7 Gatling guns fired wildly at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao neither dodged nor evaded. He swung his blade from bottom to top. When the blade slashed across the ground, sparks flew and a ghastly scar was left on the ground. However, the blade wasn't obstructed. Instead, it carried an even fiercer and colder killing intent. Hiss! The 8-armed King Kong's arm, gun, and body were instantly cut off. Oh no! Song Yi Wang was shocked. He didn't expect his Shikigami to be so useless before Chun Zhao. He thought that even if Chun Zhao faced an enemy much stronger than him, the 8 Gatling guns would still be a huge problem. 8 Gatling guns could also bring great trouble to the enemy, and it was not impossible for them to kill enemies that were stronger than themselves. Moreover, the 8-armed King Kong's body was made of titanium alloy. It was almost indestructible. Alas, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Before Chun Zhao, the 8-armed King Kong couldn't unleash its combat power. Chun Zhao didn't stop. He continued slashing at Song Yi Wang. Substitute, seeing that Chun Zhao wasn't far away, Song Yi Wang could only activate the Paperman's substitute again. But this time, Chun Zhao exploded with even greater speed. He was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Song Yi Wang could activate the Paperman substitute, Chun Zhao had already slashed his neck. The demon blade in Chun Zhao's hand brushed through the air at high speed. It was already red like a soldering iron. Song Yi Wang stopped moving. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. You? Who exactly are? Chun Zhao grabbed Song Yi Wang's head and lifted it up gently. Song Yi Wang didn't die right away. After all, he was a half-human, half-demon on Myoji that had lived for 1,000 years. Most of his abilities were in staying alive. Guess. Chun Zhao didn't plan to tell Song Yi Wang his identity. He planned to keep pretending to be the white-faced ghost. Chen Zhao looked at the last general, the Black Rakshasa. To be honest, the white-faced ghost probably couldn't defeat the Black Rakshasa. The Black Rakshasa had also absorbed enough negative emotions by now. His eyes were as deep as a black hole. He floated in the air and looked down at Chen Zhao. I didn't think I could absorb so many negative emotions here. It feels so good. Chen Zhao stared at the Rakshasa. His lips curled into a smile. Enjoy your last pleasure while there's still time. Chapter 1717. What? The Rakshasa was stunned. Demon Blade, white-faced, ghost wouldn't say something like that. But just as he was distracted, like an arrow, Chen Zhao shot toward the black-faced Rakshasa. The Rakshasa was fully prepared. However, there was one thing that he had forgotten. Because Chen Zhao wasn't slashing him with a knife. Instead, Chen Zhao gave him a bear hug and pushed him to the ground. Chen Zhao's power wasn't something he could fight against, even if he'd absorbed half the city's negative emotions. Chen Zhao pressed the Rakshasa to the ground. He raised the demon blade and stabbed it into the Rakshasa's chest. The Rakshasa wanted to turn into black mist, but every time he did, Chen Zhao would use his celestial power to disperse the Dharma power in his body. The Rakshasa started to panic. He punched Chen Zhao crazily. He wanted to push Chen Zhao away, but his fists were no different from a drizzle to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's current appearance and smile were like mockery to the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa's aura grew weaker and weaker. I won't die. As long as humans exist. One day I will, none of my business. Chen Zhao sneered. He didn't plan on meddling in other people's business forever. The Rakshasa had become weaker, but he still hadn't given up hope. He continued to struggle. But every time he punched Chen Zhao punched him back. He would always be at a disadvantage. Chen Zhao nailed the Rakshasa to the ground with the demon blade. Every time Chen Zhao punched him, the Raksasa's demonic aura would disperse a bit. Chen Zhao didn't kill him with one punch, because he was afraid he'd turn into mist and escape. Chen Zhao had dealt with enemies who could turn into mist before. He couldn't be too impatient against such enemies. He needed to disperse their power bit by bit. Keep weakening them until they didn't even have the power to turn into mist. The ground within dozens of meters was full of cracks from Chen Zhao's punches. He couldn't do it with just the power of the demon blade. He couldn't even defeat the Rakshasa. Boom, boom, boom. Chiyo Kaori and Sakurako looked at the continuous explosions 100 meters away, but it was completely covered in smoke and dust. They couldn't see what was going on inside. The two of them thought about it and decided to leave. If he didn't run now, he would have to wait for the two demon generals to decide the victor. By then, it would be too late for them to escape. They wouldn't continue to think that they could deal with any one of them. Whether it was the white-faced ghost or the black-faced Rakshasa, they were beyond their imagination. If they were to get close to the center of the battle, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to make them wish they were dead. So, they ran away with their tails between their legs. The rumbling continued for 20 minutes. Only then did Chen Zhao walk out of the dust. Although he had not used his full strength in the battle with the black-faced Rakshasa, he had already won. But Chen Zhao's face was still covered in dirt. Klaus, you can come out. Klaus stepped out of the shadows. President, where's that demon? I killed him, Chen Zhao said. To be honest, Japan was an active region in the supernatural world. The strength of the supernatural demons here was also beyond his expectations. For example, the black-faced Rakshasa's strength was almost on par with the snow fiend Kunkka of the Great Snow Mountains of North America. The black-faced Rakshasa was slightly weaker than Kunkka, but the difference wasn't huge. The black-faced Rakshasa needed densely populated areas, while Kunkka needed to be in areas covered in ice and snow. Their strength was greatly limited. However, once their conditions were met, they would become extremely powerful. The black-faced Rakshasa was a big demon in Japan, but not the strongest. Kunkka was already one of the strongest in North America. One could imagine how great the difference in power between the spiritual world in North America and the spiritual world in Japan was. Now, Chen Zhao had a chance to fight with the strongest demon in Japan. Chen Zhao couldn't help but guess that the Japanese's supernatural world was already so powerful. In that case, just how powerful would the Huaxiao region's supernatural world be? And how powerful would the top Chinese supernatural world be? He had to find a chance to ask Zhang Tianyi, "President, can you fly me back?" No, the city is too eye-catching. This place was far from the city, but it was still densely populated. Their battle, just now, had already attracted attention. There were already police cars moving in their direction. If he really flew back to the hotel with Klaus, they would probably be monitored by the government. Just then, police sirens could be heard in the distance. The two spent an hour returning to the hotel. As soon as they entered, Chun Zhao and Klaus paused at the same time. "President, yeah, you noticed too, right? Is it those two rats?" Chun Zhao could only notice them because of the perception of the small world. But Klaus was different. He relied on his awareness and the few traces he had. This was his super battle awareness that he'd trained in countless battles. "Let's go upstairs first. Don't fight here. They can't hide from my senses." "Song, are you sure the person with the demon knife is that man?" "Yes, my nose is very sensitive. It's at least 100 times better than yours. He won't kill us, right? We've killed many people." "I don't know, but he's our only chance." The two rats followed Chun Zhao and Klaus into the hotel. Using his scent, they found Chun Zhao's floor. "It's the room in front." The two rats snuck to the door. The door wasn't closed. Without thinking, they crawled into the room. But the moment they entered, the door was closed. Song and Sickle were dumbfounded. There were many people in the room, and almost all of them were foreigners. Everyone looked at Song and Sickle with evil intentions. "Rats! Rats!" Zherlin pointed at Song and Sickle in surprise. Two big rats, two big rats. Dad, I want big rats." Song and Sickle immediately wanted to escape. But the next moment, a large net fell over their heads. Song and Sickle were dragged to the center of the crowd. Song and Sickle hugged each other in fear, trembling. Fei Lai glanced at Chun Zhao and whispered, "You can't keep rats in a house." Fei Lai liked small animals, but she couldn't like all of them. For example, she couldn't feel anything for the two rats. Gaia lifted the net and studied them closely. "Chun, do they have some disease?" In the Western view, rats were unclean. Zherlin jumped up, trying to grab Song and Sickle who were in the air. "Squeak! Squeak!" Song and Sickle looked fierce. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the two rats in the net. "You better keep your claws. If you bite my daughter, I'll skin you." "Oh, I'm Chinese. Have you heard that we Chinese can eat any species until they're endangered?"